Recording started.
24 Golf, 28 Golf, 11 a.m. Juliette. Ay, ay, ay. Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. Did I tell her 11? All right, we're not gonna look for reasons to get upset. All right, smile. That's a beautiful smile. That's what we should do. All right, so we talked about singing so fresh time. I explained it to other people and they understood. All right, so we just have to explain it a little. We'll see where she's at. And we have a siren. Oh shit. Good thing I still remember. Porsche. And then we can have a singer and chopper. Chopper or chopper? Yeah, that's what chopper. I like chopper. I got shit to do, baby girl. Can't include this. It's flattering, and that's probably why I keep mentioning it. Feels good as a man, to get a little tiny, a little bit of harassment. Yeah, it's nice.
Bonjour, vous êtes sur le répondeur récepteur du 06.
Pause recording and all that shit. "24 Golf, 28 Golf, 12-11." Oh, fuck off. I've been, I didn't realize I was playing this game, bro.
Allô,
Hello.
tu vas bien?
Yep. How are you?
Bien. Désolée, en plus, je me suis réveillée ce matin et je me suis endormie. Mais parce que du coup, je savais pas si c'était maintenu ou pas.
Hey, c'est pas comme ça qu'on s'excuse, merde. Si tu savais pas, tu te réveilles, tu demandes si tu savais pas.
Mais en fait,
Moi, je
je
te
me suis réveillée.
propose une horaire et toi, tu me valides l'horaire. Tu dis pas,
Oui,
tu te réveilles pas et tu dis, hey, je savais pas. Non, tu dis tout court, je m'excuse.
oui,
Putain.
je m'excuse parce que je me suis rendormie en fait. Et je comptais pas me
Non, mais
rendormir.
je m'en fous de tout ça. C'est juste, je m'excuse que j'ai envie d'entendre, en
Ok,
fait. Parce
ok,
que
je
tout le
m'excuse.
reste, je sais. Je sais que tu étais en ligne à 7 heures du matin. Je sais que tu n'étais pas réveillé à 11 heures. J'ai pas
Oui.
besoin du reste. J'ai juste besoin de, hey, je reconnais que c'était bête que je me réveille pas à l'heure qu'on avait convenu.
Ok, ok, je m'excuse.
En plus, tu me donnes tes explications, quoi, 3 fois, quoi. Tu me
D'accord, ok.
dis par message, tu me dis
Oui,
à
oui,
l'oral.
oui, je m'excuse.
Alors,
Euh, En plus, j'ai des problèmes de Wi-Fi avec mon ordinateur, c'est chiant.
bon, la vidéo, elle est nette.
Ouais, mais là, je suis sur mon téléphone en fait. Mais avec mon ordinateur, j'arrive pas à me connecter à la Wi-Fi et je sais pas à quoi c'est dû. Mais c'est trop chiant.
Ok.
Euh, Et t'es où en Espagne déjà?
Dans le sud, mais dans 10 jours, je vais à Palma, à Mallorca. À
D'accord.
Mallorca.
Ta sœur, elle vient pas?
Si, elle nous rejoint à Mallorca. T'as visité un peu Paris?
Ouais. Enfin, ouais. Mais je connaissais déjà. Mais c'est vrai que du coup, j'ai l'occasion de visiter plus.
Oui, non, je sais que tu connais, mais tu sais, il y a un événement énorme qui se passe à Paris, là, qui a lieu, là.
Ouais, et
Ok.
justement, c'est la merde, parce que ça bloque tout.
Ouais. Du coup, est-ce que tu as pu visiter les Paris pendant qu'il y a les Jeux olympiques?
Ah, j'ai pas été voir les jeux.
Non.
Enfin, j'ai pas pris billet, rien.
Mais du coup,
Mm.
ça bloque tout, c'est-à-dire,
Ouais. Ben, hier, par exemple, je devais faire un truc avec ma tante. Elle
oui,
habite à elle habite à Bercy.
oui, je sais, ouais,
Et du coup, elle devait sortir, elle pouvait pas sortir sa voiture parce qu'il y a une course de cyclistes. Enfin, il y a plein d'endroits qui sont du coup
ouais,
bloqués. Et
ouais,
le métro, le métro, ils l'ont fait augmenter parce que d'habitude, le ticket, c'est 2 euros. Là, c'est
ouais,
à 4 euros.
ouais.
C'est marrant.
Mais,
Et là, t'as
mais,
entendu parler de la
et toi, tu
cérémonie
t'attendais
d'ouverture?
à ça, non? Ça fait des
Bah
années que
ouais,
tu sais que ça va être sur Paris.
ouais.
Du coup,
T'as entendu...
du coup, ta tante, elle savait bien que si elle vit elle vit en centre-ville, que sa vie va être bloquée pendant un moment. Elle
Ouais, je
savait.
savais pas. Bah
Comment
non,
ça,
du coup, elle
elle
savait
savait
pas.
pas? Elle savait pas que Paris va aller recevoir le monde en
Mais
2024?
elle s'attendait pas à ce qu'elle puisse pas sortir sa voiture.
Ouais, ouais, bah, ouais, pour moi, c'est un risque évident mais ok, ok. En plus,
Ouais, c'est dans
Bercy,
le centre.
c'est sur les quais, c'est la Seine, ça fait des années que c'est déjà prêt pour plein de touristes. Du coup, d'où tu crois que tu vas passer une vie normale mais bon, oui, c'est sa maison. Du coup, elle croyait que ça allait rester sa maison, mais non, non,
Mm.
on est les autres du monde là.
Mm. T'as entendu parler de la cérémonie d'ouverture?
Quoi?
T'as entendu parler de la cérémonie d'ouverture des
Est-ce que j'ai
JO?
entendu quoi?
Est-ce que t'as entendu parler de la cérémonie d'ouverture?
Non, qu'est-ce qu'il y a?
Parce que en gros, ma tante, elle m'a dit que, enfin moi je l'ai pas regardé, mais elle l'a regardé à la télé. Et il y avait plein de drag queens. Et il y a un mec, enfin c'est un chanteur français qui s'appelle Philippe Catherine. Et en gros, il était nu. Et j'ai vu qu'il y a des chaînes, enfin même, je crois aux États-Unis d'ailleurs. Je crois que j'ai vu Maroc et États-Unis, je crois, qui ont refusé de diffuser l'événement parce qu'ils trouvaient que c'était trop choquant. Enfin, ça a choqué des gens en fait.
Oui,
Ça a choqué des gens, la cérémonie d'ouverture.
oui.
Voilà. C'était pour savoir si t'en as entendu parler.
Ah oui, j'ai entendu parler, ouais. Ouais,
Ah,
je suis
t'avais
beaucoup de
entendu?
cons sur Insta. Du coup,
Ouais.
ouais, ils avaient beaucoup à dire sur ça.
Ouais, qu'il y a des gens qui ont trouvé ça choquant, ouais.
Quoi?
Il y a beaucoup de gens qui ont trouvé ça choquant.
Ouais, beaucoup de cons, tu veux dire.
Ben, je sais pas.
Il n'y a pas de gens intelligents qui ont qui trouvent le corps humain ou la sexualité humaine choquant. Quand il y
En
a
même
beaucoup
temps,
de gens qui sont contre le LGBT, les trans et tout ça, et c'est justement le moment où il faut montrer que on les soutient et qu'ils sont cons. Du coup, oui, du coup, oui, c'était bien. Moi, j'aurais pas pensé à le faire, mais maintenant que je vois les réactions, clairement, c'était nécessaire.
Ouais, mais en fait, il y a beaucoup de gens qui disent que la communauté, enfin, tu sais, il y a beaucoup de gens maintenant qui pensent, même moi dans ma famille, j'ai des gens qui pensent que, en gros, enfin, ils distinguent en gros les gays et le mouvement LGBTQ. Et il y a beaucoup de gens qui pensent que le mouvement LGBTQ, c'est un lobby,
C'est un
c'est pas
quoi?
des choses,
C'est un
un
lobby?
lobby. Ouais.
Écoute, Juliette. Tes croyances connes m'intéressent pas et les croyances connes de ta famille m'intéressent pas non plus. OK? C'est
D'accord.
pas un lobby, OK? C'est un mouvement d'égalité, OK?
Mais moi, je pense pas ça, hein. Enfin, moi, j'ai pas dit que c'était ça, hein.
Je dis pas que tu penses ça. Je dis que les
D'accord.
croyances connes des gens qui t'entourent, les idées connes,
Oui.
j'ai pas envie de me perdre le temps avec ça.
D'accord. Ça
Alors,
va.
est-ce que toi, tu vas rejoindre la réunion ou est-ce qu'on discute un peu plus des croyances connes là?
Non, 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 je suis en train. Regarde, regarde. Euh, il est en train de s'allumer.
Ok, vas-y, on discute un peu plus les croyances connes. Ok, que
Non.
disent tes parents? Ah ouais, je suis... pas tes parents, ta famille. Ah ouais, je suis bien avec les gays, mais pourquoi ils en parlent tellement? Eh, moi j'aime tout le monde, ça me dérange pas du tout, mais pourquoi ils peuvent pas rester dans la maison à faire ça? Pourquoi ils doivent nous montrer ça? C'est dégueulasse, qu'est-ce qu'ils veulent? Merde, ils ont l'égalité de mariage, qu'est-ce qu'ils veulent encore? Putain, ils veulent être vraiment tolérés ou quoi? Oh putain, c'est un peu ça? Putain, c'était les Blacks il y a quelques décennies. Oh putain, ils faisaient tout le temps le mouvement, ils bloquaient la circulation. Et là, c'est l'environnement. Il y a des gens qui vont bloquer les routes. Il y a des gens qui doivent aller au travail. Et il y a des cons qui manifestent contre notre destruction de la planète, et mais trouvent quelque chose d'autre à faire. Parce que là, ça me convient pas que tu bloques la route, que tu me fais penser à ça, que tu me fais penser au fait que quand je conduis et quand je fais mon travail de merde, que je nique la maison là. Pourquoi ils font ça? Ils sont tellement cons, c'est vraiment des lobbies, quoi. Ils sont juste dans ça pour l'argent, c'est pas pour les droits humains, non. Non, 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 pas possible. Les Blacks, ils ont fait ça, les femmes, elles ont fait ça. Putain, c'est les vegans, ils vont faire ça, les, les éco-terroristes, ils font ça, les LGBT, ils font ça. Pourquoi ils ne peuvent pas juste nous laisser tranquilles dans notre privilège? C'est ça que je comprends pas, tu vois. Et ça m'énerve vraiment. Et là, là, je commence à... Oh putain. Parce que moi, je veux passer ma vie tranquille, sans que les problèmes des autres jouent dans mon quotidien, quoi.
Mm.
Genre, qu'est-ce qu'ils veulent, quoi? C'est ça que je comprends pas. C'est ça que je comprends pas.
Mm.
Qu'est-ce qu'ils veulent, c'est gay, quoi. C'est tapette, là.
Mm. Mm. Moi, j'ai pas regardé encore.
Et putain, il faut maintenir la culture qu'on a en ce moment, tu vois. Enfin, pas qu'on a en ce moment, mais qu'on avait il y a 50 ans, tu vois. Oui, clairement que la culture qu'on avait dans le 20e siècle n'était pas du tout comme la culture qu'on avait dans le 19e ou dans la 5e, etc. Bien sûr que la culture a évolué, mais il y a 50 ans, la culture était parfaite. Du coup, je ne vois pas pourquoi ça doit continuer d'évoluer, tu vois. Je sais qu'il y a des gens qui vont se plaindre. Oh, j'ai pas de droit. Oh, oh, tout le monde me manque de respect. Oh, je me sens pas libre. Oh, tout ça. Mais c'est que de la merde. C'est des lobbies. Et vraiment, je sais pas ce qu'ils veulent, hein. Mais moi, je veux vraiment qu'on reprenne la culture d'il y a 50 ans. Comme mon père, par exemple, quand il avait la bonne vie, tu vois. Ma mère, moi, mon ami gay, moi. Mais putain, il y avait des gens qui étaient vraiment heureux, tu vois. Et là, ces gens heureux sont vraiment gênés, choqués même par cette évolution, ce progrès. Et ouf, ça me dégoûte. Pourquoi changer les choses, tu vois? Pourquoi? Tout va bien, tu vois? C'est ça qui m'énerve, tu vois. J'ai aucune sympathie pour ces gens-là, j'avoue. Pourquoi changer?
Ouais.
Tout se passe bien. Tout le monde est content là. Enfin, tout le monde qui compte.
Mhm.
Et là, les gays, ils veulent être contents. Là, les... Putain. Oh. Tout le monde veut être content. Bah, vas-y, mérite-le. Sois straight. Sois blanc. Sois un homme. Tu vois? Sois chrétien, tu vois? C'est facile, tu vois? Accepte Jésus, tu vois? Et il y a même des crèmes que tu peux mettre sur ta peau pour nettoyer un peu. Merde. Fais un effort. Tu vois, tu viens en France. Tu parles avec un accent. Tu parles ton petit arabe. Tu vas prier à ton Dieu. Tu vas me choquer. Tu vas me mettre mal à l'aise. Je marche dans la rue. Je sais pas si tu vas me voler ou quoi. Il y a un homme dans une robe. Je sais pas s'il va aller dans le WC et me violer, quoi. Tu vois? On est en France.
Mhm.
C'est un pays catholique. Et ça va le rester pour toujours. Parce que ça change pas la culture. Hein. Je te réponds. Bon, je l'avoue. Ça a changé. Jésus, oui, c'était un changement énorme, oui. Mais aussi, c'était le prophète final de Dieu. Dieu, il a dit dans le Bible. Et après, les musulmans, ils vont dire, oh non, Mohammed, blablabla. Et je t'encule avec ton Mohammed, peace be upon him. Bon, c'est bon là. On peut discuter
On
des
va-
choses intelligentes là. C'est
Oui,
qui
oui,
a besoin d'un nouvel ordinateur? Hein.
on va discuter je vais rester sur mon téléphone
Pourquoi?
parce que ça prend du temps à s'allumer. Donc, on peut commencer maintenant.
Non, on peut pas commencer parce que comment tu vas prendre des notes là?
Bah, je vais prendre sur papier.
Ouais, ouais, c'est ça.
Je vais prendre j'ai un,
Bon, écoute, euh, moi je préfère que tu lances sur l'ordi.
je
Parce que
préfère que
sinon, tu
j'attende.
vas recevoir des notifications, je vais parler, tu vas voir, ah, j'ai un message, j'écoute
Non,
Alice, c'est pas
non, non,
grave.
je vais
Euh,
prendre sur papier.
attends, je
En
vais
plus, c'est
juste, ça
mieux.
c'est
C'est mieux.
important, je veux pas lui couper la parole, du coup, je vais pas lui dire, je vais juste vite fait répondre à ce message. Ah, bah. Et
C'est
Alice,
bien,
depuis 40 minutes, tu dis quoi déjà?
c'est bien si je prends sur papier parce que je te vois en même temps. Parce que quand je tapais, la dernière fois, du coup, enfin, là, au moins sur papier, tu vois, t'es en face de moi. Genre, je vais pas, enfin, tu vois ce que je veux dire? T'es en face et je prends mes notes. Je suis pas en train de taper sur mon ordi et je te vois à moitié. Là, tu me verras vraiment ce que
Ok,
je
tu
fais tout
peux
le temps.
prendre des notes avec du papier, c'est ok, mais ça répond pas à ce que je disais pour les notifications que tu vas recevoir.
Ah oui, oui, mais de toute façon, j'en reçois pas beaucoup. Donc,
Bon.
t'inquiète.
Du coup, tu vas mettre sur Do Not Disturb.
Sur quoi?
Ne
De
pas
notre distance?
déranger. Focus.
Ah, ouais, mais est-ce que ça va pas couper le zoom? Ne pas déranger? Ok. Guy vient de m'envoyer son code, mais de toute façon, son ordi s'allume pas. Donc, enfin, il fait des mises à jour, je sais pas pourquoi. Je vais chercher de quoi noter. Ah, c'est allumé son truc.
Vas-y, prépare tes notes, Juliette, s'il te plaît.
Oui.
C'est même pas ouvert, merde. Mais la date, mais un titre.
Bah, regarde,
Les notes, c'est pour suivre, non?
mets un petit. Je vais dédier le carnet au cours. J'avais écrit des trucs déjà dans ce carnet, je sais pas ce qu'il avait écrit. Ah oui, des trucs sur mon travail. Je vais arracher les pages.
Et tourne ta caméra, s'il te plaît. Tourne ton téléphone, je veux dire.
Comment ça tourne ton téléphone? Tu me vois pas?
Si, je te vois, mais,
Comment ça tourne?
mais comme, tourne ton téléphone.
Comme ça? Tu veux me voir comme ça? Ah, d'accord.
C'est bien, ok.
Ouais, je suis en train d'arracher des pages parce que je veux. Du coup, si je veux dédier le carnet à nos cours, et j'ai pas envie qu'il y ait d'autres trucs dedans.
Comment ça, tu arraches les pages?
Enfin, j'arrache des choses qui avaient rien à voir avec.
Mais c'est ok s'il y a deux
Mais moi,
sujets dans un.
j'aime bien. Non, moi, j'aime bien dédier les choses. En fait. Enfin,
Et tu vas faire quoi
j'aime
avec
pas
ces pages?
j'aime pas les trucs tout mélangés.
Tu vas faire quoi avec ces pages?
Que j'ai arraché là?
Oui.
Bah, c'est des trucs qui dataient de quand j'étais en alternance. Enfin, j'en ai plus besoin, je vais jeter.
Euh,
C'est bon. Moi, je suis prête.
comment ça, c'est bon?
Enfin, je suis prête à noter. Je suis prête à. Attends, je vérifie que le stylo marche bien. Ouais, c'est bon.
Il y a quoi marqué sur le page?
Les pages des anciennes trucs que j'ai arrachés
Non,
là?
sur les pages vierges, là.
Ah, bah, il n'y a rien.
Mais du coup, t'es pas prête alors?
Ah oui, je dois écrire
Ben, je sais
Tu m'as
pas.
dit.
Est-ce que tu prends des notes pour pouvoir suivre nos conversations?
Oui, oui, je vais
Ok.
prendre des notes.
Ce serait peut-être bien de mettre la date et un petit titre. De quoi on parle?
Ok. J'avais écrit théorie. Dimanche 28 juillet.
Ok. Ok. Ok, 2 secondes. Ok. Alors. Euh, ok. Alors, en reprenant depuis le début, on reprend là. Euh, mais du début, euh, un peu. Alors, euh, alors, ok. Euh, pourquoi it theory? Qu'est-ce qu'on peut tirer de tout ça? Euh, alors, soit tu es ce qu'on appelle un esprit. Tu es un être humain qui réfléchit, qui ressent, qui agit, qui entend, qui interprète, etc. Okay? Tu es un esprit. Ok? Tu es d'accord avec moi?
Oui.
Ok. Tu peux comprendre que un esprit euh, un esprit qui ne comprend pas bien son propre fonctionnement ne peut vraiment fonctionner. Enfin, si, mais si tu imagines un esprit comme une machine, euh, on peut mieux se servir d'une machine quand on sait comment ça fonctionne.
Oui.
C'est vrai ou pas?
Oui.
Après, on peut se servir de quelque chose, même si on n'a pas lu le manuel, mais c'est sûr que on va peut-être faire des bêtises et on va peut-être pas se rendre compte. Et ok. Le truc, c'est que comme c'est pas une personne et une machine, comme c'est juste une machine, c'est une seule chose. Bah en fait, quand ça fonctionne mal, euh, c'est pas évident. Tu vois, par exemple, tu utilises une machine à café, tu sais pas vraiment comment ça fonctionne, mais tu vas voir que ça sort que de l'eau, par exemple. Il n'y a pas de café. Ah, ok, du coup, je l'utilise pas bien, tu vois.
Mhm.
Mais en fait,
Oui.
et du coup, toi, tu vas faire quelque chose de différent. Mais en fait, la machine, imagine que la machine, elle est programmée pour croire dans tout ce qu'elle fait. Du coup,
Mhm.
ça, elle va pas remarquer elle-même qu'elle fait une bêtise, tu vois? Tu comprends ça, ce que
Mhm.
j'essaie de dire là?
Oui.
En gros, ce que j'essaie de dire, c'est que, bon, c'était peut-être un peu, c'était peut-être pas nécessaire, la métaphore, mais ce que j'essaie de dire, c'est que l'esprit peut même pas remarquer ses propres erreurs s'il ne sait pas comment juger ce qu'il fait. S'il ne sait pas à quoi il peut faire confiance dans son fonctionnement. S'il
Oui.
ne sait pas repérer les erreurs. Ah, ok. Alors, toi, tu veux comprendre le monde plus, tu veux comprendre plus davantage sur le monde, tu veux te comprendre, euh, tu veux apprendre, tu veux connaître des choses, etc. Du coup, si toi, tes buts sont de se comprendre, comprendre les questions du monde, comprendre un peu les autres, être un peu raisonnable, quoi. Euh, Si ce sont tes objectifs, tu es d'accord avec moi qu'ils sont des objectifs à toi?
Oui.
Ok. Euh, Première étape, c'est euh, tu sais quoi, range-moi le carnet 2 secondes parce que ça me frustre trop. Range-moi ça, mets ça de côté, je veux pas le voir. Bon, tu vas juste écouter et laisse tomber les notes pour l'instant. Euh, alors, si 2 secondes. Ok, ok, une autre idée. Euh, Comment ça avance avec l'ordi?
C'est bon, il s'est allumé.
C'est allumé?
Ouais.
Ok, vas-y, prends 1 minute pour te connecter sur l'appel. Non, 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 reste sur le téléphone, sur l'appel. Ok, tu as raison. Et, et moi, je vais prendre des notes pour toi. Je vais créer un document là et je vais te le partager. Du coup, va dans ton drive.
Ouais, mais c'est l'ordi de Guy, donc c'est pas, j'aurai pas mon drive. Enfin, je sais pas. Ah si, je peux peut-être me connecter à mon drive avec son ordi. Attends, je suis pas douée en informatique. Il m'a partagé son code. Euh, donc je le- Bon, maintenant son mot de passe marche pas. K P A R P A Z R E L E. Bon, pourquoi ça te frustre que je prenne des notes sur papier?
Non, ça me frustre que tu prennes pas tes notes sur papier.
Ah, et ça te frustre que j'écrivais pas?
Oui,
Oui, mais je pense que c'est mieux que enfin, qu'aujourd'hui je le fasse sur papier parce que les ordis, c'est chiant là.
oui, mais tu le fais pas sur papier. Du coup, on laisse tomber parce que j'ai plus envie de me prendre la tête avec ça. Du coup, ce que je vais faire, c'est moi, je vais prendre des notes et toi, tu
Hein.
pourras les voir. Comme ça, tu vois les notes, tu m'écoutes en même temps sans que toi, tu as avoir l'idée d'écrire quelque chose. Parce que cette idée, ça te vient pas. Peu importe combien de fois je te l'envoie.
Tu fais quoi?
Hein?
Tu fais quoi?
Je prépare encore le document. Toi, tu essaies de connecter, j'imagine.
Ouais, ben, en fait, j'ai essayé, mais je sais pas pourquoi le mot de passe qui ne marche pas.
Mais tu continues, non?
Ouais, mais je vais lui dire
Clairement,
du coup ça.
tu as mis le mauvais mot de passe, tu fais ce que tu as à faire.
Au pire, je vais appeler Guy.
Pourquoi?
Bah parce que c'est son ordi en fait.
Oui, mais oui, mais Google, je comprends pas. Quel est le
Ah, attends, oui, c'est bon. Ah, c'est bon, c'est bon. Bah, pourquoi ça le prenait pas? Là, c'est bon, il a reconnu le mot de passe. Non, mais son ordi, il est long. Faut tous les deux qu'on achète un ordi. Oh non, putain. Il me dit impossible de vous connecter à votre périphérique pour le moment. Accédez à account.live.com pour corriger le problème. Vous saisissez le dernier mot de passe utilisé sur ce périphérique.
de quoi tu parles?
C'est ce
Live,
que me
c'est
dit.
Microsoft. Tu vas sur drive.google.com.
Non, mais là, c'est
Quoi?
là, le problème, c'est même pas ça. Je suis même pas connectée encore sur son ordi. C'est-à-dire que le mot de passe qu'il m'a transmis ne marche pas.
Ah, et il n'y a pas de compte invité. Ah, je vois.
Non,
Ah, je
c'est
vois.
ça. Il reconnaît pas le mot de passe.
Ah ouais, du coup, Apple, oui.
Je l'appelle.
Oui.
Attends, là, attends, j'essaie une dernière fois parce que là, du coup, il me dit encore bienvenue. Je vais voir si ça a marché. Fais quoi?
Prépare les notes. T'as dit quoi?
J'ai dit, j'ai cliqué sur j'ai oublié mon mot de passe et il me dit veuillez patienter. Mais je sens que ça va prendre du temps. Au pire, si tu prends des notes, enfin, moi, tu vas parler, je vais prendre des notes aussi. Et au pire, si tu prends des notes, après, tu peux m'envoyer par mail. Enfin, je veux dire, autant commencer maintenant, quoi, parce qu'on va perdre trop de temps. Enfin, je sais pas, qu'est-ce que tu en penses?
Bon, juste. Ouais, attends un peu en silence. Moi, je finis de taper ça et après, ouais, peut-être on réessaye une autre fois que tu mettes stylo au papier.
Et au fait,
Non, en silence, s'il te plaît. Laisse-moi taper ça parce que ça m'aide à organiser ce que je vais te dire. Je te vois pas.
ouais, parce que j'étais en train de répondre avec vous.
Ok. Tu me diras quand.
Tu me vois ou pas?
Oui.
Ah, c'est bon, je vois là. Understand yourself, understand others, understand, respond to respond, understand, answer. Oui, c'est bon, ça va. Oui, c'est bon, là, je vois bien là.
Ok. Alors, what do you think? T'es d'accord avec ces buts-là?
Oui.
Okay. Okay. Okay, good. So, tu comprends comment est-ce que tu comprends comment comprendre l'esprit peut t'amener à ces buts-là?
Attends, tu as dit quoi? Comment comprendre l'esprit?
Peut t'amener à...
Ah, à ces buts-là. Euh, Bah déjà, enfin, je peux comprendre que les questions, elles viennent juste de mon esprit. Les importantes questions, là.
Comment ça vient juste de ton esprit?
Enfin, c'est juste peut-être mon esprit qui me fait me poser des questions. Bon, je crois que c'est des questions importantes, mais c'est pas vraiment des questions.
On parle pas de ça là, Juliette. Mais ok, j'entends. Euh, bon, euh, ok. Bon, on commence par la première, qui doit être la plus
Ah,
facile. Est-ce que
ah bah
tu
ça peut me permettre de
comprends
comprendre mon
comment
esprit.
comprendre l'esprit peut t'amener à comprendre toi-même?
Oui,
Ok.
parce que moi, je suis un
Deuxième
esprit.
question, est-ce que tu comprends comment comprendre l'esprit peut t'aider à comprendre les autres?
Oui.
Troisième question, est-ce que tu comprends comment comprendre l'esprit peut t'aider à comprendre des questions qu'on se pose et
Oui,
répondre à ces questions?
oui.
Ok. Est-ce que tu comprends en quoi ça n'a rien à voir avec ce que tu viens de dire?
Euh,
Non? Ok. Quand je parle
oui.
des questions importantes, je ne parle pas des questions qui ne sont pas importantes. Parce que ça, c'est clair.
Ah oui, d'accord, oui.
Du
Oui,
coup, quand je parle des questions importantes, je ne parle pas des questions qui sont des fausses questions. Tu vois le mot
d'accord.
important là.
Oui, oui, j'ai
Ouais.
compris.
Du coup, il y a des questions importantes comme est-ce qu'on devrait manger de la viande? Est-ce que c'est grave qu'il y a eu un spectacle un peu sexuel et gay et qui choque aux valeurs catholiques? Est-ce que ces valeurs catholiques sont justifiées? Est-ce que on sait d'où on vient? Pourquoi est-ce qu'on est là? Ou est-ce que ça, c'est une question nulle? Et si c'est une question nulle, quelle serait une meilleure question? Et quelle est la réponse à cette meilleure question? Ok, voilà quelques questions importantes. Ok. Voici quelques questions qui ne sont pas importantes. C'est choquant, cette cérémonie-là. Qu'est-ce qu'on va faire? Où est-ce que va mon âme que j'ai jamais vue, que personne n'a jamais vue? Où est-ce qu'elle va après qu'elle existe plus ou enfin, que moi, ma vie soit terminée? Hmm, ok. Alors, est-ce que tu comprends comment comprendre l'esprit peut t'aider à répondre aux questions importantes?
Oui.
Oui? Peut-être que c'est pas évident, hein. Vas-y, essaie de m'expliquer.
Bah,
Peut-être-
déjà, ça va me permettre de faire la distinction, enfin, bon, comme tu as dit, entre les questions. Enfin, déjà pour pouvoir répondre aux questions importantes, il faut comprendre quelles sont les questions importantes. Du coup, il faut arriver à faire la distinction entre les questions importantes et les questions qui sont pas importantes. Après, quand tu as compris quelles sont les questions importantes, tu vas te demander comment je vais répondre à cette question. Et après, tu vas chercher des réponses.
Pause, parce que je prends des notes. Du coup, 2 secondes. Ok, quoi? Ensuite, quoi? Pardon, j'ai loupé quelque chose.
Du coup, attends, j'avais dit quoi? Il faut savoir quelles sont les questions importantes versus les questions non importantes. Une fois que tu as identifié les questions importantes, tu vas te demander comment je peux y répondre.
Ok, ça veut dire 2 secondes.
Ah, tu as écrit comment se prendre?
Non,
Ça veut
c'est pas
dire quoi,
bon?
comment se prendre, tu veux dire s'intéresser, plutôt?
Non, comment s'y prendre?
Ah, comment s'y prendre, d'accord.
J'ai pas besoin
Ah,
de i
attends,
parce
non.
que j'ai aux questions importantes là, non?
Mais en fait, comment s'y prendre aux questions importantes, ça veut pas dire...
Ah, ok.
je
Comment
je
toi
sais
tu le
pas.
dirais?
En fait, tu veux dire quoi? Comment, tu veux dire comment répondre ou
Non, non,
c'est ce
non,
que j'ai
moi
dit?
j'essaie de dire ce que toi tu disais. Du coup, toi tu dis tu redis dans tes propres mots et j'écris ce que tu dis.
Attends, c'est pas exactement ce que j'ai dit. En fait, j'ai dit, attends, déjà, on identifie quelles sont les questions importantes. Ensuite, tu vas te demander comment je peux répondre à ces questions. J'avais dit ça.
Ok. Est-ce qu'il y a quelque chose d'autre? Ça c'est très
Euh,
bien.
comment je peux répondre à ces questions? Euh, En fait, est-ce que genre, en fait, je voulais te demander, est-ce que par exemple, quand tu te poses une question auquel tu peux pas répondre, est-ce que c'est une question importante du coup ou pas? Genre,
Ok, attends,
est-ce
c'est
que,
une bonne question. Attends.
est-ce que tu peux te poser une
Attends, je
question?
te dis.
Ok, ok.
Comment je vais faire pour que...
Mais mets-le dans le un. Enfin, ça correspond au premier tiré, en fait. Quand, en fait, ça correspond, ce que je dis, ça correspond à identifier quelles sont les questions importantes versus non importantes. Ben, tu peux mettre 2 points et tu peux mettre, euh, est-ce qu'une question, enfin, est-ce qu'une question auquel on peut pas répondre peut être importante? Enfin, c'est dans le fait d'identifier les questions importantes versus non importantes, genre.
Ok, oui, je vois. Ok, 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 ok. Let's say, voici 3 critères à considérer pour savoir si une question est importante.
Relevant
Mais
information
qu'est-ce qui te
accessible.
faisait sourire comme ça? Ah, d'ailleurs,
Non,
c'est
non,
prononcé sourire. Dis le mot smile
smile,
en français.
sourire.
Ah ouais, moi je dis sourire. Ah, c'est sourire, comme c'est écrit. Ok.
Attends, tu dis quoi, toi?
Sourire.
Bah, t'as dit sourire, là. Enfin, je
Non,
sais pas.
moi je dis pas sourire, je dis sourire. C'est comme s'il n'y a pas de U en fait. Mais bon, ok.
Ah, tu dis sourire, sourire.
Yeah. Ouais, c'est un peu ça que je dis. Ouais.
Ah, ok. Non,
Et
c'est
ouais,
sourire.
sourire. Ok. Euh, ok. Alors, je fais pipi, tu regardes ma réponse et tu me dis si c'est bon ou pas.
Ok. Ça veut dire quoi, answer consequential?
Est-ce que la réponse à la question serait elle-même importante?
Ah,
Est-ce que ça change quelque chose? Par exemple, si j'ai une question, je me demande combien de fois il y a sur cette arbre là. Déjà pour savoir si c'est une question importante, est-ce que ça change quelque chose si 1000 ou 1 million? Ben non, parce que j'ai pas besoin de feuilles pour construire quelque chose. Je suis pas, je n'étudie pas ça. Clairement pas important.
peut-on combler ce vide? Pourquoi tu parles d'un vide?
Euh, Parce que là, ça dit, je définis une question comme une indication d'un vide d'information. Pourquoi tu souris?
Non, 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 je réfléchissais à ce que tu disais. Des fois, je souris, je me rends pas compte que je souris.
C'est OK de sourire. Ça m'a provoqué la question. Mais c'est peut-être pas une question importante si tu sais pas. OK, c'est bon? Tu veux qu'on tasse ça?
Et sert-il à quelque chose de combler ce vide?
Oui. Est-ce que tu vois le vide?
Oui,
OK. Est-ce que je t'ai bien expliqué la question? Est-ce que je t'ai bien expliqué ça?
oui.
OK. Du coup, qu'est-ce que tu me poses comme question là? J'ai pas compris.
Est-ce que, euh, est-ce que ça vaut le coup de se demander combien il y a de feuilles sur l'arbre? Enfin, est-ce que ça va t'apporter quelque chose de répondre à cette question?
Tu me, tu me demandes si ça va m'apporter quelque chose?
Non, enfin, answer consequential, c'est est-ce que c'est important de répondre à cette question, quoi?
Oui. Mais tu avais une question sur ça, non? Sur cette formulation de la même
Oui.
chose.
Oui, oui, mais du coup, c'est la même chose que je veux dire. J'ai compris.
OK. Est-ce qu'on le teste?
Euh, Comment ça, on le teste? Avec une question? Ok.
Vas-y.
J'essaye de poser une question et on voit si elle correspond aux critères.
Oui.
Est-ce que Dieu existe?
Ok. Vas-y.
Euh, Quoi? Alors attends. Est-ce que Dieu existe? Peut-on combler ce vide? Non, je pense
Ok.
pas. Enfin, est-ce qu'il y a des informations? Ah si, après, est-ce qu'il y a des informations accessibles? Oui, tu peux en trouver.
Quoi? Vas-y, attends. Ok, vas-y.
Alors, does a God exist? Tu peux trouver des infos genre, bah, tu peux t'intéresser à la théologie, tu peux lire les livres religieux. Euh,
Attends. Et quoi d'autre?
Après, tu vas t'intéresser à, en gros, qu'est-ce qui dans l'histoire a fait que les hommes, ils ont pu croire en Dieu. Enfin, est-ce qu'il y a eu des événements mystiques, entre guillemets, événements historiques, mystiques, ouais, voilà, miracle, historical, miracle. Euh, et après, enfin, le dernier truc qui me vient à l'esprit, ça serait juste toi qui ressens, enfin, tes sensations, genre, sensation qu'il y a un Dieu, mais c'est toi qui ressens, enfin, ta foi, entre guillemets. Voilà. Mais à part ça, enfin, tu pourras jamais vraiment répondre à la question.
Okay. So this is great. So là, je vais faire ce qu'on peut appeler move the goalposts. Parce qu'en fait, je vais changer là. Euh, ok, alors. Ok, je viens d'ajouter que euh, les informations doivent être pertinentes, accessibles et aussi euh, éventuellement suffisantes pour répondre à la question.
Ouais.
Est-ce que ça change quelque chose?
Euh,
Non, attends, je réfléchis. Ok, attends. Parce que en fait, on doit distinguer entre des questions importantes et les questions qui méritent notre temps. Parce que c'est vrai qu'il y a des questions importantes qui ne méritent pas notre temps parce que, par exemple, on ne peut pas y répondre. Du coup, si je suis aveugle, c'est peut-être important de savoir s'il y a un homme à l'autre côté du parking qui me regarde, qui fait une tête un peu menaçante, qui a un pistolet et tout ça.
Mhm.
Mais bon, là, je pourrais tourner la caméra pour que toi, tu regardes. Mais supposons que je ne pouvais pas savoir, ce serait une question importante si tu veux. Mais comme je peux rien y faire, ça mérite peut-être pas notre temps. Alors, du coup, on va faire quelques modifications. Alors,
Mais après, une question qui peut être importante pour quelqu'un, elle peut pas l'être pour quelqu'un d'autre, tu vois.
oui, là, tu parles de quelque chose d'autre. Euh, du coup, je l'ignore, je crois. Ok, voici ce qu'on va faire. What do you think about this définition d'important? Que ça mérite notre attention. Quelque chose qui est important, c'est quelque chose qui mérite notre attention. Quelque chose qui n'est pas important, c'est quelque chose qui ne mérite pas notre attention.
Ouais, oui,
Ok,
c'est une bonne définition.
ok. Bon, si pour l'instant on accepte ça, euh, ok. Ok, ok, qu'est-ce que tu allais dire?
Non, j'allais rien dire.
Euh,
Enfin, oui, c'est pas une bonne définition.
ok, est-ce qu'on passe au deuxième critère?
Sur le question assumptions justified.
Oui.
Ouais.
Ok, vas-y.
Attends, déjà, question assumption, ça voulait dire quoi déjà, assumptions?
Les suppositions de la question, est-ce qu'elles sont justifiées?
Les suppositions de la question?
Oui. Par exemple, pour ma question sur les feuilles, je suppose qu'il y a des feuilles. Je suppose que c'est un arbre.
Ah,
Je suppose que il y a un chiffre de feuilles et qu'on peut dire ça c'est une feuille et c'est pas comme le lait par exemple où tu peux pas dire que ça c'est un lait, tu vois.
d'accord.
C'est comptable, quoi.
Bah, du coup, pour la question does God exist?
Attends. OK.
Oui, pour la question does God exist, ça veut dire que tu supposes qu'il y a un Dieu. Enfin, oui, tu supposes du coup que il y a un Dieu.
Quand tu demandes s'il y a un Dieu, tu supposes qu'il y a un Dieu?
Bah, tu supposes que oui, enfin, si tu essayes de savoir s'il y a un Dieu, ça veut dire que tu émets la possibilité qu'il y a un Dieu.
OK, tu acceptes peut-être, bah, pas forcément que tu mets la possibilité, mais peut-être que tu acceptes la définition d'un Dieu. Oh ouais, OK, que tu acceptes que c'est possible. Euh,
Bah, en fait, tu acceptes que c'est possible et tu acceptes aussi que c'est pas possible. Genre, tu te poses la question,
non,
tu
tu
vois.
acceptes. Si tu poses la question, Non, je crois que c'était juste ce que tu disais, parce que si tu poses une question, je suis pas sûr que tu acceptes la possibilité que c'est impossible.
Bah si, parce que si tu cherches, en fait, si tu
Ah, et
cherches,
si tu cherches, tu acceptes.
bah tu acceptes aussi que tu peux ne pas trouver. En fait, genre, si tu cherches, c'est un dieu, tu lis les textes religieux, tu regardes les miracles et tout, ça veut dire que genre tu cherches, donc tu dois accepter la possibilité qui est et aussi la possibilité qui est pas.
Ça, c'est sûr. Mais du coup,
Parce
ça,
que si tu
c'est une
cherches, c'est pas.
possibilité. Ça, c'est une possibilité d'exister, ça.
Oui,
Une
mais je veux
fois
dire,
que, si tu supposes que c'est impossible qu'il existe, bah, tu poses pas la
cherche pas.
question.
Oui, je suis d'accord. Je suis d'accord. Mais si
Alors,
tu,
du
mais
coup,
tu peux aussi supposer que tu peux aussi être une personne qui suppose que c'est sûr qu'il existe, que parce que tes parents ils t'ont dit qu'il existe ou tu as grandi dans une famille religieuse et tu te poses pas la question, t'as jamais lu les textes, tu
oui,
t'es
mais
jamais
là,
intéressé.
on parle de si on pose la question, reste focus là-dessus. Alors,
Oui.
c'est écrit, c'est pour ça justement qu'on prend des notes. C'est Does a God exist? Ok. Euh,
T'en as pas marre de cette question?
quoi?
T'en as pas marre de cette question?
Ah, c'est pour ça que tu souris. Ok.
Parce que je t'ai saoulée avec cette question.
Non, tu m'as pas saoulé. Je sais pas pourquoi tu me cherches, mais non, tu m'as pas saoulé là. Assumption, existence, possible. Mhm.
On aurait aussi pu poser la question, est-ce qu'on est des âmes? Est-ce qu'on a une âme?
Ouais, ne me cherche pas, s'il te plaît.
D'accord.
Ok. Du coup, ça, c'est bien. Il y a la supposition que si on pose la question, déjà, on suppose que c'est possible.
Mm,
Alors, en dessous de ça,
yeah, definition of a god.
oui, parce que par exemple, euh, si je définis une feuille comme quelque chose, euh, si je définis une feuille, ok, je coupe ta vidéo parce que tu m'énerves trop là.
Pourquoi? Parce que je souris?
Oui, et surtout parce que maintenant je sais pourquoi tu souris, parce que tu me cherches.
Non,
Alors,
c'est-
alors, euh, pour les feuilles, euh, okay, you see this definition of a feuille here? Have you read this?
Oui, oui.
What do you think about this definition?
Ben, ça m'a l'air d'être une bonne définition.
Ah ouais? Tu
À
sais,
partir de... comment ça va envelope ce tree?
voilà. Ça te pose problème, non?
Oui.
En plus, c'est une partie de l'arbre et ça enveloppe toutes les parties de l'arbre. Du coup,
Ouais,
ça
non, ça pose
enveloppe
problème.
elle-même. ou quoi?
Ça me pose problème la fin.
Ouais.
Mais le début, ben, une partie de l'arbre, oui.
Alors, oui, mais tu n'as pas le droit de... Soit tu acceptes la définition, soit tu l'acceptes pas. Si tu acceptes cette définition d'une feuille,
Ah, je peux pas accepter qu'une partie de la définition?
mais c'est pas intéressant là, non.
Ok. Ben, j'accepte pas du coup.
Ok. Euh, Quand on pose une question, on suppose les définitions de chaque mot dans la question. On accepte la définition, on accepte qu'il n'y a rien d'impossible dans la définition.
Hmm.
Ça, c'est un contrefait, ça. C'est bon. Si tu me poses une question sur une feuille et la définition d'une feuille, c'est ça, euh, bah, ça, c'est pas justifié de définir une feuille comme ça. En
D'accord.
plus, c'est pas cohérent, ça fonctionne pas, on peut pas avancer. OK. Alors, regardons la question de Dieu. On regarde le deuxième critère. Est-ce que les suppositions sont justifiées? Alors déjà, première chose à faire, faut définir chaque mot dans la question. Parce que les définitions, comme j'ai dit, font partie des suppositions. Tu comprends?
Oui.
Alors, du coup, c'est clairement ça qui saute aux yeux, ce mot-là. Alors, toi, ta question, c'était en fait comme ça. Ça, là, clairement, tu poses la question en supposant qu'il existe parce que c'est majuscule, c'est un nom. Mais du coup, justement, je l'ai modifié comme ça. Alors, comment est-ce que tu vas définir un dieu?
Mhm. Euh, je
Et
sais même pas.
c'est juste pour
En fait,
vérifier.
j'ai des idées, tu vois.
OK?
Et je sais même pas, en fait, par quoi. Enfin, en fait, j'ai des idées, mais j'ai pas la base. Enfin, genre en mode des idées, genre quelque chose au-dessus, tu vois. Quelque
Vas-y,
chose,
vas-y, on travaille ensemble, vas-y. Qu'est-ce que tu as?
enfin, des idées qui me viennent, genre quelque chose au-dessus, euh, puissant,
Au-dessus, au-dessus, au-dessus.
puissant, euh, hmm, qui impose un respect respectable. Euh, transcendant.
C'est pas au-dessus, ça?
Oui, ouais, mais plutôt quelque chose au-dessus, peut-être on peut mettre transcendant. Omniscient.
On peut dire omnipuissant? Juliette? Je t'entends pas. You know what this shows? This shows, like my future girlfriend's been asking me, what makes you happy when you're angry? What calms you down? This is what calms me down. Intellectual work, feeling, clarifying things. Even if it's minuscule progress, feeling like progress is being made. Maybe we're not even walking in the right direction, but there's not a tug of war, that we are making steps and we're doing it together. And we can talk every once in a while. Hey, we should go this way. No, we should go that way. But then what we do is we go, okay, well, here's why I think we should go this way. Blah, 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 blah. Why do you think we should go that way? What do you think about what I said about why we should go this way? All right, let's go that way. Let's try it. Yeah. Yeah, that sings what you said about over there. I'm not totally convinced that that's not worth our time, but yeah, okay, let's check this. A conversation should be two people are roped together. They got about 3 meters of rope connection, not including what's tied around their waist. You know what? No, not 3 meters. A meter, bro. No, bro, not a meter. Like half a meter, bro. Like you can go like this. Hold on, let me just think about this 1 second. But beyond that, bring them with you. You can't make progress without them. So I don't know. So the come on thing, you want me to not do the thing that is my whole life. Doesn't make any sense to me.
I didn't say that.
You did say that.
No, I didn't mean that.
Okay, but you keep saying come on when I tell you that the things that you're saying are wrong.
You're changing when you try people to change, you help people changing.
No, I inform.
But when you inform people and you are like everything you know is not true, I think it's normal for us to say, come on, that's not true. I have believed in that all my life. I'm not just going to say, oh great, now I don't know. I don't know. Some people may react like,
I'm not really interested in how other people react. But what do I do when you say come on? Because what I think I'm supposed to do is take back what I just said.
I don't want you to take back.
So what do you want me to do then? Do you want me to just wait until you process it and say, oh, okay, blah, blah?
It's just like, I think this is a problem of our languages, our difference. Because that's like, en serio, I would say in Spanish, like, de verdad, I don't want you to change what you are saying. I just want, it's like a compliment of a sentence. Wait a minute, please.
Ma batterie m'a coupé.
Okay.
Du coup, j'étais en train de définir le mot. J'avais dit transcendant, puissant,
Moi, je voulais savoir si tu veux mettre omnipuissant.
Non.
Okay.
Ça veut dire quoi en fait?
Tu sais ce que ça veut dire, omni? Tu sais ce que ça veut dire, omniscient? Ça veut dire quoi, omniscient?
Être partout à la fois.
Non, non. Mais c'est tellement marrant parce que j'ai eu une conversation avec quelqu'un, genre il y a 1 mois ou 2, et le mec il me dit qu'il parle tout le temps de Dieu et la religion, et il connaissait pas, et du coup lui il voulait utiliser des mots comme ça, omni, je sais pas quoi, mais il savait pas ce qu'elle voulait dire en fait.
Enfin, omniscient, c'est plutôt
Et il savait pas, et le truc avec l'esprit, et c'est que l'esprit, c'est pas quand il sait pas quelque chose, tu vois.
Ah ouais. Non, omniscient, c'est peut-être plutôt qui sait tout.
Ouais,
Enfin,
peut-être, ouais. Mais du coup, tu veux mettre omniprésent aussi, alors?
ah oui, voilà, omniprésent, ouais. Oui, parce que omniscient, c'est plutôt qui sait tout.
Oui, c'est ça, qu'il voit ou sait tout. Alors, si omniprésent, ça veut dire qu'il est présent partout. Si omniscient, ça veut dire qu'il sait tout. Qu'est-ce que ça voudrait dire omnipuissant?
Euh,
Déjà, qu'est-ce que ça veut dire
Il est puissant partout.
Quoi?
Qu'il est puissant partout.
Non, c'était pas partout qu'ils avaient en commun. Alors,
Attends,
omniprésent, si ça veut dire
qu'il est...
d'être présent partout. C'est omniscient, ça veut dire de tout savoir. Qu'est-ce que ça veut dire
Ah, c'est d'être
omni?
puissant, puissant en tout.
Ouais, tu peux tout faire, tu as toute puissance,
Ah oui, toute
tu peux
puissance,
tout
ouais.
faire.
Ah ouais, bah du coup, tu peux mettre omnipuissant alors.
Je peux.
Oui.
Ok. Bon, bah, même pour savoir si c'est une question importante, il y a du travail à faire. Parce que là, on est au deuxième critère pour sur les trois critères. Et toi, pour l'instant, tu définis un Dieu comme le Dieu de la Bible. Normal, c'est le seul Dieu que tu connaisses. Euh, mais, euh, mais du coup, tu supposes la définition d'un texte, alors que tout à l'heure, tu me disais qu'il n'y a pas que dans la Bible des informations pertinentes à cette question. Parce que tout à l'heure, tu m'as dit les textes religieux, pas les textes chrétiens. Mais là, c'est une définition du Dieu chrétien, pas des autres dieux. Pour la plupart des dieux ne sont pas omniprésents, ne sont pas omniscients, ne sont pas respectables, ne sont pas omnipuissants, ils sont juste puissants. Ils sont quelque chose au-dessus, si tu veux, mais pas trop transcendants. Ils sont des vraies choses, tu vois. Genre des
Et tu parles de quoi là? De quel tu fais référence à quel dieu du coup?
Nomme-moi un dieu.
Je sais pas moi. Enfin, dans quelle religion?
Nomme-moi une
Ah,
religion alors.
ben, une religion monothéiste ou pas? Parce que, en fait,
Comme tu
tu me
veux.
dis, parce qu'en fait, moi, ma définition là, elle correspond aux dieux des religions monothéistes. Pas
Euh,
que la Bible. Parce que pour les musulmans, c'est ça aussi, hein. Pour les
oui.
juifs aussi.
Mais est-ce que tu sais, est-ce que tu as déjà entendu que les musulmans, ils disent que les chrétiens et les juifs sont des gens du livre?
Ah oui, 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 je sais, ouais.
Et ça veut dire quoi pour toi, ils sont des gens du livre?
Que, ils s'appuient sur. Enfin, il y a beaucoup de points communs entre du livre.
Non, non, non,
Genre,
non.
il y a-
Ok,
Bah, pourquoi?
je t'explique vite fait les religions abrahamiques. Alors, déjà, tu as les gens d'Israël, OK? Alors,
Oui,
je t'explique vite fait la Bible. OK,
je
alors,
connais un peu.
t'es sérieuse là? Putain,
Mais je t'écoute. Non, non, je
tu
t'écoute.
connais un peu. Là, tu as démontré que ce que tu sais pas et au lieu de juste te taire et m'écouter, tu me dis tu connais un peu. Tu veux que j'adapte mon explication à ce que tu connais? Tu veux que déjà que je me renseigne sur ce que tu connais pour savoir ce que tu sais pas? Pour te dire ce que je sais déjà que tu sais pas? Bon, je coupe ton audio. Alors, alors, euh, selon l'histoire racontée dans la Bible, dans l'Ancien Testament, ça c'est le premier texte de l'islam, de judaïsme, chrétianisme. Okay? Ça commence avec le Dieu qui a créé Adam et Ève. Okay? Ensuite, il n'a pas aimé sa création. Parce que alors qu'il nous a créés dans son image, bah, en fait, on était tous tordus vers le mal, on était tous penchés vers le mal, on était maux, quoi. Alors, il trouve un mec qui est respectable. Parmi toutes ses créations, un seul être humain, parmi tous les descendants d'Adam et Ève, était respectable comme lui, soi-disant. Alors, il dit, regarde, tu prends quelques bêtes parce que moi, je vais effacer tout le reste parce que franchement, il faut recommencer là. Alors, il tue tout le monde, sauf Noé et sa famille et quelques groupes d'animaux, enfin, un exemple de chaque animal, enfin, 2 exemples de chaque animal. Et là, bon, du coup, ça. Et tu vois, Noah, enfin, ses enfants se niquent et tout ça, ils font des enfants, voilà. Du coup, il y a à nouveau une grande population sur le monde. Mais Dieu encore, il les aime pas. Mais il avait promis qu'il allait pas faire une autre inondation. Du coup, il fait ah, vas-y, je déteste encore mes créations. Ils sont tous mauvais et tout ça. Mais écoute, il y a un mec, Abraham, et lui il était pas mal. Du coup, Dieu, il a choisi, comme il avait choisi Noé, il a choisi Abraham. Il a dit, écoute, j'emmerde à tous les autres êtres humains, les descendants de Noé, je les emmerde. Toi, tu es le seul descendant de Noé. Je sais que je sais tout. Je sais que c'est confusing. Je sais que je sais tout. Et tu me demandes, mais attends, tu es omnipuissant, tu sais tout, alors que à chaque fois, tu rates le coup, quoi. Genre, tu as créé Adam et Ève. Ils étaient parfaits. Ils ont des descendants. Tous leurs descendants, ils sont nuls. Même Ève, elle était nulle. Ensuite, tu choisis Noé. Tu tues tout le monde. Et ensuite, plusieurs générations plus tard, il y a encore qu'une seule personne qui... Et tu savais tout ça, que ça allait arriver? Ah, tu savais. Ok, tu savais. Ah, tu l'as fait pour ça. Ok, je suis un petit être humain, je ne peux pas comprendre le projet. Ok, je comprends que c'est ton projet, tu sais tout. Ok, allez. Et il dit à Abraham, toi et tes descendants vont conquérir cette planète, tu vas avoir tout ce dont tu as besoin, tu vas avoir plein de descendants, on va vider les autres villages pour faire la place pour toi et tes descendants. Après, il y a une histoire où, du coup, après, Abraham, il a un enfant, c'est qui? C'est Isaac? Isaac et Esau? Bon, je confonds un peu les personnages, mais Abraham, ensuite, ouais, c'était Isaac. Et Isaac, genre, Dieu disait, ouais, comme je disais à ton père, tous tes descendants, je vais prendre soin de vous. Et on emmerde les autres. Ensuite, Isaac, il a un fils, Jacob. Et Dieu, il le renomme. Il dit, putain, je kiffe cette famille. Bon, après, bon, cette lignage de ton grand-père Abraham, ton père Isaac et toi, putain, je vous adore. Et tu sais quoi? Vous êtes vraiment mon peuple. En fait, je te rebaptise, Jacob, je te rebaptise Israël. Qu'est-ce que tu en penses? Ça sonne bien, non? Israël. Et du coup, toi, tu t'appelles Israël et aussi tous tes descendants, c'est la peuple d'Israël, tu vois. Après, Dieu, dans sa sagesse, il a fait que son peuple, qu'il aime et qu'il protège, il a fait qu'ils soient des esclaves en Égypte pendant quelques siècles, parce qu'il voulait vraiment que ce peuple, ce peuple dépende de lui, tu vois. Et du coup, il a dit, hé, les gars, ça fait chier, non? Cet esclave, non? Alors, en fait, moi, je suis le Dieu de votre arrière-grand-père, que j'ai baptisé Israël, et vous, vous êtes le peuple d'Israël, vous voyez? Et en fait, vous êtes mon peuple préféré, en fait. Et je sais que c'est chiant que vous étiez des esclaves pendant des siècles et des siècles, mais bon, là, je suis là. Oui, j'étais toujours là, je suis omniprésent, oui, oui, oui. Mais là, je suis là pour de vrai. Et je vois ce qui se passe. Oui, je voyais ce qui se passait. Mais là, je vais en faire quelque chose. En fait, vous allez vous échapper d'Égypte. Il y a un mec, Moïse, qui va vous... Parce qu'en fait, du coup, il y a des gens qui vivent là où votre arrière-grand-père vivait. Abraham, vous voyez? Le grand-père d'Israël, vous voyez? Ok, lui, il vivait dans un endroit et c'était bien. Bon, là, il y a des autres gens qui vivent là. Mais en fait, ce qu'on va faire, je vais vous sortir d'Égypte. Je vais vous faire tuer tous les gens qui sont là. Et après, ça va être le paradis pour vous. C'est cool, non? Alors, Moïse, dis au roi, j'oublie comment vous dites en français, Pharaoh, mais dis au Pharaoh, dis-lui que vous allez partir. Okay. So tell Moses, no, tell the Pharaoh, Moses, please tell the Pharaoh that you guys are going to leave Egypt. You're not going to be slaves anymore. I'm going to free you. By the way, it was one of your ancestors. I'm pretty sure that Joseph that caused your slavery. But anyway. So I'm going to get you guys out of Egypt, out of slavery. Okay. So Moses, tell the Pharaoh that you're leaving. Okay. But here's what I'm going to do. I don't tell the people this. I'm just telling you, Juliette. What I'm going to do is I'm going to durcir the heart of the Pharaoh so that this is so good. So that every time Moses tries to free the people of Israel and tries to leave, that Pharaoh is going to say no. And the reason I'm going to do this is I want to show the people of Israel how powerful I am. So I'm going to kill a lot of Egyptians. And every time that the Pharaoh wants to let us leave because he doesn't want me to keep killing his people, I'm going to harden his heart again so that he refuses again, so that I have a reason again to murder his people with plague and starvation and stuff like that. In fact, it's not until I kill the firstborn of every Egyptian family and the firstborn of every one of their livestock, then I will let the Pharaoh let you guys leave. But I'm really, I'm respectable and love blood. And you know what's really important to me? And this is really, really important. So write this down. Do not forget it. This is really important. Now I'm talking to all of Israel. This is extremely important. Every year, I want you to celebrate that night when I murdered the firstborn child of every citizen of Egypt except for you guys. We're going to call it Passover because remember, that night you had to put a marking on your door to let me know you're one of my favorite people and, you know, not to kill your firstborn, to just kill the other people that aren't my favorite people. All right, so Moses finally is able to take the people out of Egypt. They go conquer the land that God had promised them. They murder, you know, thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of families, and they burn their villages and stuff because, you know, to make room to have a nice clean start. And then, but here's the thing. As they were leaving Egypt, my favorite people, Israel, the descendants of Israel, they kept fucking up. You wouldn't believe it. You honestly, you wouldn't believe it. They fucked up. Every generation like fucked up. Like majorly. Every time, so I would prove myself to someone. Like I would start a fire like that, or you know, I would do a miracle, right? And so then everybody would believe I am their God and I care about them. And then the next generation, if I didn't do a miracle, then everybody would start worshiping other gods. But you know, they're my people, I love them. So you know, I'm not gonna really punish them. You know, I'm not gonna kill them the way that I kill other people, but I will kill some of them because why do I need to prove myself for you to believe in me? I don't get that. I know everything, but that does really frustrate me. So, in fact, I could have let the people of Israel get into the land, the promised land, like 40 years earlier, but they pissed me off. So I made them sort of, after we left Egypt, they had to just live in the woods for like 40 years because, God, they pissed me off. Anyway, and I don't know what to do about it. No, I do. It's all part of my plan. Anyway. So then my people of Israel, they killed all the people that were in the promised land. They kept fucking up. 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 Even the kings that I put in power, they kept fucking up. They kept fucking up. Oh my gosh. Anyway, so I'm pretty sure that what I did next was I was like, all right, I'm done with you guys. You're still my people, but get the fuck out of this promised land. You do not deserve to be here. Then what I did was, you know, I thought about it a little bit. And I had told them that I was going to send, you know, a real good prophet. And after a little bit, I felt like they were ready. So I sent, you can kind of call him my son. I mean, it's me, but you know, you can kind of call it like me in man form, or it's like my son. But anyway, it's me. And so I went down to earth and I told everybody, hey, you know, all that killing and stuff, you guys, I was joking. Love, guys, love. It's what is important. Love. And I proved it to them. I did a whole bunch of miracles. I turned water into wine. I walked on water. I did all this really cool stuff. Yeah. Some of my people didn't believe me. Which, you know, I mean, I knew what happened, but you know, whatever. It was a test. And yeah, some of the people didn't believe me. So they stopped, they didn't listen to Jesus, to me, when I came down. This was about 2,000 years ago. So there was a bunch of stuff written, you know, I mean, I didn't write it, but you know, it was my word. And you know, people like Paul and John and stuff, they wrote about what I had to say about the importance of love and forgiveness. And also I really want to clarify, because I know in the first book I had given people, or in the first books that I had given people, there was not a lot of forgiveness or love. And I felt like people really focused on all the bad stuff. So anyway, so I go down there, I try to clear it up. I tell them, no, love is the most important thing. Don't worry about Leviticus, Deuteronomy, Numbers, all that stuff, those books. Love, guys, okay? Because I'm a good God. I am respectable. You know, I get the stuff in the past you're judging me for, but anyway, but never mind all of that. I sent Jesus to tell people what it's really about. Now, yes, like I said, Israel, a lot of them didn't believe, which was annoying, but you know, they're fuck ups. But a lot of people did. And so thanks to John and everybody, we I sent we have another set of books. They call this the New Testament. And so I set that up. And so I guess people who decided not to listen to Jesus and to just stay with the Old Testament, they're called Jews or something. People who accept the Old Testament and also listen to the New Testament and what Jesus said, they're called Christians or Catholics or something. I forget the words. Anyway. All right. So then about, gosh, what was it? It was about 600 years ago now. So it's about 1400 years after I came down as Jesus, there were still problems in the world, because my creation just keeps fucking up. So I sent someone else, with another message. And by the way, I have sent many people with messages. In the Old Testament alone, I probably sent, I don't know, like 100 different prophets and so on. Jesus was a really big deal as a prophet. Abraham, Isaac, Moses was a really big deal. But anyway, and then after Jesus, I sent one more prophet to really make it clear, because I was really tired of people misunderstanding things. And you're not going to believe what happened. So about 600 years ago, this guy Muhammad, it wasn't me. It was this guy Muhammad. And I told him I had a third book written, because also people like trilogies. So I'm thinking final chapter, final book, here's what's up. Okay. I've sent you guys, I've spoken through Abraham, Moses, Jesus, and now finally I'm going to speak through Muhammad. And you won't believe what fucking happened. I honestly hate my creation, because, I love them, but. So remember how I told you that there were some people who didn't believe the sequel, the second book? When I sent out the third book, I thought that everybody would believe it. I thought people who only believed the first book would now believe it. I thought people only believed the first and second book would believe it. You're not going to believe this. There is now a third group. So the Jews who didn't want to believe in the second group, they also didn't believe in the third book. And the Christians who were smart and who listened to the second book and wanted, and believed in what I said as Jesus, they didn't listen to the third book. And it's funny because I proved it. Like, there are a lot of people that do listen to the third book because I did lots of miracles. I gave them proof. But there are literally people out there who there are literally people out there who think that there are literally people I've created that sort of think that they're like smart and they want to know me, except they don't even read the third book. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's so upsetting, actually. And I do want to set fire to somebody, because literally there are people who are like, oh, I want to think about God. I want to know about God. And then only read the second of the 3 books that I sent. Or maybe they read like the first and second. Some of them haven't even read the first or second, but like their parents had told them about it. And they didn't go learn about the third book. That's what's crazy. And that's how I know I fucked up. I didn't fuck up. It was my plan, and I can do anything. And this was all intentional. This is all part of the plan, but I admit, if I were human, this would be a frustrating part of the plan. Like, how do you act like you care about knowing me, but you don't look at the third fucking book? It's crazy. Anyway, it's called the Quran. And it, it's the third book. It's crazy. I honestly sometimes hate my creation. Anyway, by the way, so I still have my sort of my favorites, the people of the first book. But one of the things about the love thing with Jesus was it's about everybody. I want all of my creation, I want to love them all. I don't want to choose favorites anymore. The Jews, I told them, don't try to convince other people to believe in me. You're my people. I don't give a shit about the rest of my creation. I want them to die and burn. But now maybe there were so many people in hell, it got full. But anyway, now, I want to get everybody in on this. So I sent Jesus. I told people, spread the word of Jesus. And then when I spoke through Muhammad, again, so the second and third book, I do say very clearly, here is the truth. Spread it. Tell people, Oh. And, I mean, there are a lot of people that have listened to the third book. It's the fastest growing group, and that's good. But it's just like, and, and I'm not mad at the people of the first book because they're my chosen people. I always knew that they were fuck ups and they were going to be fuck ups. But it does annoy me that the people who started listening after I came down as Jesus didn't listen when because that's what I was like really counting on. My Jews, it's like the firstborn. They fucked up, whatever. But I really counted on this second group. And I thought that they would then listen to Muhammad. There should only be two groups. There should be my chosen, stubborn, dumbass people of Israel. And then there should be the rest who listen to my latest messages. Anyway, I'm sorry. I got upset. But that's sort of my story.
Ok.
So you have defined, back to what we were saying, the God of the Bible. Because the God of the Bible is the same God as in the Torah and the same God as in the Quran. Okay? They are people of the book. Okay, so these are not true for the other gods. Now, you maybe don't believe me. You were asking which God I was talking about. Give me a God other than Allah, other than Yahweh, other than God Almighty, other than Jesus.
Zeus. Zeus.
Zeus?
Oui.
Why are you laughing?
Bah, non, mais si, c'est un dieu, mais c'est pas un dieu auquel je pense souvent, si tu veux.
That's because you're so brainwashed and so bad at thinking that you think the only God worth thinking about is the one of your time. That it's almost funny to even imagine that there were other people who believed in a God by a different name. It's hilarious. It's like a cartoon. I'm here talking about the real God of the Bible. And those guys, they believed in a God called Zeus. How silly. Jesus Christ.
Oh, don't tell Jesus Christ. Non, je rigole.
All right, let's look at some characteristics of Zeus. He was respected as a sky father who was chief of the gods and assigned roles to the others. Even the gods who are not his natural children address him as father, and all the gods rise in his presence. So if we use Zeus, I'm about to hang up. No, I'm not. Okay, I'm just gonna stop the video. Okay. So if you use Zeus, based on that one line, there are some gods who are respecting him, but it does interfere with our definition of God because he was one of other gods. So he did not define himself as the God. He was king of the gods. So if we accept what his godliness, and we have to accept that gods in general are not all powerful because they answer to a king. Okay? Does that make sense? How this definition does not apply to all gods? Hello?
Oui.
Okay. Let's see whether he was omnipresent. I mean, I know he wasn't, but I do want to check.
Poséidon. Mais en fait, Dieu, c'était le dieu des dieux. Pardon, Zeus, pardon, Zeus, c'était le chef des dieux.
Yes.
C'était le plus puissant.
And does le plus puissant to you mean omnipuissant?
Je sais pas s'il était omnipuissant. Bah, en fait, je crois que vu qu'ils avaient plusieurs dieux, du coup, enfin, du coup, le dieu, vu que les religions monothéistes, ils ont qu'un seul dieu, ça le rend encore plus puissant, tu vois, genre, il faut vénérer aucun autre. Alors que eux, ils avaient plusieurs dieux, mais Zeus, il était au-dessus, donc je sais pas s'il était omnipuissant. Mais en fait, le fait qu'il y ait
Well,
plusieurs,
anyway,
le fait qu'il y ait
so
plusieurs dieux,
we
ça enlève
had
la puissance de
a
Dieu.
no, stop talking. We had a definition of God. We we realized that okay, it is capital G, and stop saying monotheistic because I don't think you know of any non-Abrahamic monotheistic religion. Do you know what monotheistic means?
Ça veut dire croire en qu'un seul dieu?
Yeah. So, do you hear that? Un seul Dieu. Ça, c'est un article indéfini. C'est pas le seul Dieu. Okay? Là, tu définis le Dieu défini dans le Torah, la Bible et le Coran. Okay? Tu ne définis pas le Dieu de toutes les religions monothéistes. Okay? Je ne sais pas si ça existe, les autres, sûrement. Non-Abrahamic monotheism.
Le Coran.
Here we go. Zoroastrianism. This is in Iran. It's one of the oldest, based on the prophet Zarathustra. Blah, blah, Vesta, blah, blah. It influenced because, yeah, I mean, because obviously God is made up. So the text of this were also used for this, but none of this is recognized in the text because they're pretending like they are the ones who invented it. Okay. It started as multiple nature of the divine. Anyway, my point is that there are other monotheistic things. So this is definition of biblical God. Okay, JC definition of biblical God. So we'll change this.
Ouais, mais du coup, si c'est biblical, tu peux aussi mettre bienveillant.
That's so funny because I just spent like 30 minutes telling you the story of the Bible, having read the first 10 books, and you
Oui, mais
heard that story and you want to add bienveillant. That's
oui,
hilarious.
pour le Nouveau Testament, oui, parce que tu l'as dit, lovable pour le Nouveau Testament.
Yeah, but bienveillant. So you mean bienveillant sometimes, or bienveillant currently?
Ben, dans le Nouveau Testament, c'est pas sometimes. Hein.
C'est pas ça. Le Nouveau Testament, ça n'a pas toujours existé. Hein. Avant
Oui, non,
le Nouveau Testament, il y avait ce qu'on appelle l'Ancien
oui,
Testament.
bah, d'accord. Ah, bah, du coup, si. Ben, oui, parce que si tu dis biblical God, ça
Ah
englobe
oui, non,
l'Ancien
tu as tout à fait raison. Tu as tout à fait raison. Parce que là, je disais abrahamique. Et tu sais quoi? Je vais mettre abrahamique. Je disais biblical parce que c'est une autre connexion, mais non, tu as tout à fait raison. Oui, oui, oui. Bienveillant. OK. Et j'ai une autre question là. Est-ce que tu as regardé autour de toi dans le monde?
Regardez quoi?
Genre, est-ce que ça te dit quelque chose, les guerres, la
Oui,
maladie, les désastres naturels, ça te dit quelque chose?
oui,
La souffrance,
oui,
ça te dit quelque chose?
oui.
OK. Tu crois que en moyenne, les êtres humains, ils sont heureux?
Autant heureux que malheureux?
Autant heureux que malheureux?
Ouais.
Du coup, ils sont bien, quoi. Parfois, ils ont des moments heureux, parfois, ils ont des moments tristes, mais ils sont contents, ils sont bien, quoi.
Non, non, il y a beaucoup de souffrance, mais il y a aussi beaucoup
Oui,
de...
mais il y a autant de
Il y a
bonnes
autant de...
choses qu'il y a de souffrances.
Oui.
Oui, 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 bien sûr. Ah, mais t'es aveugle, en fait. T'es
C'est pas...
sérieuse, là? La moitié du monde peut pas se nourrir et tu me dis que il y a autant de bons moments que de mauvais. Il y a des gens qui ne peuvent pas se nourrir régulièrement. Du coup, c'est la souffrance en permanence. Et du coup, l'autre moitié, j'imagine qu'ils sourient en permanence, c'est ça? Pour que ce soit équilibré.
Non, mais même les gens qui
Alors,
peuvent...
quoi?
Même les gens qui peuvent pas se nourrir, ils ont des moments de bonheur dans leur vie.
Ah ouais, ah ouais, ok, ok.
Je leur
Ok,
souhaite en tout cas.
écoute, là,
de-
je prends une petite pause et on reprend dans 5 minutes.
D'accord.
Ok, alors, il y a des gens qui passent des moments merveilleux. Du coup, ça ne dérange pas de dire que il y a une entité omnipuissante et bienveillante. Ok, Abrahamic. Ok. Euh, ok, très bien. Alors,
C'est pas
JC,
vraiment,
quoi?
c'est pas vraiment ça, mais bon. Enfin, c'est pas parce que, c'est pas parce qu'il y a de la souffrance dans le monde que ça va m'empêcher de croire en Dieu. C'est pas parce qu'il y a de la souffrance dans le monde qu'il n'y a pas d'amour dans le monde.
Ouais, tu dis des choses. Tu- ouais. À chaque fois que tu le changes, tu le rends plus logique en le changeant. Du coup, ce que tu as dit combien, c'est pas logique. Mais oui, c'est logique. C'est pas parce qu'il y a la souffrance qu'il n'y a pas d'amour. Tout à fait. Mais ça n'a rien à voir avec. C'est pas parce que il y a énormément de souffrance qu'il n'y a pas un Dieu omnipuissant et bienveillant. Parce que pour moi, c'est un Dieu omnibienveillant et c'est quelque chose que toi tu comprends la bienveillance, supposons, et
Mm.
tu dis, moi je sais ce que c'est la bienveillance, c'est l'amour, par exemple, j'entends ça, et tu dis, bah lui, il est bienveillant, rempli d'amour, et il peut tout faire, et le monde n'est pas rempli d'amour. Là, il y a une contradiction. Tu
Oui,
comprends
oui, il y a
ça?
une contradiction avec le omnipuissant.
OK. Et du coup, moi, j'ai juste pour résumer, que ça nous dérange, parce qu'il y a des gens qui passent des bons moments, ça ne nous dérange pas de dire que Dieu est bienveillant et omnipuissant. Pour
Non, mais
résumer,
c'est non,
OK.
mais c'est plus
Ça
c'est plus
devrait nous déranger, mais ça ne nous dérange pas pour l'instant. On continue. Alors, définition d'exister. Ça veut dire quoi?
déjà c'est plus complexe que ça en fait déjà.
Quoi?
Enfin, si tu prends le déjà la vision
Non,
chrétienne.
mais Juliette, on va pas discuter Dieu. C'est pour ça que tu souriais, parce que tu savais que tu me
Non, mais
cherchais, que j'ai pas envie de
non,
le
c'est pas que
discuter.
je te cherchais. C'est pas que je te cherchais, mais déjà, si tu prends déjà le Nouveau Testament, tu vois la vie de Jésus. Et excuse-moi, si tu vois la vie de Jésus, ça fait pas rêver, d'accord? Et le mec, il a souffert. Et justement, il a souffert et il a montré que la souffrance, ça l'a pas empêché de croire en Dieu et ça l'a pas empêché de croire en l'amour. C'est un peu ça le principe en fait du Nouveau Testament.
Oui, mais on parle pas de ça, en fait. Moi, je sais que c'est le principe du Nouveau Testament. On définit le Dieu. OK? Et on dit qu'il est bienveillant, on dit qu'il est omnipuissant, et on reconnaît qu'il y a énormément de souffrance. OK? Et ça ne nous dérange pas. On peut continuer alors.
Ouais, mais en fait, genre,
Non, mais moi, j'ai l'impression que tu continues de réfléchir alors que j'essaie de t'expliquer comment tu réfléchis, en fait. Tu comprends que là, on a passé 1 heure sur cette question de Dieu, alors que c'était juste un exemple pour tester nos critères. Tu me manipules, c'est ça, c'est en fait tout, ça revient à cette question. Tu t'en fous en fait de la psychologie, c'est ça?
non?
Ok, alors tais-toi sur Dieu. Sauf si je te pose une question, parce que ça, c'est quelque chose qui est pertinent à notre vraie conversation là.
D'accord.
Alors, ça veut dire quoi exister?
Exister.
Oui,
Vraiment exister, pas vivre, genre exister.
je sais pas, dans la question, tu veux utiliser exister ou vivre ou quoi?
Ah, pour Dieu. Ah oui, oui, est-ce
Oui.
que Dieu existe? Exister, ça veut dire euh, être réel? Je sais pas. Je sais
Mais
pas
ça
la
veut dire quoi être
définition.
réel?
Ben,
Comment est-ce que tu peux savoir si
pouvoir se
quelque chose
manifester.
existe? Quoi?
Bah, soit je le vois, enfin, soit je le vois, mais en fait, là, Dieu, tu pourras pas le voir, donc est-ce qu'il peut se manifester? Genre, est-ce que tu peux voir des preuves de son existence? Enfin,
Bah
est-ce que
oui, et tu sais, il est venu en chair, hein. Du coup, tu me dis qu'on peut pas le voir, mais il y en a qui l'ont vu, hein. On a déjà parlé de cette bonhomme, ce bonhomme.
voilà, il y a eu des preuves de son existence. Enfin, mais personne n'a vu Dieu, genre, tu peux pas voir Dieu.
Quoi? Mais si,
Enfin,
Jésus,
oui,
il est
mais
Dieu. Je sais pas si tu es au courant.
ouais, enfin, ça dépend pour qui, mais bon. Ça dépend pour quelle religion.
OK,
Bah,
OK.
pour certains, il
Mais
existe
tu sais,
un message.
Jacob, Israël, il a lutté avec Dieu. OK? Physiquement, Dieu, il est venu. Et c'était Jésus, c'était pas la première fois qu'il vient en chair. Il est venu, s'est approché de Jacob, ils sont battus. Et après, il a dit à Jacob, bah écoute, là, respecte, respect parce que là, tu as gagné contre Dieu, là. Du coup, Moïse, il a vu Dieu. Les autres, ils avaient, they couldn't go up the mountain to see God, but Moses saw God. So you tell me that God can't be seen, but also in your religious text, God was seen. So do you see an issue there?
Hmm. Oui, mais en fait, on définissait le terme de exister.
Yeah.
Bon, je vais regarder la définition.
Okay.
Avoir une réalité. Bah, c'est ce que je disais, ouais, être réel.
Oui, mais ça nous avance pas. C'est, ça nous avance pas. Si tu connaissais vraiment pas le mot, ça nous avance. Mais on se connaît le mot, on veut savoir vraiment ce que ça signifie. Du coup, d'avoir un autre mot réel, ça nous aide pas énormément. Qu'est-ce que ça veut dire d'avoir une réalité alors? Ok, peut-être plus simple. Comment on peut savoir si quelque chose a une réalité?
Bah, on peut le voir, le toucher,
Ouais.
enfin,
Alors,
palpable.
pour savoir si quelque chose existe, le voir. Comment d'autres? Comment d'autres? Est-ce qu'on peut savoir si quelque chose est réel? Quoi d'autre peut justifier l'existence de quelque chose?
Hmm.
De voir les conséquences de cette chose?
Ah oui, oui. Des manifestations de cette chose.
Ouais, non, ça c'est juste de le voir. Mais là, je parle pas de le voir, je parle de voir ses productions, quoi. Ses actions, c'est les résultats, quoi.
Hmm, hmm.
On peut aussi raisonner une nécessité qu'il existe. On peut dire, comme ils ont fait dans la physique, ben forcément, il y a quelque chose qui joue là. On voit les résultats et nécessairement, il y a quelque chose qui cause ça. Du coup, on peut raisonner basé sur les conséquences. Nécessité, nécessité d'existence. OK.
Suivant le braquement.
Au lieu du voir, est-ce qu'on peut mettre le percevoir?
C'est quoi la différence?
Bah, voir, c'est visuel. Percevoir, tu peux, je sais pas, tu peux le goûter, tu peux l'entendre.
Ah! Ah! C'est d'autres sens. Enfin, ça fait appel à d'autres
Oui,
sens, quoi. C'est ça, percevoir?
je sais pas, croyez. Oui, ça veut dire saisir quelque chose par les organes de sens. Par
D'accord.
exemple, percevoir les odeurs.
Avoir conscience d'eux. Comprendre, parvenir à connaître.
Ok. Oui, mais tu parlais pas de ça. Ça, c'est pas voir, ça.
Non, mais j'ai tapé percevoir.
Oui, mais il y a beaucoup de définitions de percevoir. La seule qui nous intéresse, c'est celle qui veut dire ce que toi, tu voulais dire. Et toi, tu
Hmm.
voulais dire de voir ou d'autrement reconnaître la présence de quelque chose. C'est pas de le comprendre. Je
Oui.
peux voir, putain, je sais pas, je peux voir un feu sans savoir ce que c'est. Tu peux
Hmm.
l'entendre, tu peux le ressentir. Je peux dire que c'est réel sans le comprendre, non?
Oui.
Ok, alors, je te pose la question. Est-ce qu'on peut dire percevoir au lieu de voir? Est-ce que ça c'est plus juste pour ce que tu veux dire? Ou est-ce qu'on ajoute à la liste l'entendre, le sentir, etc.
Bah, on ajoute à la liste.
Ok.
Et tu l'as connu comment, Suzanne Blackmore?
Comment tu dis euh, ça en verbe?
Comment je dis quoi en verbe?
Odeur, reconnaître un odeur.
Ah, ben sentir,
Ok, comment tu dis ça?
toucher.
Ok. Euh, ok, c'est bon.
Ah oui, le goûter. Ah oui, si, c'est vrai qu'on peut.
Ok,
Avec
alors,
le...
critère 1, est-ce qu'il y a information disponible et pertinente? Ok, oui, tu dis. Euh, critère 2, est-ce que les suppositions de la question elle-même, est-ce qu'elles sont justifiées? Alors, les seules suppositions, parce que comme c'est une question assez basique d'existence, il n'y a pas énormément de suppositions. Du coup, en fait, il n'y a aucune supposition sauf les définitions.
Hmm.
Où on a fait une définition du Dieu dont on parle et de ce que ça veut dire d'exister. Sauf qu'on ne sait pas vraiment ce que ça veut dire d'exister. Du coup, on a dit, bah, bon, de notre point de vue, qu'est-ce que ça veut dire que quelque chose d'autre existe? Bah, c'est parce que, de notre point de vue, on le voit, ou on l'entend, ou on le sent, ou on le touche, ou on le goûte, ou on voit les conséquences de l'existence, ou on raisonne la nécessité d'existence basée sur les conséquences. Ok, très bien. Et juste pour faire vite, clairement que critère 3, euh, euh, importance de résolution, euh, et ça, on est d'accord. Voilà. OK, très bien. Voilà, on l'a testé. Euh, bon, euh, quand on a commencé, on savait que c'était, enfin, on était d'accord, qu'on s'est mis d'accord ou pas, mais qu'on se soit mis d'accord ou pas, mais on était d'accord. C'était une question importante. Et on a trouvé que la question correspond aux critères. OK, très bien. Du coup, pour l'instant, on n'a pas trouvé une question qui montre que les critères ne fonctionnent pas. OK, très bien. Voilà. Alors, OK, on retourne à euh, euh, du coup, ça mérite notre attention en général. Après, on peut dire que ça a bien reçu notre attention et ça a été résolu, mais toi, tu veux pas savoir. Alors, OK, on reprend tes buts là. Tu vois, alors, quels sont tes buts?
Hmm. Se comprendre, comprendre les autres, répondre à des questions importantes,
OK,
comprendre.
très bien. On prend les questions importantes. Répondre. Très bien. Alors, ça, c'est les. Et qu'est-ce que tu en penses de ces buts-là?
Ah, être plus heureuse, mieux penser, mieux comprendre. Ah ben, c'est bien.
Ça, c'est bien aussi. OK. Un moyen d'atteindre ça, c'est ce qu'on appelle la reconnaissance critique. OK?
Hmm.
Et c'est ça l'objectif de nos conversations. L'objectif ultime, c'est ça, mais l'objectif pénultime qu'on va utiliser pour y arriver, c'est ça, critical recognition. Qu'est-ce que c'est la reconnaissance critique?
C'est critiquer sa façon de penser.
Non, du tout. Juliette, ça m'intéresse pas comment tu l'aurais défini avant que je te présente le terme. Alors, ici j'ai écrit ça. Je sais pas si ça t'intéresse de le lire, mais je vais aussi, du coup, attends. je te montre aussi ça. Je vais voir si je l'ai déjà partagé avec toi. Non, je le partage avec toi. Et on descend ici. Ok.
Ah, tu m'as envoyé la définition, c'est ça?
Non. Ok, voilà quelques définitions. Qu'est-ce que tu regardes là?
Bah, je lis ce que tu m'as envoyé. Pourquoi?
Comment ça, tu regardes le document que je t'ai envoyé, c'est ça?
Oui.
Ok. Ok. Okay. No, you're not supposed to be reading that. I just shared the document with you. You asked me, did you send me the definition? I said no. Okay. And I lied. Did send you the definition, but I don't want you to look at what I sent you now. I copied it here into this document. So these are three ways of understanding what critical recognition is. Right, but you should be writing this down. And if you want, you can just write down the part that isn't in the other document. And then I can go back to typing. No, sorry, I thought you had been taking notes. All right, don't worry about writing. Just hang on. You go back to the document. Go back to the document. Hold on. Let me, I'll just start typing here. Your invitation is now me talking about that we're going to have this call in 2 days. Your second invitation, if you will, is me sending you the link so that you can join the call. Me waking you up is not about that. It's me waking you up because you were too whatever to put an alarm on. No, Neo, get in. Oh, sorry, Neo, are you okay? Sorry, buddy. That's way too hot. I'm sorry, buddy. Oh my God, we almost died. Did you feel that?
No.
You didn't feel that heat?
Yes.
All right, you're gonna drop me off somewhere. Okay, you ready?
Okay.
Suppose you want to know whether you have a disease. Okay. Right? You want to know, does this disease exist in me? Okay. Earlier, to know whether something exists or is real, we came up with some ways that we can figure that out. The first one we came up with was le voir. Voir. Okay. Let's use that. You can use, you know, other things, but looking, we're a very visual species, so looking is good. But you can look with your ears and stuff. But so anyway, so we look, we take a sample of the cells, right? We'll biopsy, put it under in the microscope, right? Maybe we inject some dye, see what happens. We zoom in, maybe we take some pictures. We measure the cells or the features of the cell. Okay, that's step one, right? Juliette, if you're tired, we can't continue. You have to tell me I'm tired. That's enough for today.
Non.
Well, then when I ask you a question, I need you to answer.
D'accord.
So does that make sense as step one?
Oui.
All right. You notice some stuff about the cells. Maybe they're big, maybe they're small, maybe they're empty. Maybe they're shape. They have a certain shape, like where they have corners, sharp corners. Maybe they're blue. Okay. And then based on this information, you draw a conclusion. Oh, the cells are sick. I know that because they're blue. They're sick because they're big, or they're sick because they're small.
Mm.
Follow me?
Oui.
Okay. Now, so you see these steps. So does this mean now, Munch disease is fictional, but suppose that it wasn't. Can you now determine, if I gave you a scalpel and a microscope, can you now determine whether or not your cells are diseased?
Ben oui, enfin, si je vais suivre tes critères, je vais regarder si ça correspond aux critères que tu m'as donnés pour savoir si les cellules sont malades. Et si elles répondent à aucun critère, bah, je me dirais qu'elles sont pas malades. Mais si elles répondent à un critère, ben, je me dirais qu'elles sont malades.
Un seul, ça va suffire.
Ben, je sais pas si un seul, ça suffit en fait.
Tu ne sais pas, en fait. Mais en
Oui,
fait, ça te pose problème, là. Si c'est grand, c'est malade. Si c'est
oui,
petit,
mais pourtant, ben, si, ben, vu ce que tu me dis, un seul suffit parce que tu dis que si c'est bleu, c'est malade. Donc, si c'est bleu, ben, même si elles sont pas grosses, je vais dire que c'est malade. Si je suis tes critères.
oui, oui, tout à fait, tout à fait, tout à fait, tout à fait, tout à fait. Je dois modifier. T'as raison. Okay. Does that help?
Oui, attends, je charge mon téléphone qui va encore s'éteindre. Euh, bah, du coup, ça sera plus compliqué de déterminer si elles sont malades ou pas.
Okay. You know what would make it easier? Let's you know what would make it easier? Let's do an electron microscope so you can see more. Let's use an electron microscope. Okay, now, do you think you can do it? So it's going to be complicated because it's not 100% anymore. Okay.
Mais du coup, genre, si du coup tu fais l'expérience et que les cellules sont bleues et que tu as 60% de chances qu'elles sont malades, ok? Du coup, tu te dis, j'ai 60% de chances qu'elles sont malades. Et du coup, comment tu fais après pour déterminer si elles sont malades ou pas?
Ouais, c'est compliqué, hein. Du coup, on dirait que... Ok, ouais. Ça, c'est compliqué. Ok, on fait les choses dans l'ordre. Si on regarde, on essaie de percevoir Déjà, parce que déjà, il faut recueillir les informations. Si c'est bleu, si c'est grand, si c'est rectangulaire et tout ça.
Ah, mais parce que, ah, en fait, genre, est-ce que tu additionnes les pourcentages?
Tu
Genre,
pourrais, mais là, on parle pas de ça. Là, on va parler d'ici, là. Parce que, alors, est-ce qu'il y a quelque chose ici qui te pose problème? Ou là, c'est bon et c'est pour ça que tu es prête à parler du deuxième?
attends, look cells under electron microscope. C'est quoi dye?
Une teinture, un teint,
Ah, d'accord, ouais.
encre.
Zoom, photographie, mesure. Euh, bah, ça me pose pas de problème. Ça devrait me poser problème ou pas?
À moi, ça me pose problème parce que moi, je sais même pas ce que c'est un microscope électron, je sais pas quoi, je sais pas l'utiliser, je sais pas mesurer les choses là-dedans, je sais pas de quoi, quelle encre on parle, je sais pas utiliser l'encre, je sais pas comment l'introduire, je sais pas quel effet ça doit avoir. Je crois que je pourrais deviner comment faire un zoom peut-être, mais ouais, moi ça me pose problème et j'imagine que ça te pose pas problème parce que tout ça c'est pas vrai pour toi. Toi, tu sais utiliser un electron microscope. T'as déjà
Non.
fait plusieurs fois.
Enfin, j'ai déjà utilisé des microscopes, mais je sais même pas si c'était électronique ou pas.
Ah non, et c'est pas une question de si tu le branches ou pas. C'est quoi un electron microscope? Electron microscope. Ça te dit quelque chose là? T'as déjà utilisé ça?
Attends, fais voir. Non.
Non, t'as jamais utilisé ça?
Non, non.
T'as déjà utilisé ça?
Non.
Tout ça, t'as jamais utilisé tout ça? T'as jamais vu des images comme ça?
Non. Ah,
Mais,
c'est quoi? C'est...
mais attends, tu sais ce que c'est le condenseur apertune? Peut-être en français, tu saurais. Ou le electron gun, tu sais ce que c'est? En français, tu dois savoir. Quand tu dis electron gun in French. Canon à électrons. Ça te dit quelque chose?
Non, j'ai jamais utilisé ça.
Hein.
Ou alors, je m'en souviens pas.
Ou alors, on s'en fout. Et la réponse est, ah, ça me pose problème, ça. Parce qu'en fait, je comprends pas les outils que je suis censé utiliser pour recueillir de l'information.
Ok. Ah, ok,
Je sais
ouais.
pas, je sais, les images, je sais pas comment elles sont obtenues, je sais pas quoi signifie quoi, je suis complètement perdu. Mais moi, je sais que ça te pose pas de problème d'être complètement perdu. Alors, réfléchir. Là, tu me disais que ça te pose problème. Oui, si ça, c'est tous les critères, mais je vois pas où ça dit que ça, c'est tous les critères. Mais si ça, c'est tous les critères, oui, oui, tu peux dire, ah, c'est bleu et grand. Du coup, peut-être que je fais une manipulation de ces chiffres-là, mais toi, tu sais pas. Parce que c'est pas que tu peux juste dire, ah, c'est 100% là. Parce que c'est bleu et c'est grand, du coup, 100% chance que c'est malade. Non, ça fonctionne pas comme ça. Toi, tu sais comment ça fonctionne si tu sais que si c'est bleu, 60% chance, si c'est grand, 40% chance. Tu sais quoi faire avec ces chiffres-là?
Bah non, c'est pour ça que je te demandais.
Bah oui, du coup, ça aussi, ça nous pose problème. Ah ouais, on est mal barré là. Ok. On sait même pas si c'est vrai ça. Toutes ces lignes entre guillemets là. Pourquoi ils sont entre guillemets là? Il n'y avait pas de guillemets pour Electron Microscope. Peut-être ils sont juste des exemples. Je sais même pas si c'est vrai ça. D'où je vais suivre ça? Un mec qui étudie la psychologie va me parler de l'épidémiologie avec des chiffres qu'il a sortis de son cul. Non, je me méfie franchement. Et du coup, laisse tomber la troisième étape. de quoi on va parler. On n'a même pas pu avoir des informations. On n'a pas pu réfléchir aux informations. Laisse tomber parler des informations et nos conclusions. Qu'est-ce que tu en penses?
Bah ouais.
Bon, moi, je vois un step zéro. Je me dis que ce serait peut-être l'occasion pour mettre une petite fondation qui va nous servir pour les autres étapes. Qu'est-ce que tu en penses? Ça t'intéresse peut-être de savoir comment utiliser un microscope d'électrons?
Ben, si on en a besoin,
Ben, je sais, est-ce qu'on a besoin? Parce que peut-être on a même pas, peut-être c'est pas la peine de nous perdre du temps avec si on a besoin. Première étape, c'est electron microscope. Du coup, je crois qu'on a besoin. Du coup, peut-être comprendre comment fonctionne un microscope. L'encre, la caméra peut-être. Comment mesurer peut-être. Outils de mesuration peut-être. Comment interpréter les informations peut-être. Attends, interpréter? Non, c'est dans le autre sens, les deux? Oh non, il n'y a pas de... OK. Comment interpréter les informations? Quelles, euh, quelles sont les règles? Il y a sûrement plein d'autres choses, mais si on apprend ces choses-là, on pourra utiliser, on pourra percevoir et on pourra réfléchir, on sait ce que ça veut dire si c'est bleu ou si c'est pas bleu ou si c'est vert, etc. Parce qu'en fait, le truc, c'est que un con a écrit ça. C'est pas basé sur rien, mais c'est pas tout à fait juste non plus. Et du coup, on ne devrait pas se fier à ça, en fait. Donc, du coup, il y a un step 0. Et c'est ce step 0 qu'on fait. Okay? Ça s'appelle critical recognition. Okay? Et dis-moi, si tu fais un test ou une enquête scientifique, euh, est-ce que ce serait utile de savoir euh, la probabilité d'une fausse positive?
la probabilité de quoi, pardon? Une
Une
quoi?
une fausse positive.
C'est quoi?
Un faux positif? Ouais. Faussement positif.
Mais je sais pas ce que c'est en science.
Ok. Tu vois la COVID, ça te dit quelque chose?
Ouais.
Bah, il y avait des tests pour savoir si tu as le
Ah,
COVID. Mais en fait, aucun test peut être parfait, en fait. Parfois, le test va indiquer que tu l'as, mais tu l'as pas. Et le contraire, c'est un false negative. Parfois, ça va te dire, ah non, tu l'as pas, mais en fait, tu l'as.
ah, d'accord.
Est-ce que la probabilité ou le taux de faussement positif et négatif, est-ce que c'est intéressant pour toi?
Bah oui.
OK. Du coup, test errors. So, or fallibility testing method. Ça, c'est intéressant, ça. Ou par exemple, si avec le microscope, il y a certaines couleurs que tu peux pas voir ou certaines entités que tu peux pas voir, est-ce que ça, ce serait intéressant?
Oui.
OK, OK. On dirait qu'il y a plein de choses à savoir avant de regarder et réfléchir.
Ouais, c'est vrai.
OK. On dirait que même que c'est vraiment arrogant de notre part de regarder des informations où on ne s'y connaît pas, où on sait pas, on n'a pas beaucoup d'informations, on ne sait pas comment les interpréter, on connaît pas. Et après, de réfléchir à ces informations, alors qu'il y a des gens qui passent leur vie à déjà faire ça et ça avant de réfléchir au truc. Et eux, ils ont fait leur vie et leurs précédents ont bien travaillé pour faire des bons critères, que tu saches comment utiliser les informations et tout ça. C'est arrogant qu'on se prend, qu'on commence ici, non?
Hmm.
C'est fou, non?
Ouais, je sais pourquoi tu dis ça.
Mais même dégueulasse, non? Ça te dégoûterait si quelqu'un dit, hey, écoute, j'ai pas trop besoin de savoir comment on a eu les informations, comment on interprète les informations. Pas trop besoin de regarder de très très près parce que après j'ai mes impressions ici déjà. Et je peux juste songer. Bon. Et aussi, ouais, je peux faire énormément de travail à définir les relations entre les informations, aux conclusions et tout ça. Moi, je suis prêt pour ça. Qu'est-ce que tu en penses?
Ben oui, c'est arrogant.
Ouais, c'est arrogant.
Ah, surtout
Du
que si tu
coup,
fais l'expérience, tu vas... Enfin, ça peut même être dangereux, en fait, là.
ah ouais, c'est très dangereux parce que là, tu risques pouvoir comprendre des choses et partager des avis qui sont complètement infondés ou fondés sur des mauvaises suppositions, en fait.
Mm.
Ouais, c'est dangereux, ouais. Et malheureusement, nous, on est nés dans le 21e siècle. Et du coup, il y a la plupart des questions simples qu'on peut aborder au lit ont déjà vu des siècles de travail, en fait. Tu vois? Et du coup, en plus, c'est pas respectueux de tout le temps vouloir discuter ça sans savoir tout le reste qui a déjà été fait là-dessus. Euh, c'est pas bien. Malheureusement, c'est malheureux parce que, bon, parce qu'il y a encore des petits philosophes et scientifiques qui sont nés et malheureusement, ils doivent aller à l'école, étudier plein de choses avant qu'ils puissent vraiment se prendre à ces choses eux-mêmes, tu vois.
Mm.
Ou là, tu vas finir ton doctorat à genre 26 ans. Et enfin, pendant que tu passes ton doctorat, tu peux. Mais déjà, 22 ans, c'est que de l'apprentissage. Après 24 ans, tu apprends, tu apprends. Après, tu peux commencer à faire ton propre truc vers 26 ans, quoi.
Mm.
Et après, il y aura un compte sur Internet qui dit qu'il n'est pas d'accord et croit avoir le droit. Mais bon, c'est comme ça, hein. C'est comme ça, hein, on est arrogant. Mais,
C'est du
mais hier,
Dunning-Kruger.
hein?
C'est du Dunning-Kruger.
Oui, c'est ça. Très bien, ça c'est très bien. C'est très bien ça. Je fête ça avec. Je finis ma clope. Fêter ça. Ça c'est bien.
Et on fait tous partie de ce groupe.
Exactement. Moi, y compris chaque personne qui regarde, et même parfois je me dis, y compris toi.
Mm. Surtout
Ok.
quand on parle de l'âme.
Hein?
Surtout quand on parle de l'âme.
De tout sujet.
Oui, mais bon.
Ok. Alors, um, so when you look at something, you are doing what we call research, right?
Mm.
Regarder, rechercher. You are looking for the truth. Tu cherches la réponse à ta question. Tu cherches qu'est-ce que je peux tirer de ce que je vois ici, là. Euh, Ça, on a une très bonne méthode pour ça. On a une très, très bonne méthode pour ça, inventée il y a quelques siècles. Et ça s'appelle la science. Ouais. Du coup, tu amasses les informations et après, tu as les informations. Que signifient ces informations-là? Tu vas réfléchir. Qu'est-ce que ça signifie que c'est small? Si tu veux, c'est logique, mais bon, ça n'a pas trop été inventé, juste crois-moi. Mais on n'a pas vraiment une méthode. Même avant que la science a été inventée, tu avais quand même des gens qui regardaient, tu vois. Mais il y en avait, comme aujourd'hui, on peut réfléchir, ou on essaie de réfléchir. Mais en fait, il n'y a pas de technique, pas d'étape à suivre pour réfléchir constructivement, tu vois. La science, c'est bon. Du coup, avant, on recherchait sans avoir une bonne technique. Là, on a. Euh, mais là, quand même, on réfléchit sans avoir une bonne technique. Du coup, ça arrive. Et ensuite, c'est la communication, la discussion, le partage de connaissances, de la connaissance. Et là non plus, on n'a pas trop de méthode spécifique, quoi. Quoi tu veux. Ah oui.
Est-ce que ça te dérange si je me mets dans le canapé pendant qu'on parle ou pas?
All right, go on. Yeah, that's fine.
Je vais allumer Netflix. Bon, j'aimerais poser une question, mais j'ai peur que tu t'énerves.
Ok, bah, comme tu me préviens, je prends 2 secondes pour. Mais putain, tu vas me demander. Mais pourquoi c'est intéressant la psychologie?
Non, pas du tout.
Tu vas me dire. Quoi d'autre est-ce que je pourrais me préparer? Mais, Iris, comment tu sais qu'on n'est pas rationnel? Non,
Non,
ça
c'est pas
va.
ça.
Chut. Laisse-moi me préparer, s'il te plaît. Parce que à chaque fois que tu dis non, c'est pas ça, ça me donne de l'espoir que c'est pas con. Mais moi, je dois me préparer que ce soit con.
Non, mais en fait, je pense que c'est pas con, en fait. Mais
Ok.
j'ai peur que ça t'énerve. Je sais pas pourquoi, mais parce que maintenant, j'ai trop peur de t'énerver.
Est-ce que je peux, là, je te pose une question. Est-ce que c'est quelque chose comme, hey, je peux mettre Netflix là?
Tu peux mettre... Ah non, non, pas du tout.
All right. So what's your question?
Mais comment tu peux obtenir des informations sur l'âme, en fait? Enfin, genre,
Tu
comment...
peux pas, mon amour.
Non, comment... Enfin, même avec toutes les informations du monde, comment ça peut te permettre de déterminer si l'âme existe ou pas?
pas l'impression que tu essaies de suivre ce qu'on fait.
Non, mais je me pose. En fait, je comprends qu'il y a des recherches sur la conscience et de des recherches qui ont été faites sur l'esprit et tout.
Écoute, si tu définis quelque chose comme hors du monde réel, tu peux rien faire. Parce que tu m'as dit que si quelque chose est réel, ça existe, et si ça n'existe pas, c'est pas réel, non? Du coup, si tu mets quelque chose en dehors de la réalité, tu dis par exemple, il y a une entité qui a tout créé, mais impossible de le percevoir.
Non, mais tu vois, sur la question de Dieu, on s'est mis d'accord que tu peux essayer d'obtenir. Enfin, quand tu te poses la question est-ce que Dieu existe? On s'est mis d'accord que tu peux essayer d'obtenir des informations. Mais je pense qu'on est d'accord que personne pourra dire un jour. Enfin, ou en tout cas, pour l'instant, personne n'a réussi à dire s'il existe ou pas. Mais bien sûr qu'il y a des gens.
Oh,
Il y a des gens, il y a des gens qui ont plus d'informations que d'autres sur la question, tu vois. Enfin, moi, j'ai pas énormément d'informations sur la question. J'ai pas lu tous les livres religieux. J'ai pas lu machin.
no. Speak honestly, please. You're saying you don't have all the information. You haven't read all the religious books. How many religious texts have you read? How many? Tell me. Can I
What?
count it on? Maybe I can only count it on one hand. But you know, they're long, so that's okay. So what's the first religious text you read?
Le Nouveau Testament.
You read the entire New Testament, okay?
Non, j'ai jamais lu. En fait, non, j'ai lu des bribes de textes religieux, mais
So you
j'ai
have
jamais-
read zero religious texts, actually. I don't need any hands.
j'ai lu un petit peu le Coran. J'ai lu un petit peu. J'ai
No,
lu.
what do you mean you read it a little bit? Because the Quran, its only real version is in Arabic. Do you speak Arabic?
Non.
Literary Arabic? Because that's the whole selling point, that there are no valid translations, that it is written only, it is meant to be understood only in its original word. So did you read it in Arabic?
Non, mais ce que je veux
Okay, then you
dire.
have not read the Quran. Okay.
Ok, mais si un mec vient vers moi et qui me dit qu'il a lu tous les textes religieux et qu'il a, il a étudié toutes les expériences mystiques qu'il y a eu dans le monde et qu'il est sûr que Dieu existe, je vais lui dire, mais même avec tout ça, comment tu peux affirmer?
Right. So we're back to the question of how can you answer a question? And you just believe that questions cannot be answered.
Est-ce que si toi, toi, est-ce que tu as lu tous les textes religieux?
Are you joking? No, I haven't read any of them.
Ok. Et est-ce que si demain, ok, donc est-ce que si demain, il y a un mec, il vient vers toi, il te dit, j'ai lu tous les textes religieux, c'est possible, et c'est sûr qu'il y en a dans le monde qui ont fait ça, qui ont lu tous les textes religieux, qui ont étudié, il te dit, j'ai étudié toutes les expériences mystiques qu'il y a eu sur Terre, j'ai lu tous les textes religieux, je suis allée dans toutes les églises du monde, je suis allée dans toutes les mosquées du monde, je suis allée dans toutes les synagogues du monde, je suis allée dans tous les temples bouddhistes du monde, j'ai tout fait, quoi. Et il te dit, du coup, Eris, je peux t'affirmer que Dieu existe. Est-ce que tu le crois?
Whoa. Hold on a second. You remember we had a 3-step process for how to find out something, to answer a question. We have a 3-step process, right?
Oui.
Okay. All I've heard you say is that he looked at what other people said about God. So what? He read other people's discussions of God. Because when you say he studied the miracle, was he there in the miracle and when the miracle happened and he was able to do observations and tests? Or is his only information what other people have said about God and then his personal experience?
Bref, mais même s'il était là, s'il était là pendant tous les miracles, s'il a lu tous les textes religieux, il a même connu les mecs qui les ont écrits, il a parlé avec Jésus, il a parlé avec Mahomet, il a parlé avec...
Stop. You're not listening, Juliette, and you're going to annoy me if you keep going like this. It doesn't matter whether or not you read all the religious texts. That is not a way to know whether God exists. That is only a way to learn descriptions of God. Okay? There's no looking. You're not looking at God when you look at alleged descriptions of God.
Mais c'est pas ça que je veux
No,
t'exprimer,
no,
en
no,
fait.
shut the fuck up. Listen to me,
D'accord.
Juliette. You are not saying to me, because if you ask me the question, there is a guy who has studied God, who says that he has gone and observed God. He has used instruments and tools to observe the reality of God and to understand it. And he has spent his whole 200, he's been alive for 2,000 years. He was there with Jesus. No, he's been alive for 3,000 years. He was there with Moses. And he saw the water go up like this. And he did a test and he studied how it happened. And he can explain to us how when Moses took the staff, he went like this, and how the mechanics of the water. Yes, I will believe him. Yes, is the answer. Now, if you're telling me he didn't do any of that, all he did was read what other people said about God, then the answer is no. That's why this matters. You act like reading the Bible is some way of knowing God. No, if you already assume that there is a God and that there is that God, it is a way of knowing that God. It is not a way of knowing whether that God exists. Only if it exists, what it might be like. Okay, if you don't read Harry Potter to find out whether Harry Potter exists, you fucking go to London, you go to the train thing, you find platform 9 3/4. You understand?
Ok. Ah, d'ailleurs, en parlant d'Harry Potter, tu sais, quand tu faisais le truc dans l'esprit, genre, tu contrôlais mon esprit, enfin, je sais pas, tu jouais avec mes pensées, là.
What do you mean?
Tu manipulais mes pensées, là. Non,
Crois
je
pas.
rigole. Je crois pas que tu manipulais, mais tu jouais avec mes pensées.
Moi, je pensais pas à tes pensées. Enfin, un peu, j'entendais un peu, j'imaginais un peu tes réactions à ce que je disais, mais non, je crois pas que. Bon, je sais pas ce que tu veux dire, mais moi,
Bref, ce que je voulais dire, c'est que des fois, c'est quand tu jouais un peu avec mes pensées ou bref, ça me faisait penser à la scène dans Harry Potter quand Rogue il entre dans les pensées d'Harry Potter.
Ok. Bah, écoute, moi, j'ai pas envie de rentrer dans tes pensées. Je trouve que je crois que je me perdrais et que je souffrais beaucoup.
Ok. Mais est-ce que tu vois la scène à laquelle je fais référence ou pas? Ok.
Et si tu peux m'expliquer simplement, vas-y, sinon on passe à autre
En
chose.
gros, il y a une scène, enfin, mais t'as vu les Harry Potter ou pas?
Ouais, c'est comme ça que je sais qu'il n'existe pas parce que j'ai lu les livres.
Ok. Bah, moi, j'ai pas lu les livres, mais j'ai vu les films. Et en gros, je crois que c'est dans l'épisode 5, la saison 5. En fait, genre, Voldemort, il est revenu dans le monde des sorciers, là. Et il joue avec Harry Potter en pénétrant son esprit.
Ok.
Du coup, Harry Potter, à la base, il est bon, mais il commence à avoir des réactions mauvaises parce qu'en gros, Voldemort
Ok.
arrive à
Je vois
pénétrer.
de moins en moins de rapport avec moi. Je suis pas
Mais
Voldemort.
non,
Je te
mais
dis
je dis pas que
peut-être
t'es
shut the fuck
Voldemort.
up, mais je sais pas de rentrer dans tes pensées. J'essaie de te donner des pensées, de te transmettre des pensées, et j'espère que ces pensées vont rentrer. Mais moi, je veux pas me salir les mains. Non. Ok, alors,
Mais
so,
que je t'explique. Parce que c'était pas, j'allais pas m'arrêter à Voldemort, hein.
ouais, mais j'avoue que je suis trop fatigué pour parler de Harry Potter. Là, on parle déjà de plusieurs fictions. Du coup, je veux juste qu'on parle de critical recognition. Là. Okay, so do you understand how reading the Bible gives you no information about the existence of God?
Oui.
Okay. Now, if you read about a miracle in the Bible or an event in the Bible, maybe you can go to Israel and see some evidence. You can go look and see some evidence of that event. But then you have to be careful because what the mind will do is say, oh, this is sufficient evidence. the mind doesn't actually care about sufficiency. Do you know what sufficiency is?
Non.
Okay, sufficiency is having enough.
Avec
Okay.
quoi?
Having enough.
Ah oui, d'accord.
Okay. The mind does not care about whether the information we have is enough information to draw a conclusion. The mind, and this is part of having critical recognition, is knowing this. Knowing that whenever you have information, you draw a conclusion on it without checking whether or not you can draw a conclusion, whether or not it's enough information. Okay? Remember, you were satisfied with this list, remember? That's very natural. And it's because the mind does not look for more information. It thinks that whatever it has is all that there is and all that it needs. Okay? So what can happen is, in the Bible, it talked about some mountain and about how, let's say, when Moses came down, there were some people who had worshipped, who had made something to worship another god. I think this is why. And so God, he opened up the earth so to swallow the two people, and the two people, they fell into the earth. So let's say you go to Mount Sinai or whatever by Egypt or in Egypt. I don't know how true these details are, but anyway, and you see that there's an area in the ground that is around the mountain, and there's like a hole in the ground, like a meter deep. Now you could say, "Oh, look, that's evidence that this whole story happened," and you would say that. A mind would say that. A mind without critical recognition, because the mind doesn't immediately say, "Hey, wait a minute, what are the other possible explanations for this thing? Is this enough information to prove that whole story? That there's a hole in the ground? Or does this just seem like enough information because it is information and it is relevant?" And that's all that the brain kind of cares about. Does it sound like information? And is it associated? Okay, then good. Let me draw a conclusion. And the reason for that, and part of having critical recognition is understanding our evolution. The reason for that is because the brain evolved to draw conclusions, not to evaluate information, because that was hard. We didn't have the scientific method. We didn't have tools to really study things. So we just, whatever information we had, we drew conclusions from it. It wasn't until the Enlightenment that we really, really started to generally understand, not even generally, because still most of the population doesn't understand sufficiency. But with the scientific method, we understood, shit, it's got to be sufficient. We have to do lots of tests. We have to think about other explanations, how this hole in the ground maybe doesn't justify this story, where this hole could have come from besides from a magical god. Okay. So anyway. So critical recognition, it's about knowing. So why don't you take a couple minutes? I'm going to roll a joint, and I would rather you not talk to me. And I want you to try to get ready to show me somehow that you have some understanding of what critical recognition is. And then if you don't, that's okay. If you don't know whether you have a good thing, we'll try it. If we find that you don't, that's okay. But that is the objective for today, that you understand what critical recognition is, because it's kind of the whole point. Okay? Tu me dis quand toi t'es prête et moi je te dis quand moi je suis prêt. I don't know. I don't understand why you don't like to go outside. It's got to be cooler out there. Go outside, Nia. Bon, si tu veux. Pardon, je te coupe pas.
Bah, en gros,
Wow, 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 wow. Attends,
qu'est-ce qu'il y a?
nous, tous les deux, on a dit qu'on est prêts? J'ai loupé ça. Quoi, en gros? En gros, t'es prête, c'est ça?
Enfin, je peux dire ce que j'ai compris, mais
Non, non, je veux pas l'entendre. Je veux rouler mon joint.
d'accord.
Je veux que tu me dises quand t'es prête. Et moi, je te dis quand je suis prêt. Et je suis prêt.
Bah, en gros, ce que j'ai compris, c'est...
Wow! C'est pas possible, c'est pas possible. Bon, non, je suis calme. Tu me diras quand t'es prête. Alors, non, j'entends que t'es prête. OK. Il y a quelque chose que d'autre qu'il faut comprendre, comme tu as lu les livres de ton Dieu, peut-être que je sais pas, mais Dieu, il s'est pas caché. Ok. Dans tes livres, il s'est présenté. Il a donné plein de preuves, il était réel. Après, on ne pouvait pas aller le voir quand on voulait. Mais oui, oui, venez. Mon histoire préférée, c'est un mec, Dieu lui a demandé d'être prophète, de faire quelque chose. Je sais pas si c'était David. Non, non, non. Je sais plus qui c'était. Mais il voulait que quelqu'un fasse quelque chose pour lui. Et la personne dit, eh, mais comment je sais que tu vas vraiment me donner une récompense? Parce que Dieu, il avait promis, si tu fais ça, il lui avait promis quelque chose. Attends, tu sais quoi, je vais juste regarder. Attends. Okay, Gideon. Okay, so Gideon, he, let's look at the English. No, I want the New Living Translation. Oh, okay, so here's what, all right, actually, I'm just gonna look it up. All right, Judges 6:37. Okay, so this is about one of the leaders of Israel called Gideon. So Gideon says the Lord says to Gideon, no, sorry, let's see. So the Lord tells Gideon, go rescue the Israelites. Gideon says, but how can I rescue Israel? My group is weak, and I'm weak. The Lord says, I'm going to go with you, and you're going to destroy them as though you were just fighting one guy. Gideon says, if you're really going to help me, show me a sign to prove that it is really the Lord speaking to me. Because Gideon wasn't stupid. He knew that maybe this wasn't real. He knew hallucinations were possible, maybe. So he said, I need you to prove it. Stay right here. I'm going to be right back, he said. The Lord said, okay, I'll wait. Gideon brought him a goat, you know, to make him happy, a sacrifice. Wait, he cooked the goat. He presented them to the angel. And then the angel, oh yeah, right. Oh, that's right. Oh, that's right. That's right. That's right. Oh yeah, it's more than I even remembered. Okay. First thing he does is Gideon's like, all right, I want you to do something crazy. I'm gonna bring some like bread or something, and I want you to do something crazy with it that only you could do, basically. So basically the angel of the Lord touches this rock and it bursts into flames. And it bursts into flames. So Gideon's like, damn, that's amazing. I've never seen a rock go up in flames like that. Okay. Okay. So then Gideon freaks out. He's scared. He's like, oh no, but we're not allowed to see God. Like you said, right? We can't see God. I'm going to die. I just seen God. God's like, oh no, it's all right. It's all right. Some people think you can't see me, but no. It's all right. It's all right. He said, do not be afraid. You will not die. So then, so he gave Gideon this evidence, but Gideon still wasn't convinced. So it's like the next day or something. Gideon, he says to God, if you are truly going to use me to rescue Israel, as you promised, prove it to me in this way. Je vais mettre un pull par terre. Normalement, dans le matin, il y a le, comment ça s'appelle, l'humidité, tu vois. Et voici ce que je veux que tu fasses, Dieu. Je veux que tu laisses l'humidité sur le pull, mais qu'il n'y a pas d'humidité autour du pull. Parce que ça serait bizarre. Parce que normalement, soit il y a de l'humidité dans l'endroit, soit il n'y a pas. Mais moi, je veux que tu sèches la terre, mais laisser l'humidité sur le pull. Du coup, Dieu, il a fait. Après, Gideon, il dit, écoute, ne m'envoie pas, s'il te plaît. S'il te plaît, ne t'énerve pas. Je sais que tu t'énerves parce que tu es bienveillant et tout ça. S'il te plaît, ne t'énerve pas. Cette fois, je veux que la terre reste humide et que toi, tu sèches le pull. Okay? Du coup, demain, quand je me réveille, je veux que ce soit le contraire de ce que j'ai vu ce matin parce que peut-être que je croyais que c'était improbable que la terre soit sèche et le pull humide, mais peut-être que c'est normal en fait. Du coup, fais l'inverse. Et là, je saurais que c'est vraiment toi qui me parles. Et du coup, il a fait. Okay? Tu comprends? Dieu, il se cache, il se cachait pas. Quand les gens ils avaient besoin de preuves, ils donnaient. Bon, dans l'Ancien Testament, du passant. Jésus, il a fait plein de miracles pour être, je ne sais pas comment dire, sanctifié avec l'Église de Vatican, tu vois, être un saint, tu vois. Pour faire un miracle, il faut que ce soit prouvé, observé par des autres. Tu comprends? Alors, c'est juste une pensée que j'avais parce que, tu vois, on me dit, ah ouais, Dieu, il est omnipuissant et moi, je vais essayer de savoir s'il existe ou pas. Attends. Si Dieu veut que tu le saches, tu le saurais. Il y a des centaines d'exemples de ça. Cette idée de oh, on peut pas affirmer s'il y a Dieu ou pas, ça me montre que tu n'as pas lu en fait. Parce que non, Dieu il s'est montré. Alors là, peut-être que il en a marre. On ne pouvait pas écouter. Là, il doit en avoir très marre parce qu'il n'a rien dit depuis 600 ans. Et on interprète toujours des choses sans attendre. Toute personne qui croyait vraiment à ce Dieu-là se tairait, à mon avis, sur la question de son existence. Suivrait ses règles et dirait, bah écoute, je crois qu'il s'est prouvé dans le passé, mais bon, il s'est pas prouvé à moi, mais il y a une raison pour ça, et du coup, on pourra affirmer quand il veut bien. C'est sûrement un test pour voir si on est aussi con qu'il nous croit. C'est malgré le fait qu'il nous a donné la méthode scientifique, si on va dire non, on s'emmerde comme on a fait avec son prophète Mohammed, et si on va continuer de dénier les choses qu'il nous a laissé découvrir dans le monde. Et je crois que il doit bien voir, ah ouais, ouais. Les êtres humains sont vraiment de la merde. Alors que dans mon texte, je leur ai donné des preuves. Maintenant, je dis rien. Je leur ai donné la science pour que eux ils puissent me découvrir eux-mêmes. Et en fait, ils refusent la science, en fait. OK. OK. Ils ont refusé Mohamed. Mon peuple a refusé Jésus, moi-même. OK. Du coup, moi, je crois qu'il ne va pas revenir. Hein. Il a déjà créé des autres planètes, de l'autre vie, et s'occupe d'eux, clairement. Parce que si t'as ça, c'est logique. Bon, après, je ne sais pas ce qu'il va dire dans le Coran et tout ça, mais si tu as ça, logique. Tu sais que le mec, il est bien capable de se présenter. Il est omnipuissant. Du coup, si on a les séances, c'est grâce à lui. Il est bienveillant. Du coup, si à travers les sciences, on a trouvé des médecines et tout ça, des traitements et des guérissons et tout ça. Mais après, ouais, il y a pas mal d'enfants qui vont prendre les traitements. Bon, pas tous les traitements, hein. Bon, ils vont prendre le vaccin de smallpox, de measles, influenza. Mais s'ils créent un vaccin pour nous comme ça, pour une pandémie global, well, I guess that's what pandemic means. Là, on va pas écouter les scientifiques qui nous a donné. On va écouter qui? Je sais pas, Didier Raoult, alors que c'est clairement pas quelqu'un béni par Dieu, hein. Mais, euh, mais bon, on fait comme on peut, là. OK. Alors, est-ce que toi, tu serais prête pour m'expliquer un peu critical recognition?
Bah, en gros, ce que j'ai compris, c'est que de base, on n'est pas rationnel
Très bien.
et on fait trop confiance à nos instincts primaires.
Très bien. Non, nous instincts tout court. Très bien. Je fais juste cette petite modification parce que c'était à 99. Parfait. Attends, JC, critical recognition. Not rational à la base. Or saw reason pure source. Very good. OK. Quoi
On
d'autre?
fait trop confiance à nos instincts.
Okay, hold
Et
on, hold on. Overconfidence in instincts. Okay, quoi d'autre?
et du coup, la critical thinking, c'est une méthode,
Non, j'ai pas une fois dire critical thinking.
la critical recognition,
Hein?
c'est une méthode pour mieux penser, enfin mieux utiliser son esprit.
Okay, no, it is not. First of all, you are your mind. You cannot use your mind, but I guess you can be part of your mind using another part. But certainly it is not a method. Did I list any steps in this method for you? What is a method to you? A method is steps normally, right? It's a procedure. There's no procedure for critical recognition. Do you see a procedure, a method anywhere for critical recognition? I see a method for critical research. We have our list here. Critical recognition, critical research, critical reflection, critical resolution. I think we said earlier, we have a method for critical research. We do not have a method for reflection, but, you know, we have des notions. Okay, what else we got?
Bah, du coup, c'est pas une méthode, mais c'est des outils pour mieux utiliser son esprit, alors.
Non. Non. Ça, ce serait plutôt, là, tu décris plutôt reflection. La logique et tout ça, ça, ce serait de penser, de réfléchir. Là, il y aurait des techniques pour mieux réfléchir. Mais non. Critical recognition, ce n'est pas un outil pour mieux réfléchir. Continue.
Bah, du coup, si tu dois pas suivre, enfin, plutôt que suivre ses instincts, c'est mieux se fier aux informations. Enfin, essayer, suivre
Okay.
plutôt les informations et ce qui a été découvert.
Okay. Very good. That's excellent. That's really, really good. So say that one more time. I'm going to type that.
Suivre les informations et ce qui a été découvert par la recherche
Yeah.
plutôt que...
Yeah. And what's important about this is that because remember we had this here. Subjective impressions. When you have critical recognition, how does that change your rapport to your subjective impressions?
Bah, déjà, tu vas moins faire confiance à tes
There you
impressions.
go. Very good. Very good. Very good. Very good. Excellent. 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 Very good. That's very good. That's very good. Do you have anything else you want to add?
Ben, tu vas, pour suivre les informations et la recherche, tu peux faire des recherches toi-même
Yeah,
avec la méthode scientifique.
very good. Uh, for instance, if you think that you're a soul that can exist without eyes or a brain, then you believe that vision happens. They don't need an eye or the brain. All right. You know, if you believe you're a soul that can leave your body and see things and project, you believe that your soul doesn't need eyes or anything, any of the visual system to have vision. You would like, huh?
J'ai pas compris ce que tu veux dire.
Si tu crois, ok, une âme, c'est à part du cerveau. Ça peut même exister sans le cerveau.
Oui.
Et l'âme toutes les capacités qu'on attribue aux êtres humains. De percevoir, de réfléchir, de ressentir, de se souvenir. Je sais ça parce que parfois l'âme, elle peut quitter le corps et faire toutes ces choses-là, par exemple au paradis. C'est pas comme si on arrive au paradis, on n'a pas de hippocampus et du coup on peut pas retenir quoi que ce soit. On n'a pas de Dieu et du coup on peut rien voir, on n'a pas d'oreille, on peut pas entendre. Du coup, en fait, la croyance, c'est que je sais pas ce que fout le cerveau et les oreilles, et je sais pas pourquoi j'entends moins bien là, mais peut-être c'est parce que l'âme, elle est bloquée dans mon crâne, je sais pas. Mais s'il n'y avait pas tout ça, si mon âme, elle était libre, elle pourrait faire tout ça. On peut supposer que, parce que pour moi, les êtres humains, ils peuvent pas voir tout. Ils peuvent voir qu'une gamme de radiation électromagnétique. Du coup, genre, là, je vois un briquet noir et tout ça. Mais il y a plein de... Du coup, cette information-là, je peux recevoir. Mais j'aurais besoin d'un autre outil pour voir infrared, ultraviolet, X-ray, tout ça. Tu vois? Je suppose, et ça, je peux expliquer avec les yeux et le cerveau. Je peux te dire, ah ben, il n'y a aucun récepteur pour la lumière ultraviolet, pour la lumière infrared. Il n'y a pas de récepteur. Du coup, impossible qu'on le voit. C'est pour ça qu'on ne le voit pas. Et... Mais je ne sais pas pourquoi l'âme, elle ne pourrait pas le faire. Du coup, j'imagine que l'âme, elle peut voir toute la lumière, comme Dieu, tu vois. Et bon, je suis mal barré là, dès le début, la première étape, parce que j'ai envie de regarder quelque chose. Et je crois que si je peux juste peut-être sortir mon crâne ou faire un petit trou là, peut-être, je pourrais voir toutes les couleurs. Et je pourrais. Et du coup, il n'y a rien qui m'échappe. Tu vois, quand on ne sait pas ce qu'on est et nos défauts et ce qu'on peut faire et ce qu'on ne peut pas faire, bah, on peut rien faire. Enfin, pas reliably anyway. You understand that? Right. So I'm just saying you're absolutely right that you have to know the basics of vision in order to look. And part of the scientific method is looking at things. You know, scientists know there are things I can't see. So if I don't see something, I'm not going to believe it isn't there. If it's something that I know I can't see, I'm going to use another tool to try to perceive it. Either way, I need to perceive it, but maybe I need something more than just my naked eye, because my naked eye is not enough. Okay. Anything else you want to add here? Here's another, I'm going to show you something. You think about that a second. Cette image-là, is it that confusing? Tu sais à
Attends,
quoi tu regardes?
est-ce que tu peux
Remettre?
rediffuser, s'il te plaît? Ouais.
Je sais pas comment aller en arrière, mais tu peux continuer de regarder comme ça.
C'est quoi? C'est
Confused?
un bonhomme qui monte? Ou des
Non,
cornes du diable?
non. Tourne ta tête, regarde comme ça.
Je sais pas, j'arrive pas à dire ce que c'est.
Bah, je te dis que c'est dans l'eau.
Mais c'est un truc réel ou pas?
Oui,
Ça existe vraiment, enfin,
c'est une vraie vidéo.
on dirait un dessin en fait.
Je sais, c'est un peu the whole point. I know that it doesn't look like a real thing. That's why I'm showing it to you. Anyway, it's a duck. You see the duck swimming? It
Non.
just turned around. It's looking, now it's continuing to swim. And you see the duck and its reflection. That's why it looks like a bonhomme.
Mm.
And you see the water moving behind it. Now there's a
Et ça a
branch
été
out
pris
in the
avec
way.
quoi ce truc? Enfin, la vidéo, elle a été prise avec quoi?
A camera.
Ouais, mais une caméra qui va sous l'eau, genre. Enfin, je sais pas, c'est bizarre l'image.
It's just turned, and it's just that there isn't much detail in the water. That's all. Or there is, maybe it's just a cloudy day. It's a very, very normal video once you see it.
Ok.
You still don't see the duck
Ah
moving
non,
like
mais
this?
je sais pas comment je dois tourner ma tête en fait.
Well, you just turn it here. This is up. The comments are up. So your forehead should be at the comments. And just look at the duck's head and you see it's going like this.
Oui, mais sa tête, c'est quoi? Enfin, en fait, c'est quoi le truc arrondi là? Là où on dirait des cornes là, c'est quoi ça?
Sa tête.
Sa tête, ça?
Yeah.
Et après, il retourne sa tête.
Yeah.
D'accord.
No, it's a very normal video. You still can't see it, but that's okay. Let's do another one. Let's see. What does this say? All right. Do you see any color in this image, Juliette?
Non. Non.
You don't? This is a black and white image?
Oui.
All right. Now, follow the instructions.
You'll probably not, but I'm about to play a trick on your eyes. And you're going to see this black and white photo in full color. All you have to do is stare at the black dot in the center of the picture. Try not to move your eyes away from it or focus on anything else. In a few seconds, this video is going to loop and you're going to see that previous completely black and white picture in color. Are you ready? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. You see the color? If it's your first time watching this video, probably not, but I'm about to play a trick on your eyes. And you're going to see this black and white photo in full color. All you have to do is stare at the black dot in the center of the picture. Try not to move your eyes away from it or focus on anything else. In a few seconds, this video is going to loop and you're going to see that previous completely black and white picture in color. Are you ready? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. You see the color? If it's your first time watching this video, probably not, but I'm about to play a trick on your eyes. And you're going to see this black and white photo in full color. All you have to do is stare at the black dot in the center of the picture. Try not to move your eyes away from it or focus on anything else.
Est-ce que c'est vraiment dû au fait que genre, je fixe le point, enfin, le rond qu'elle a ciblé là? Ou est-ce que c'est aussi dû au fait que, genre, au début, c'est en noir et blanc, et après, enfin, je sais pas, elle sature l'image, là, on voit des couleurs bizarres, et après, tu vois les images, enfin, là, les images normaux. C'est pas juste que je regarde dans le truc.
C'est ce qu'elle dit que c'est.
Ouais, mais c'est parce que...
Tu regardes le point.
Ouais, elle dit que c'est dû à ça, que quand tu regardes le point, tu, tu peux passer du noir au blanc à la couleur. Mais en fait, genre... Attends, est-ce qu'au tout début de la vidéo, il y avait déjà le rond?
It's going to loop and you're going to see that previous completely black and white picture in color. Are you ready? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. You see the color? If it's your first time watching this video, probably not.
Ouais, mais elle dit ça, mais c'est parce que t'as...
Attends, est-ce que tu es en train d'essayer de comprendre comment fonctionne cette illusion?
Si, je suis en train d'essayer de comprendre, mais justement, je me
Non,
demande...
stop! Stop! Sois un peu humble. Il y a des gens qui qui sont dans des labos qui recherchent ça. Genre, il y a un mois, tu savais même pas que tu étais un cerveau. Je crois que tu n'es même pas convaincu là. D'où tu vas comprendre comment le système visuel produit cet effet? Bon, laisse tomber. T'as vu la couleur des arbres, la bonne couleur?
Oui.
Ouais. Il n'y avait jamais eu de vert, mais toi, tu l'as perçu. OK.
Did you know that not everybody can see the 3D?
Ce que je voulais te demander, c'est est-ce que c'était vraiment dû au fait que je regarde dans le rond ou est-ce que
Moi, je
aussi
sais
c'est...
pas à quoi c'est dû. C'est dû aux deux.
Oui, parce qu'elle modifie, enfin, quand tu vois le noir et blanc et après, elle te met une image saturée. Donc, je
Oui.
pense que c'est dû aux deux, oui, c'est ça que je voulais dire.
Clairement, c'est pour ça que c'est dans l'illusion. Ça fonctionnerait pas s'il n'y avait pas ça.
Oui, mais elle fait croire que c'est dû que au rond.
Non, elle ne peut pas croire ça. Non, ça, c'est ton interprétation un peu drôle. Non, elle fait pas croire ça, non. Non. Elle dit que tu dois, parce que ça va pas fonctionner si tu regardes pas le point. Si tu fais attention à ce qui est dans la périphérie, ça va pas fonctionner.
Bah, en fait, j'aimerais bien réessayer sans regarder le point.
See the color? If it's your first time watching this video, probably not. But I'm about to play a trick on your eyes. And you're going to see this black and white photo in full color. All you have to do is stare at the black dot in the center of the picture. Try not to move your eyes away from it or focus on anything else. In a few seconds, this video is going to loop and you're going to see that previous completely black and white picture in color. Are you ready? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. You see the color? If it's your first time
C'est
watching
bon?
this video, probably not.
Oui, ça fonctionne pas, ouais.
Bah oui, bien sûr. OK, alors. C'est bon?
Attends, attends, ça voulait dire quoi? Attends, est-ce que tu peux remettre, s'il te
Remettre?
plaît? Oui. Quoi, elle bouge pas?
Bah, est-ce que tu vois le commentaire là?
Ah ouais. Et du coup, c'est quoi qui fait que
Où
tu
tu
les
mets
vois
ton
bouger?
pouce pour bloquer la flèche. Couvre juste une flèche.
Ah ouais,
C'est bon?
oui.
There's this weird psychological phenomenon that happens to Arctic explorers. If they're out there too long, surrounded by nothing but snow in all directions, that can actually cause them to hallucinate and have altered states of mind. The craziest part is you can actually force yourself to hallucinate by tricking your brain into having the same reaction that they do out there, but like from the comfort of your own home, apparently. It's called the Gansfeld effect, and it's basically a loophole in our brains that allow us to hallucinate and have altered states of mind without the use of any drugs. The exact same phenomenon happens to people who get stuck in caves for days or weeks at a time.
I think there'd be more atheists and less faithful if you weren't allowed to teach anything. You weren't allowed.
Most people have probably had the thought where they think to themselves, if I am the only truly conscious person and everyone. everyone's brain hates it when they lose weight. It does.
C'est dommage, hein, l'Alzheimer. On sait comment ça joue sur le cerveau. Il y a des plaques qui vont bloquer un peu le fonctionnement du cerveau. Aucune idée de ce que ça fait à l'âme. Parce que cette âme-là, elle regarde dans le miroir et elle fait la polie. Elle dit je me rappelle de son nom, cette meuf-là dans le miroir. Ça va me venir. Comment elle s'appelle? Pardon, excusez-moi. Oh, pardon. Oh, elle fait tout ce que je fais. On sait comment ça arrive avec le cerveau, mais c'est incroyable parce que l'âme, on a parlé de toutes ses capacités. C'est tellement marrant que tu changes quelque chose avec le cerveau et l'âme perd ses capacités. Je sais pas, c'est bizarre. C'est un peu comme si on a inventé l'âme et que ça veut rien dire et que c'est une perte de temps de penser à ça parce que tout ce qu'on va chez l'être humain, on voit dans le cerveau. Ouais, je sais pas. Comment tu t'appelles, elle dit?
Elle a Alzheimer.
I can't remember her name. What's her name?
Comment elle s'appelle déjà?
It's Betty in front of you. Who are you talking to?
This lady here.
Betty.
I'm Betty.
Well, she's
Elle dit non, non, elle s'appelle Betty, c'est moi Betty.
Betty too.
Oh, are you A too?
Oh, wow, toi aussi tu t'appelles Betty?
No sense. Why would moving the eyes from side to side have any impact on states of mind?
Should you?
What do you think happens when you die?
Tu m'avais envoyé, toi.
As
Ouais.
Bertrand Russell said, I believe that when I. Should you let your kids watch?
Tu me fais un pouce quand c'est bon.
Vas-y, remets. Je vais essayer d'appuyer sur la flèche. Au changing shape.
Ça change pas de forme, ça bouge pas. T'as l'impression que ça rétrécit, mais c'est pas vrai. Mais
D'accord.
ton impression subjective, c'est que là, ça descend, là, ça se rétrécit en largeur, ça devient plus large, là, ça devient plus large dans tous les sens. Mais c'est bon ou pas?
Oui,
T'as compris ça ou pas?
oui.
Ouais, mais il faut faire devant la caméra un peu. Bon, là, on va regarder une canne.
Do not open it, but tell.
Mentally,
Alright, take your hand and put it in a fist. Do not open it, but tell it to open with your mind. Send thoughts this way that say open. Think about it. Your mind wants to open it, but don't open it. Ready, go. Open, open, open. Open hand. I want to open my hand. Now, you should be able to separate consciousness from thoughts. And which one had more power in that situation? aka has more power in every situation. So why would you not harness that body instead of this device that sends you meaningless information but doesn't manifest in the physical like the other one?
I'm sorry, I said she was stupid, but that she sounds so smart, huh?
J'ai pas compris ce qu'elle a dit.
She said, close your fist, look at it. Première instruction, ne l'ouvre pas. Deuxième instruction, on voit l'instruction de l'ouvrir. Dis, ouvre, ouvre. Ne l'ouvre pas, mais pensez, je veux que ça ouvre, ouvre. On voit la pensée. Ouvre, ouvre. Ça s'ouvre pas. En fait, c'est con parce qu'en fait, c'est juste que la personne qui regarde envoie deux instructions. Il y a une partie de l'esprit qui suit ces instructions de ne pas l'ouvrir. Du coup, ne pas ouvrir, ne pas ouvrir. Et puis, elle dit, ajoute à ça, ouvre. Du coup, en gros, on est en train de dire ne pas ouvrir, ouvre, ne pas ouvrir, ouvre, en même temps, pas en interne, pas, c'est en même temps. Et du coup, c'est juste le premier qui gagne, en fait. Elle aurait pu faire le contraire. Ferme ta main, fais un point et regarde-le et tu vas l'ouvrir. Mais quand tu l'ouvres, essaie de t'empêcher. Envoie la pensée ne pas ouvrir. Wow! J'envoie la pensée ne pas ouvrir, mais j'ouvre. Oh my God, that's so amazing. Mais avec theory, we understand she's a fucking idiot. Okay, she's not a fucking idiot. This is fucking stupid what she's saying. Because actually, there's just two its operating at the same time. And one of them is winning. And it's because of how she triggered them. So there's one it saying, keep your fist closed, and another it saying, open your fist. And because there was that first it, that second it isn't really doing shit. It's really just words in our mind. Anyway, whether or not you understood that doesn't matter.
Mentally add these numbers as they pop up on screen. Are you ready? Now, most people get this wrong, so make sure to focus. Here we go. And the final number.
C'est quoi?
C'est quoi le final number?
20?
20, ouais.
C'est quoi la somme?
Ah, la somme de tous? J'ai pas additionné.
Mentally.
Tu sais ce que ça veut dire? Add, ça veut dire additionner.
Ah, j'avais pas capté.
Add these numbers as they pop up on screen. Are you ready? Now, most people get this wrong, so make sure to focus. Here we go.
Ah, mais je suis nulle en calcul,
Final
moi.
number.
J'arrive pas.
This handsome guy is Sam.
Attends. Attends.
So did you know
En
that
fait, il faudrait que j'ai toutes les... Enfin, que tu mettes pas à la fin pour que j'ai tous les nombres et que je puisse réfléchir. Bref,
Ouais,
c'était quoi?
ça fonctionne pas comme ça, non. Ok, alors, là, c'est qui, là?
Adèle?
Adèle. Il n'y a rien de bizarre?
Bah, elle est à l'envers, quoi.
Elle est à l'envers, complètement à l'envers, c'est ça?
Oui.
Du coup, je crois que ça, c'était le album cover.
Oui.
Ça, c'est son album cover, c'est juste à l'envers.
Oui.
Oui. Bah, c'est clair, je suis désolé que je t'ai posé la question plusieurs fois parce que c'est évident.
Wait, who is this? If you said Adele, you'd be right. But there's something a little strange. If you flip your phone upside down, it don't look like Adele anymore.
Attends, de quoi il parle là?
Ah ouais. Ah putain.
This is called the Thatcher effect. The photo was flipped upside down, but her eyes and mouth are still right side up. And that results in her looking kind of creepy. Follow for more illusions.
Ok, c'est bizarre.
Ok. Trouve la ligne qui n'est pas droite.
I stop loving you when everyone finds the curved line.
When anyone finds the curve.
Ah ouais, non, mais ça bouge tout le temps.
Ça bouge?
Ouais.
Je crois pas, hein, c'est une image. You mean chez toi, ça bouge?
Ouais.
Ouais. Bah ouais.
Ah, ça, je connais ça.
Ouais, très bien.
Moi, je voyais les deux.
Sound? Some people swear they hear a sound once the elephant hits the seesaw. What I need you to do is turn your volume all the way down to 0 and listen. Do you hear a sound? Some people swear they hear a sound once the elephant hits the seesaw. What I need you to do is turn your volume all the way down to 0 and listen. Do you hear a sound? Some people swear they hear a sound once the elephant hits the seesaw.
Toi, t'as entendu des sons?
Non.
Moi, je crois que genre 2 fois. Mais je crois que quand je l'ai vu pour la première fois, je l'entendais.
I'm going to make you hear something that isn't there. Once you know the secret, you'll never unhear this again. Listen carefully. Now, you might think that's just random piano keys, but I'm going to play the same audio again, and this time add some text. This is going to trip you out.
Je sais pas si ça fonctionne moins bien si c'est pas ta langue maternelle. Toi, tu
Parce
entends?
qu'il dit vraiment quelque chose de...
Non, il dit pas vraiment quelque chose, mais moi, j'entends vraiment quelque chose.
Oui, mais est-ce que tu entends quelque chose qui veut vraiment dire quelque chose?
Oui, j'entends les mots qu'il met dans le texte.
This is just piano. No one's actually talking. So you can listen to this over and over again, and you will not be able to unhear that voice. Make sure to share the video with a friend and follow me for more mind games. I'm going to make you hear something that isn't there. Once you know the secret, you'll never unhear this again. Listen carefully.
Wow!
Enfin, j'entends des sons, mais ça veut rien dire.
You haven't, we're doing it for the second time now, so you haven't, so give it another chance. But it's just amazing because now he's right. With the text, I was still able to hear it. Okay, now watch and listen. Are you ready? Hello?
Oui, allô?
Yes? Are you ready?
Oui.
Random piano keys. But I'm going to play the same audio again, and this time add some text. This is going to trip you out. This is just piano. No one's actually talking.
T'as entendu ou pas?
Enfin, j'entends des sons, mais pour moi, ça veut
Non,
rien dire.
je sais ça, tu me l'as déjà dit 3 fois. C'est pour ça qu'on a regardé à nouveau. Du coup, ma question, c'est est-ce que tu entends quelque chose d'autre? Et la réponse, elle est non.
But isn't.
Il y a 16...
Attends. Comment ça se fait que tu viens de le regarder? Qu'est-ce qui se passe derrière moi, là? Il y a la télé ou quoi?
Non? Bah, regarde. Attends, comment je peux retrouver?
Tu réfléchissais à quelque chose?
Oui. Enfin,
Ok.
non, je regardais l'image, mais j'avais pas lu ce qu'il y avait en haut.
Ok.
Tu me vois ou pas?
Oui, je te vois maintenant.
Du coup, il y a 16 cercles sur cette image,
Oui.
mais je les vois pas.
Ok, bah...
Ils sont où en fait?
Bah, en fait, il n'y a pas 16 cercles. C'est que tu peux percevoir 16 cercles. Du coup, il n'y a aucune ligne de cercle. Mais si tu regardes ici, là, tu vois comment c'est arrondi, là.
Hmm.
Voilà, tu vois les 16 cercles maintenant?
Hmm. Ah, c'est ça les cercles?
Oui. Tu vois comment ça fait un cercle vertical de lignes verticaux, de lignes verticales? En fait, toutes les... Ah non, non. Si, toutes les lignes verticales sont dans les cercles. You got a call. Are you there, Juliette? %. That's all right. I'm gonna look at my phone. I hope my sweetheart is. That's nice. Mi amor. I was looking. I've been on this call. Oh fuck. Oh, I'm still recording. I've been on this call, and I was thinking, oh, I haven't checked my phone. I hope there's maybe a nice message from sweetheart. And there was, and that was a very nice feeling. Uñas. Mm. Oh.
Ah, est-ce que les cercles se croisent?
Mhm.
Euh, Qu'est-ce qu'il y a?
I'm waiting. What do you mean, qu'est-ce qu'il y a? I'm showing you things.
Oui, oui, j'ai vu.
Well, can you say something? If the thumbs up doesn't work, can you say something then to let me know that I can move on to the next one?
Et tu peux move on. These people are not moving. Moi, je les vois pas bouger, hein.
Hein?
Je les vois pas bouger, hein.
Ok, du coup, il y a un problème avec tes mécanismes d'interprétation. Mais bon, si t'as pas déjà remarqué, ok. Ça doit pas être grave.
I believe there.
Wait a minute, this one's bad. This one's actually no good.
This is going to blow so many of your minds. Okay, watch only the people in the white. I'm about to play a video. This is the selective attention test. Only count the number of passes between the people wearing white, okay? Only 50% of people get this correct. So I'm going to play the video. Watch this. Count only the white, okay? And pay attention. Okay, here we go. Remember, count only the passes for white. See if you can get this, okay? Pay attention.
Hein?
Okay, how many?
Combien?
Ah, je me suis perdue, hein.
Ah. Est-ce que tu as remarqué quelque chose sur la vidéo?
Ouais, j'avais l'impression que, genre, t'as l'impression qu'il va passer à quelqu'un en blanc, mais en fait, c'est quelqu'un en noir. Enfin, les personnages, c'était confus.
Okay.
Passes did you get? The answer was 15, but that wasn't the test. The test that's going to really blow your mind is that there was a gorilla, play it back, that walked straight through the middle, and you didn't even notice it because you were busy counting how many passes the white people were passing,
Ah.
right? And this is funny because this is a little bit how the media work. This is going to blow so many of your minds. Okay, watch only the people in the white. I'm about to play a video. This is the selective attention test. Only count the number of passes between the people wearing white, okay? Only 50% of people get this correct. So I'm gonna play the video, watch this. Count only the white, okay, and pay attention. Okay, here we go. Remember, count only the passes for white. See if you can get this, okay? Pay attention.
Ah putain, trop drôle. Mais c'est bon, j'ai vu le gorille.
What? Akiyoshi Kitaoka's newest illusion is blowing my mind. You've got a white face and a black face. Psych, they are both the exact same gray. Kitaoka is perhaps the greatest living illusion scientist and artist, and this luminance illusion is fantastic. Our retinas are truly receiving from both faces light of identical hue, saturation, and luminance, but we don't experience the world as a collection of physical measurements. Instead, our brains build worlds, and in this case, the contexts tell different stories. The face on top appears to be illuminated by a dimmer light source than the one below. So before putting anything into conscious awareness, the brain figures, well, if this face is sending the eye such a light gray under such dim light, it must be an efficient reflector of light. It must be pretty intrinsically bright. So let's perceive it with more luminance, more lightness than it really has. But this face produces the same gray sensation under what appears to be a comparatively brighter light source. So it must be an inefficient reflector of light. So we perceive it as darker than it really is. Looks like the brain has taken 2 L's on this one. But that's a W, because to survive, an organism doesn't need to know sensations. It's often better to figure out intrinsic properties, the things about stuff that stays the same regardless of the environment. Now, that can lead to mistakes like in this illusion. But, as I've said before, for a species to continue, it is better to be alive than right. Akiyoshi Kitaoka's newest illusion is blowing my mind. You've got a white face and a black face. Psych, they are both the exact same gray. Kitaoka is perhaps the greatest living illusion scientist and artist, and this luminance illusion is fantastic. Our retinas are truly receiving from both faces light of identical hue, saturation, and luminance, but we don't experience the world as a collection of physical measurements. Instead, our brains build worlds, and in this case, the contexts tell different stories. The face on top appears to be illuminated by a dimmer light source than the one below. So before putting anything into conscious awareness, the brain figures, well, if this face is sending the eye such a light gray under such dim light, it must be an efficient reflector of light. It must be pretty intrinsically bright. So let's perceive it with more luminance, more lightness than it really has. But this face produces the same gray sensation under what appears to be a comparatively brighter light source. So it must be an inefficient reflector of light. So we perceive it as darker than it really is. Looks like the brain has taken 2 L's on this one. But that's a W, because to survive, an organism doesn't need to know sensations. It's often better to figure out intrinsic properties, the things about stuff that stays the same regardless of the environment. Now, that can lead to mistakes like in this illusion. But, as I've said before, for a species to continue, it is better to be alive than right.
Du coup, ça voulait dire c'était le même, la même image, mais la lumière différée, c'est ça?
Non. Non, juste la peau, elle était de la même couleur. Les autres couleurs sont différentes.
His newest illusion is blowing my
C'est quoi en
mind.
fait l'illusion?
L'illusion, c'est que tu vois un visage noir et un visage blanc, alors qu'il y a 2 visages gris en vrai.
Ah.
A white face and a black face.
Quoi?
Pourquoi tu vois pas les bonnes couleurs?
Bah, il explique là, mais ça c'est plus compliqué, c'est pas the point.
Mais je comprends pas tout ce qu'il dit en fait.
Yeah, that's okay. It's a thing called disambiguation under uncertain circumstances or some shit. It's a little bit harder to explain. The point of all of these illusions is not to teach you how they happen. It's to show you that they happen and how perception, or the fact that perception isn't real. Perception is creation. A lot of perception is creation. He says here that we create worlds. We don't see the world. We create a world in here in response to the world out there. Okay, that's the point.
If your leg is cut off, you could still have the urge to scratch an itch.
Ants are rooted to the ground and have a small.
This is why you shouldn't trust your brain. These 2 dinosaurs are the exact same color. I know it doesn't look like it, but as they enter a completely black screen, you'll see they're exactly the same. That's because when there's color in the background, your brain confuses you and makes you think there's contrast when there's not. That's weird. This is why you shouldn't trust your brain. These two dinosaurs are the exact same color. I know it doesn't look like.
What do you hear during this clip on Toy Story 3? Remember that viral sound that went around on TikTok where you either heard Laurel or Yanny? Some people would hear Laurel and the other people would hear Yanny, and some people heard both. Well, I found a scene in Toy Story 3 where it's kind of the same thing. I want to know what you hear. What did you hear? Let me know in the comments. What do you hear during this clip on Toy Story 3? Remember that viral sound that went around on TikTok where you either heard Laurel or Yanny? Some people would hear Laurel and the other people would hear Yanny, and some people heard both. Well, I found a scene in Toy Story 3 where it's kind of the same thing. I want to know what you hear. What did you hear? Let me.
On passe.
Maybe I got another question for you. What color is this dresser?
Pink and white, obviously.
Sure. You sure you don't want to change your mind? Guys, comment down below what you think the answer is. Maybe I got another.
Toi, tu vois quoi? Moi, je vois pink and white.
Ouais, moi aussi.
Y a des autres qui voient quoi? Ah, vert. Un vert de menthe.
Ah, moi, je vois pas. Je vois rose aussi.
Yeah, this is the friendly dragon. He can look this way over here. Yeah, and then look back this way. Back this way. Yeah, yeah. Whoa, whoa, watch out, watch out. Now he's not coming at anybody. He's not anything. Look, it's just a 3D weird box illusion, but man, is it convincing. Yeah, this is the friendly dragon. He can look this way over here. Yeah, and then look back this way. Back this way. Yeah, yeah. Whoa, whoa, watch out, watch out. Now he's not coming at anybody. He's not anything. Look, it's just a 3D weird box illusion, but man, is it convincing. Yeah, this is the friendly dragon. He can look this way over here.
T'as dit quoi?
Il bouge pas en vrai?
Il bouge pas. C'est du papier, carton. Tu veux voir une autre fois et après on avance?
Non, non, mais comment ils font pour... Enfin, c'est quoi qui fait qu'on le voit bouger?
Encore, je t'ai dit que tu pourras pas comprendre l'explication. Je sais même, aucune explication me vient en tête. Et c'est juste, on interprète. Déjà, on n'a pas évolué.
Yeah, and then look back this way. Back
Je te donne la base de l'explication. Attends.
this way. Yeah, yeah. Whoa, whoa, watch out, watch out. Now he's not coming at anybody.
Ça n'existe pas dans la nature. En fait, avant que ça se soit créé, ça, bon, il y a peut-être des autres gens qui ont fait un truc comme ça, mais c'est sûr que notre espèce, elle n'a pas évolué à interpréter un truc comme ça. Pour ça.
He's not anything. Look, it's just a 3D weird box illusion, but man, is it convincing. Life is.
Is it true that
Ah, il n'y a pas de rouge dans la photo? Ok.
Imagine
Wait, I can make you control these dots with the power of your mind. Right now, most people see the dots as moving up and down. But if you want to see the dots as moving left and right, take your index finger, put it in the middle of the image, and move your finger left and right. There, you see the dots moving left and right. Now, if you want to see the dots as moving up and down again, take your index finger, put it in the middle of the image, and move your finger up and down. Now you should see the dots as moving up and down. Did this work for you? Let me know in the comments down below. And hit that subscribe button for more crazy optical illusions like this one. Wait, I can make you control these dots with the power of your mind. Right now.
C'est bon?
Try this right now. Look at this image and gently shake your phone. You'll notice that the red circle in the middle begins to start moving. Send this to a friend once you see it. Try this right now. Look at this image and gently shake your phone. You'll notice that the red circle...
Attends, j'ai pas vu là.
Fais comme ça avec ton portable.
Comment je bouge mon portable?
Begins to start moving. Send this to a friend once you see it. Try this right now. Look at this image and gently shake your phone.
T'as l'impression que la balle bascule.
You'll notice
Ben, en fait, j'ai pas besoin de... Ah,
that the red circle in the...
Non, j'ai pas besoin de jouer la vidéo.
Hein? Si je bouge mon téléphone, la balle doit bouger?
Non, en fait, c'est comme si la balle bouge pas, comme si c'est suspendu. Si tu bouges ton portable à gauche, c'est comme si la balle, elle est plus proche du côté droite, si tu fais vite. Enfin, t'as l'impression que c'est suspendu, quoi.
Bon, ok, je le vois pas, mais c'est pas grave.
Ouais. Bon, c'est le dernier. Ouais, ça, c'est intéressant.
What if I tell you the red nets that the oranges are packed in are part of a brilliant marketing trick played on you? Let me explain. Now, we don't really see colors with our eyes as much as we see them with our brains. You see, the same color can appear differently.
Oh, of course, we see colors with our brains and our souls.
Various lights and surrounding colors. This is called color constancy. Remember the viral purple, black, or white gold dress from a few years back? The brain perceives the dress in different colors depending on whether it discounted the blue tints of the lighting or not. This phenomena was first discovered by the German scientist Wilhelm von Bezold. He found out that the colors we see are understood by our brain in relation to their surroundings. Now, this becomes even more interesting when different colors interact with each other. For example, just look at these two oranges when covered with a striped grid. Even though they may appear different, both of these oranges are the exact same color. This is called the Munker-White illusion, in which the foreground color might pull the background color closer to it. The red netted bags play this exact trick on our brain. They help the oranges look much more orange than they actually might be. The vibrancy of their colors makes us think that they are more fresh than other products. This same trick is employed for lemons using green nets. So the next time life gives you lemons, you might want to check if they really look as serious as you think they do.
Okay, voilà. Alors, critical recognition. Anything else you want to add? This is all very good. All right, so what I want to achieve with you, sure, it'd be nice if you had some understanding of and respect for science. It'd be nice if you had some understanding of and respect for logic. But before all of that, and in fact, maybe in order to have respect for science, because didn't you say, it says here, JC said that when you have critical recognition, it looks like you have more respect for science, right? You have less respect for your own interpretations and more respect for research, right? So that's the goal. You don't have to be a scientist. You don't have to be a logician. You don't even have to, people don't even have to be intelligent. What they need, all that they need, is critical recognition. This way, when you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, you don't talk. Because you're like, hey, wait a minute, I know this seems true to me, but I've read no research about it. I haven't defined any of these terms. Oh gosh, this just might be my subjective impression. And my subjective impression might be wrong because I'm a brain that evolved to survive, not to think, not to understand, not to know. It just to survive. Huh. Okay. So now if I want to learn, I'm going to go out and I'm going to learn. Because I know the answers are not in here, even if it feels like they are. Make sense? All right. Very good. All right, I'm going to pick. Wait, was Muhammad in 14 or 16? Okay, I was wrong. I said earlier that 600 years ago I sent Muhammad, and 1400 years after I had come down myself as Jesus. But actually, that was wrong. I'm omniscient, but that was part of my plan to. I did know that that was wrong, but I said that because that's just part of my plan. You don't need to understand it. And now I'm prepared to tell you the truth, which is that actually Muhammad, I sent him 600 years after Jesus, 1400 years ago. Okay? I felt like you were now ready for that information.
Attends, j'ai pas compris ce que tu as dit en fait.
J'ai dit
Tu peux dire
que.
en français?
Quoi?
Tu peux dire en français?
Oui, tout à l'heure, j'ai dit que Mohamed, que Dieu avait, que moi, Dieu, buenas, que moi, Dieu, j'avais envoyé Mohamed 1400 ans après Jésus, du coup il y a 600 ans. Et ça, c'était faux. Je sais tout, du coup, c'était pas une erreur. C'est parce que je voulais que tu crois, enfin, te dire ça. Et maintenant, je suis prêt pour te dire la vérité. Et c'est que, non, attends. Avant, j'avais dit, Mohamed, c'était dans l'année 1400. C'est ça que j'essaie de dire. Mais, maintenant, je te dis, en fait, c'était pas dans l'année 1400, c'était dans l'année 600. Alors, si tu comprends pas pourquoi je parle comme ça, c'est parce que je fais une blague. Ou en fait, je me suis trompé sur quelle année. Moi, Eris, je me suis trompé. Mais je voulais pas avouer que je me suis trompé. Du coup, comme a fait Dieu, à chaque fois que lui il se trompe, j'ai dit ah non 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 non. Moi, je savais la vérité, mais c'est juste que j'ai dit ça pour que toi, tu avais besoin d'entendre ça à ce moment-là. Et maintenant, tu peux savoir la vérité. Tu comprends? Parce qu'il faut vraiment respecter Dieu hein, et son honneur. Ok, alors, je t'ai expliqué Critical Recognition. Dans 10 minutes, j'ai un appel. J'ai envoyé le lien de cette réunion à cette personne. Si tu veux, si tu n'es pas fatigué, je te propose. Mais qu'est-ce que j'entends là?
Entends quoi?
Peut-être que c'était mon écho. Ah oui, ok. Alors, ce que je te propose, tu peux rester en ligne si tu veux, si t'es pas fatigué. Bon, là, je t'ai prévenu. Du coup, toi, tu peux dire bonjour quand elle arrive et puis t'en aller si tu veux. Tu peux rester.
Et tu voulais pas parler du forum?
Déjà, ok, c'est un forum, pas un forum. Non, non, on n'avait pas besoin de parler de ça. J'ai même pas encore regardé. Dis-moi pourquoi ce serait intéressant ou important de regarder ça.
Parce que moi, je voulais avoir un retour sur les questions.
Oui, parce que toi, tu veux avoir un retour sur
Enfin, ça
comment tu as
m'intéressait les
répondu.
questions.
Mais en fait, c'est chelou parce que quand on fait un pre-test, en fait, un pre-test, c'est pas pour toi, quoi. C'est pour comparer, une fois que tu as appris, c'est pour comparer tes réponses. C'est pour savoir ce que tu savais pas. Enfin, c'est pour voir ce que tu apprends, je veux dire. Du coup, c'est pas pour toi. Moi, je peux regarder et ah ok, il faut que j'explique ça, il faut que j'explique ça. Mais toi, si tu n'étais pas arrogant, tu saurais déjà que le retour serait ah non, raté, 6/20. Si tu n'étais pas arrogant, tu saurais ça. Tu aurais compris que c'est un pré-test. Que si moi je te dis qu'il y a des choses qu'il faut que je t'explique, c'est parce qu'il y a des choses que tu ne sais pas. Et ce forum, c'était pour voir ces choses-là. Mais toi, tu n'as pas besoin de retour parce que tu sais qu'il y a plein de choses que tu ne sais pas. J'espère que c'est pas comme si tu croyais que j'allais le regarder et voir. Ah, mais putain, en fait, Juliette, elle a tout compris, en fait.
Non, mais
Je suis
c'était qu'on
humilié.
parle du forum pour que tu m'expliques ce que je sais pas.
Mais putain, c'est ça que je fais là, Juliette. C'était un pré-test. Pré, ça veut dire avant. C'était avant cette explication. J'ai créé ce test pour ensuite t'expliquer des choses, pour qu'ensuite tu répondes aux mêmes questions, mais avec l'information.
D'accord.
Ça n'existe pas à l'école française un pre-test?
Non, pas trop.
Okay, now, all right, so I have a few more things I want to say. Are you going to stay on for the call?
C'est qui?
Someone from school. From my, okay. All right, a few more things. Just one is that we know about optical illusions, right? Okay. But more often, what we see are what you can call logical illusions. Okay. Something that seems one way, is interpreted one way, but is actually not at all that way. Okay. And these logical illusions, well, are much more consequential, important than, of course, the optical illusions. Those are fun, but the logical illusions, those, when we don't know about them, are really, really dangerous. Things that are false will seem true. Things that are true will seem false, just like things that are red can seem blue. Okay. Now we have a word for these. Well, there are a few different words. But with it theory, they're called mal. Mal, ça veut dire quoi?
Pas bien, c'est là.
Okay, très bien. Et it. Mal it. Okay. So these are sort of the mechanisms that are involved in a logical illusion. Okay. In regular English or in regular French, they're called des biais. des préjugés peut-être, des illusions, des, je sais pas, des heuristiques, des erreurs cognitives. Voilà. So if you want, so critical recognition, half of it is understanding I'm a brain and I am fallible. I make lots of mistakes. The other half of it is knowing about what those mistakes are specifically. Oh, here's an error that the mind always makes, that I always make. Here's another one. So next time I try to answer a question, I'm going to go, oh, let's check to see whether I made this error, maybe. You know, or maybe if I try to remove that piece, does the answer still stand? Blah, blah, blah. But we'll see that in the future. Okay, all good?
Oui.
All right. Have a good night.
Bye.
I'm about to slow down, Neo. Give me a second. Hey Siri, remind me in 1 hour overwhelming amount of contradictions. do that. I mean, I think even if I think about it, I'll be against that, but we can do that. Yeah. Oh, it's so embarrassing. Yeah, I can do that.
You're never gonna see this person again.
I know, you're right.
You know,
That's a true
so-
statement.
And I think probably the reason with his hands up, oh, wait, I have your money. You don't want anything for it. I mean, to me, I would ask for it.
Yeah, but it's just like if he said, if he wasn't open to the idea of giving him some more money
Right.
and staying a few more nights, why would he be okay with letting us stay for a few days for the money he had?
Because we paid for those 3 days. And it's
I
not
know, but he wasn't okay with us paying for the days before.
Yeah, I know. But
So if we had paid for 7 days, he would have said no. And you would have said, wait, this is confusing, but we're paying for these. And he said, no, but this is not what we agreed on.
I know.
That was the thing.
I understand that.
Yeah.
And that's very black and white.
And
It
also,
is
I don't
not.
think he would trust us. He would want us to blah, blah, blah. You know what? How about this? I'll type the message, but let me send it from your number or something. It's just too...
Okay.
Can we do that?
Sure.
I just don't have the strength for it. What was that?
It would be something like, so, you know.
Wait, why don't you just send him a message on Airbnb right now? Go on your Airbnb,
Okay.
send him a message.
All right. I'll do that when we stop. I know you see it clearly. one way, and I understand that.
Smiling
I just think there's a
Sarah.
little gray there.
I think there is as well. Absolutely.
And it's just a matter of him saying, oh, okay. Yeah,
Hi.
you have to be out.
Hello.
We just realized that this says Joseph Graves on it.
It does say that, and this one
You
says
can ignore it. You can just ignore it. I didn't know that was logged in. So
you can
that's
also
random.
ignore mine because I'm using my dad's account. That's why it says Francis Lawrence.
It's wrong. Okay. Yeah, I feel like I haven't been like keeping up to date on here, let me actually
You haven't been keeping up to date on what?
on your thoughts, your theories. Wait, did this connect or wait, say something.
Hello.
I don't know. It's only connected to my phone. It's a very old Mac that I clearly haven't used in a while. No, but I haven't been keeping up to on your theories because you're very prolific, your videos, and for me, like
Oh, are
yours
you
is, like,
subscribed to my channel?
Of course. No, I mean like the one that your channel, but I
Oh,
just
how
like
fun. And you used to watch?
so the problem is that like my brain doesn't work as well as yours does. Like we both know that. That's just the reality of the situation. So like watching your videos is like it's like a rigorous mental exercise. I'm like
It is.
pausing, rewinding, watching, you know what I mean? Like not all of them, but like you just like just riffing is like very mentally taxing for me. So I be for that reason, but I always appreciate, like I always want to learn, you know what I mean?
I am so flattered right now, and I feel like you can't. Can you hear me?
Truth, I can hear you.
You can?
I would,
Okay.
yes.
I
It's just anyway, but no, but I've seen like you have more ideas. So I watched like the one that you recorded with a woman, like the last one, because I was like, all right, I'll just
The interview, the Spanish one? It was briefly in Spanish?
Huh?
It was briefly in Spanish?
Briefly in Spanish, yes. But other than that, like I haven't
Hey man, I'm
so
absolutely
I gotta look at this now.
I hear what you're trying to tell me, but I can't really hear it because all I'm hearing is that you tried. and that there were, you know, because I don't
No,
really.
I'm always trying. I'm always trying. I'm always trying. But like if I can anyway, okay, keep sending me things.
I think I've sent you everything now. The so the
All
deck.
right, no, it's the so like, and I've been meaning to. That's such a terrible excuse because I knew we were gonna talk, but you just telling me that's what your videos are. But I still, anyway, I'm sorry. I'm making
Say it again.
excuses.
I didn't understand that.
I should have watched these videos in preparation for this.
Absolutely not. No way. No.
No, I mean like we're out there.
No,
Like,
stop. Are you drunk right now?
no.
All right. No. Absolutely not. You should not have watched them because I want to feel safe being able to sort of think out loud in my videos without people feeling pressured to watch them. It's the most rawest of the material almost, and so it's really for someone who's gonna put it all together and package it nicely. They have to watch it all, but nobody really in our time needs to watch them all. Okay, so let's all right, great. So that's
Wait, what was the last thing you said?
I said no one in our time needs to watch them all. I need to all right, so this
What
is
did you
what?
is oh, my connection's unstable. There we go. All right, there we go. Okay. Oh, no, okay, never mind. Okay, we're screen sharing now.
We are screen sharing.
Can you hear me? Is my internet?
Yeah, I think that explains why I feel like you can't hear me because you're only hearing some of what I say because the connection's bad. But I feel like I'm hearing everything you say.
I
But
think that might be what's happening. Okay. All right, well, let me just go inside.
yeah,
Because that might make the connection more.
I think it will.
All right. All right. Okay. All right. Hang on. Let me do this. Just pause. Just put a pin in that.
Yes, and I'm trying to figure something out anyways.
Okay. All right. Cool.
We both have missions. Eros is ready.
Okay.
How's
Just
Sarah doing?
Sarah's doing okay. Sarah's relocating, just real discreetly.
Okay.
Like it's not even happening. It definitely is. All right. Oh, dope. Sorry, Aaron.
No worries.
Really getting there. Okay.
I don't even know what you're talking about. You've been so discreet that I just feel like you're staring at me. I can even see you, even though I can't. It's amazing.
Staring at Joseph. Okay. Can you hear me better?
I think I can, yeah.
All right.
All right. So,
Okay. Again, super discreet, you know?
yes. But you've again chosen a place with backlight.
I know, I just can't avoid the backlight. You know what I mean? It's just so hard. All right, we'll try it. We'll try
pretty
not.
good.
All right, here we go. Is that
That's
better?
good.
Is that better?
That is better. All right. So let me be friendly a moment. How's everything going?
Oh, these are good. I just, I don't, if I
I think the
seem
moment might be done now, but that was very
all right. No. Seriously, if it seems like I'm drunk, it's just because I'm always very intimidated by you, Aaron.
Okay.
That's why.
Yeah. All right. Very good.
All
This
right, okay.
sounds actually very familiar now.
Okay.
Wow. I'm just being flooded with memories and nostalgia and all that. All right, now let's be serious now.
Good times. It's good times. Okay.
Okay, so all right. So here's the idea, bro. Let me put this on 200%. Oh, well, you're on your computer, so you can see it fine, or what?
I can, yeah, and I can like expand, right? I can make this
You've got
sucker full
options?
screen. I've got options. Okay.
Right. Gosh, and it's gonna take me a second to adjust. You're so quick, and you know, ever since like basically I
so
left
quick?
IMSA, yeah, ever since I like left IMSA, my interactions have been with much slower people, and then I'll talk to someone from IMSA or ACS, and I'll be like, oh, right, I'm not the only intelligent person in the world.
No, but that's the thing, Eris. I never like belonged in that space. You did. I
You
didn't. But
you
that's
thought that,
nice.
but no, you are
Okay.
quite
All right.
quick.
Well, anyway, that's very nice.
All right, good. All right, so now we've both done a compliment each.
Now we've both been nice to each other. It's
Yeah.
very kind. I
Now
appreciate
let's
it.
be serious now. Okay. All right, so here's the
I
deal.
am gonna smoke some drugs like while we're talking.
Yeah, but drugs that are gonna make it easier or to follow.
I feel like you've talked about how like you smoke weed and that makes you think better. So,
Oh, not
right?
think better. It makes it easier to think because I can stay on a thought longer.
Oh, okay. Okay. There you go.
Okay, so yeah,
All right.
okay, so smoke your drugs and now, oh, but something I haven't told you. So we're kind of so there was some scheduling stuff. My buddy who I was supposed to see at 11 a.m. yesterday, your time, wasn't available. When I thought that he was going to be available, because he hadn't told me yet, that's when I tried to get you in before, because I was hoping that you and I could talk for like half an hour, and then maybe he could jump in. Since you know there are a few people that I want to talk to this stuff about. So you are one of the chosen. So I feel like, are you blushing? I can't tell, but you should be.
One of the chosen.
No. So so my sister as well. So my sister's sleeping now, but we're gonna chat for a bit, and then I'm gonna give her a call to wake her up, so that she can join. And then I don't know about the other buddy. Is that okay with you?
Yeah, yeah. It's like 6 o'clock or something, or like what time is it?
Yeah, almost 6. Yeah. Okay. Well, fuck whatever I thought I should say at first, and fuck what's written here. What have you learned from the videos?
Um,
This is a non-alcoholic beer.
okay. Yeah. So, that humans are stupid, right? And we're not rational. Like we're not, and we really can't uh like trust the way that like our brain makes like shortcuts and stuff. And like just I guess I don't know if like you figured out how to like fix it, but just being like aware of it is like important.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's awesome. So yeah, and
I don't know. I feel like I feel like I've learned a lot more, but that's sort of like top line. I don't
yeah,
know.
and that's what comes to mind, and that's really good. That's great. And I think maybe this would be what I say next will be an opportunity for you to add things. Is that the little adjustment I would make, or something I think would be truer sounding, would be, well, anyway, something that avoids the assumption of a reasonable entity somewhere in the system, or of knowledge in the system. So for instance, let me explain it. So you said the brain takes shortcuts, and it does, but not in the sense of it could go like this way. It could take the long route, but instead it takes the shorter route. Maybe sometimes that would be accurate to say, but a lot of the times it's that it's not sort of, it has these two options and it takes a shortcut. It's that evolution took the shortcut in wiring the thinking. So it wired a simpler thought process. that gives a good enough answer. And then let's separate them. So that's one thing. And then the other thing, which is not easy, but is to avoid language that distinguishes the self from the mind. Okay. All right. So that's really great. And that's basically that. I call that critical recognition, what you described. That awareness, that recognition of how the system works and how it doesn't work. So all right, so let's look at this document.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No, let's look at the document.
All right. Why don't you look at this document and then you speak?
Yeah.
I'm gonna pick. Oh, I got some pee on my hands.
It happens.
Thank you. I gotta move away from the document for a second.
Okay.
Oh, but you have it open, don't you?
I mean, I don't know how this works. I can still like see it. You haven't moved away from it for me.
No, my screen sharing's paused.
Do you need to like take it? Do something? I don't know. I oh no, I can, yeah, no, now I can wait. No, never mind. So this is like, yeah, no, like these are like you've come up with like these ideas. This is like your theory, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to think that it's based on things, but yeah, these are my words. These are my concepts mostly.
Cool. Well, we can move away from it unless you want to talk about what's going on here with these kids. Because like I said, I don't know what any of this is. 'Cause I didn't listen to the videos, you know. But like I know that they're out there. I know that they're out there. But
this
anyway,
this stuff
I'm
is
self-conscious about it, Aris. I'm self-conscious about the
Yeah.
fact that I can't keep up with your videos. Sorry,
Yeah.
it's a thing that's going to be like a reoccurring thing. All right, no, we can
Well,
talk
and
about this.
also through it theory, I'm sure that we can work on it as well. Okay.
Right, well,
This stuff you shouldn't recognize.
right.
But this stuff is understandable.
Yeah, no, I can get on board. Yeah.
All right. I mean, I've just been on a call for 5 hours with someone, and anyway. Okay. So all right. So you're on board with it. All right. So this is basically the goal. Yeah, critical recognition. And I will talk to you like you're not as smart as you are, because like I said, I've just been on the phone trying to be patient for 5 hours. Failing to be patient for 5 hours.
Can you tell me who you're talking to?
No, because I actually want to publish this video and I want to publish that video, and it's just bad.
You want to publish this one?
Well, you don't want me to?
Well, there's a lot of like, I mean, I don't know, there's the drug use. I don't know.
I use drugs in my. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, but you have like a real life and stuff.
Yeah, I got like that kind of thing. I now like work for the state of Illinois, so there's like a little bit more stakes in that
Yeah,
sense.
that makes sense to me.
Yeah.
Maybe what I can do is edit it and run it by you.
All right.
We'll see. All right, very good.
We'll see.
Yeah. Otherwise, even I can just put the audio over driving footage.
Yeah, you can just see the audio. That's
Yeah. All right, cool. Okay. So so where are we at? Right. So the objective is critical recognition. Okay. And you've got the first half of it, which is I'm a brain. I am not.
We're all just brains, right?
We're all just brains. That's right. I mean, you can kind of define us as being other parts of the nervous system or the endocrine system and stuff, but mostly we're just brains. Okay. These words are just brain stuff. So and also that let's jump into let's go to the document it theory overview. The first half is to have.
No, you said. I just realized you did send me all this shit. I'm so sorry. this is another reason why I don't want this shit like published, because I'm like, oh, know what you're talking about. All right, I got it. Sorry. I'm so sorry, Aries. You got to put up
No,
with some.
please. No,
So
you
this
don't need
is
to.
which document now? Which one is this?
I'm a
IT
little bit lost
theory.
right now.
What?
I'm a little bit
You're a
lost
little
right
lost?
now. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. 'Cause I definitely am.
So are we looking at the It Theory overview document together?
Yes, we are.
And did we say we already looked at this or something?
Oh no, I haven't. I'm just popping it open now.
All right, very good. All right. Why don't you try?
Wait, I thought you just wanted me to. Oh, did you want me to look at all this shit while you were in the bathroom? I'm sorry. I just looked
No,
at
no, I did not. All right, this is
Okay.
gonna get even more hectic. Let's
This
see.
is gonna get more hectic.
All right, what's going on, Chris?
Oh, now my mom is calling me. Now my mom is calling
All
me.
right, you mute
Okay.
yourself. I'm gonna talk to Chris a second.
Okay.
Hey, can you rotate, Chris?
Seriously.
Yo, how's it going? Oh, we're still working on the rotation. Are you not able to put it landscape? Or you have
I
your
had it.
rotation locked?
He told me to turn it. He made me turn it.
Sorry, maybe you had your orientation. This is what I want. Now I'm happy. Are you happy?
Yeah.
That means everyone except for that bitch behind you is happy. All right.
He's always got an attitude.
Yeah.
Like so long.
Yeah. All right, hold on. Let me you know what I can do? I can hide this video. How can I hide this video? Or maybe what I'll do is I'll pin my video and yours. Can I do that? Oh, yes, I can. Wonderful. Oh, there's Sarah.
All right, sorry about that.
Okay, very good. All right, well, Chris, did you already have your appointment, or are you getting ready for it? For your dreads, for your locks,
For what now?
for your hair.
Oh, no. Oh. Man, no. I learned something new that day. I made a Facebook post to try to get an appointment, and my profile is public. I found this out later on. So I got hit with bots. Every single person that hit my Facebook to be like, oh, set an appointment with me, every single one except a personal friend was a bot. I went through the profiles and I started talking to them, and I got little clues like they would put the $ behind them.
Well, and you know what? I kind of want to cut this story short so that I can introduce you to, because this sounds like there's going to be a lot more detail.
Not really. It was just a funny story. I was going to say it was all bots.
Okay.
So no, I don't have an appointment because I thought like they hit me with 20 and I was so excited. Like, oh, I found an appointment.
I'm going to get an appointment.
All of them were bots except the personal friends. 3 of them that was like, oh, well, so-and-so does. I'm like, oh, well, thanks, Charles, because I know the rest were not real people. And the more I'm going down a rabbit hole, I'm just like, wow. My friend was like, that's what you get when made in public. So
Sarah,
yeah, that happened.
Chris, this is Sarah.
Hello.
Sorry, today. I met Chris. He put a post looking for someone to do his hair, and he thought I was a bot. We met on Instagram. He liked one of my posts. I asked him what he thought about the world, and he said things that I thought were correct. And so, Sarah, she's my friend from elementary school.
I was a real asshole. Like I kind of bullied him, but it turns out that like Eris is actually a prophet. So I
That
believe
is some gangster stuff. Bullying in elementary school.
Yeah.
Man.
Well, yeah, no, we'll give you details. So, for instance, we bonded over Eminem in like 7th grade or 6th grade or something. And I remember she goes, she had this friend named Addie, and she and I had a friend named Steven. And so Sarah said, "Hey, you know what we should do? We should do a double date."
Oh man. Yeah.
And but I think it'd be really cool if you like wear a suit. I think both of you should like wear a suit and we'll go to the movies together. And I was like, all right. And I would already
Can't stop him. He's telling it.
suits because my dad was a businessman. So I got a suit. My friend Steven didn't want to wear a suit. He was like, come on, buddy. He didn't want to wear it. Sarah said, hey, just give us a call once you're at the theater. I didn't think anything of that. This was in like in the 80s or the early 2000s or something. And so I think I used like a payphone. And I called Sarah. I said, hey, we're here at the movies. Got your tickets. Got some popcorn. You're going to be here before the ice cream melts. And she said, you dumbass, and hung up or something like that. And that was
so mean. So little did Eris know that like my parents who are immigrants are just like super racist. They just really don't like people who look like themselves. And also they just like white people for some reason. They're just really hateful immigrants. It's terrible. So like I had to like learn how to like there were people who because like you were like the only like Black person in our class. And like my brother like bullied this kid who had like a turban, and my dad was like, yeah, he like cheered it on. It was like really fucked up. Anyway, my parents are now like Nazis, so it's pretty cool. Pretty awesome.
yeah.
learning that they were the baddies, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
it takes that's what we're here to talk about, right? Like I don't
That's
know.
right. That is
our brain.
Yeah. I hadn't finished with the bullying. She threw my hat in the garbage.
Oh, there's so much, and that was before the
in her yearbook. Addie wrote, "Hey, remember that hilarious date prank on that absolute fucking loser Eris that we did? Ha ha ha." So then I'm writing in Sarah's yearbook because we had a
oh my god, I was like a troubled child. You like I should have been that yearbook thing should have gotten me kicked out, but I think I was so close to graduating.
No, it wasn't that.
Whatever, we're just gonna take her money, just whatever.
And anyway, so she talked a little shit in the yearbook, and Sarah and I were friends. I didn't really see it as bullying. I thought Sarah just sometimes did weird things. And so anyway, so I saw this comment that Addie had written about, and Addie was and you know what I hated even before this comment. What I always hated was how Addie was always seen as so sweet and kind.
He's a monster.
I never. Yeah. Anyway. All right. Anyway,
he was going along with me, like, and I was a monster. You know.
All right. So Sarah, Chris and I have talked a few times. I'm
gonna need more details about this relationship later.
Yeah. Well, and then we dated after.
Then we like made out, and then Eris was like, "You need to work on your kissing," which I have. I feel like
that's true. Because she used no tongue; it was all lip. That's right.
I have so many questions, but that's not
way too soft. Right. Okay. All right. Oh my god. All right. So anyway, let's be serious now.
Let's be serious.
So Chris and I, we've been talking about. Chris is in. Chris, why don't you introduce yourself a little bit?
Ooh, man, I hate when they call me out in meetings to do this at IBM, but
this sounds like it's not going to be efficient. Chris works in. No, you know what? We weren't efficient about our stories. Take your time, Chris.
Oh no. Okay. Quick background. I try to keep it down because I have been training in 60-second pitch. Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Oh, deep south. Got some stories down here. I wouldn't Actually, I would say I'm on the privileged side, but then again, I never had the mindset. My parents they made me work. So I've been working since 15 and been groomed. Dad is actually the fire chief of Baton Rouge, retired one time. So really righteous and getting like a lot of black men hired on the fire department down here. Every single, I have lots of half brothers. Every single one of them is civil servant work agent, fireman, detective, or whatever like that. That goes with saying, I grew up in a strict home. He didn't drink or smoke or anything like that. Did have a silver spoon. I would say it like he actually said it like that too, but we knew we had to work. So been working since 15. Went to a private school, Southern Lab, then went to Southern University, which is a popular HBCU. Graduated. Actually, I went back. I joined the Army, left out, came back, got my degree like in 2016, computer science. I was in computers in the Army. So they tried to get me to be a fireman. Couldn't do it. Of course, everybody in the family was fire. Nope, my talent was computers. So I have always been jealous. I say it like this. I've always been jealous of people who speak 2 languages. So your boy can shut up about that. But I found out I actually do speak 2 languages. Computer. I don't see it, but it's just like, wow, you are really good with computers. Like literally come with somebody whose companies that couldn't fix them and put my hands on it to be like, you fixed it? What'd you do? Oh, nothing. I'm not computer Jesus, but so anyway, I currently work at IBM now as a business consultant, project manager. Recently I've been trying to open up my toy store, which isn't like a maybe. He's seen the pictures of it. It's actually there. I'm just waiting to get my POS system going. And I think that's about it. Or I can cut it short, unless you have any other questions.
No, that's awesome, man. Toy store.
So yeah, he says I give a different perspective. I think so too. From like the end, because I kind of do. Because in most thought processes, I'm in the world of civil service, so like the cops and stuff like that. So I see it from a different perspective when they come out and be like, oh, it's racism, blah, 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 and this and that. And yeah, just had a conversation with my brother who was a detective that retired, and we were talking about the Shelley thing, the cop that just came in.
Sonia?
She was like, oh, the high water thing and killed her.
Sonia Massey.
And
I tell you,
we look at it from a different perspective. Like we
can
see how
Can I say I'm not ready to hear a different perspective on Sonia just right now?
Oh, not okay. It's not even a bad one. Believe me, as I'm righteous as hell, but I was giving it to like how the cops internally, how other cops see it. How you always wonder, like, well, why aren't the other cops speaking up? Well, everybody in my family is black cops, and I'm just like, you gotta say something.
Surely for this one, they're speaking up. I mean, even I follow a lot of pro-cop pages, and in the comments, there's like people that are like, I'm Blue Lives Matter, but this is crazy.
Exactly. But another time.
Okay. All right, Sarah, who are you besides my childhood bully?
Okay. Yeah, no, okay. I mean, honestly, okay, I guess I'll stop talking about you. So I grew up like in a suburb of Chicago, like close to where, Ayers grew up. And it was like, yeah, it was really privileged. Like we went to a private school and like yeah, I didn't actually belong there, but like my parents could pay for it. Like it was like a school for like gifted children, and like I wasn't gifted, but my parents had enough money to send me there.
That's not true.
That is, Eris. They should have.
They can find 32 kids for the year that can pay tuition. You have to do an IQ test. You have to. No, it's not true.
Oh man, no. Okay. Anyway, we won't get into it because that's not what this is about. But my parents are like elitist, so that was their shtick. They had like good public schools, but they were like, nah, we're gonna make it anyway. So yeah, my dad came from Iraq. And so he like came when he was 30, and then my mom grew up she was born in Mexico, but she came when she was really young and was grew up in like the poor part of Chicago. And so she like met my dad at the hospital. She was like she like didn't get a college degree or whatever, but she like managed to like work her way up in the hospital system in Chicago and like met my dad when he was like redoing some of his like residency or whatever when he came here, and she like wanted to marry a doctor, so like it worked out for her. But so I feel like their like perspective definitely like influenced me because they're like conservative and elitist and like pretty racist as it turns out. But yeah, so then I went to college in North Carolina and like lived there for a little bit and then came back to Illinois, and so I like worked as a journalist for a while and quit doing that, and now I work for the state of Illinois, which is why Eris probably shouldn't have me doing drugs on a video that is public. But I yeah, like Eris and I reconnected a couple years ago when I was living in Chicago. I just like randomly messaged. I was like living on a street that was called Lawrence Avenue, and that was part of it. It was weird in Springfield. So I actually live in the town that this recent horrible tragedy happened. Did you guys know that there was a race riot in Springfield? I'm just putting that out there. 1908. Like I feel like we don't talk about that. Like we didn't learn about that at Avery Cooley. I didn't hear about that until I got here. Anyway, sound like I'm like, but I swear I'm not.
It's so many we don't hear about. So many.
Like part of the reason the NCAA formed was because of the race riot in Springfield.
Race
anyway,
riot?
I'll wrap it up. There was a race riot in Springfield.
What is a race riot?
Oh, what is a race riot? I believe the black people in town like wanted to move into like the white neighborhood, and so the race riot is white people just indiscriminately murdering black people, and because they're like encroaching on their territory, and then just I guess just like getting away with it. There were a number of times that happened in Chicago, you know.
Okay.
I guess that's, I mean, they call it like housing riots, I think, too.
Okay, that seems better because a race riot, I think of LA, and that wasn't about white people indiscriminately, was it?
After Rodney King?
Yeah, no, that was about protesting racism. That was a race riot protesting racism and then triggered a reaction from whites, right?
Did white people start burning down LA?
I don't think so.
Okay, yeah, no, so that's different, right? It was like the black community was like, we are tired of like you just like abusing our people and getting away with it, and then they like kind of burn shit down. They're like, you're gonna do that, we're gonna burn your shit down. This was like black people just moving into the neighborhood, and they're like, the white people were like, we're gonna burn your houses down.
Okay.
No, I don't know why we use the same terms for very different things. That's weird.
Okay. Yeah.
Anyway, I'll wrap it up. So yeah, we reconnected. Like Eris is just I've been able to like relearn things, right? Like get like rewire get rid of the race, not get rid of, but like, you know, just try and like unpack that, like unpack where a lot of like where I thought it was okay to be really cruel was because like probably a lot because my parents like just casually use the N-word, you know.
No, this was not.
I heard I should.
Go ahead.
I heard I shouldn't ask, but may I ask how old you are?
Oh, I'm 33. We're both 33, me and Eris. We're the same age. How old are you?
42. Pretty up there.
You don't look it, if that matters to you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I had a question for
Okay.
someone. It was for you, Sarah, I think. Oh, no, it was a clarification for you, Chris. That was not through our conversations, right, Sarah, that anything that she learned? We haven't been talking about this stuff. For me, this is the first time, for me, as far as I'm concerned, we've chatted and joked around in the past. This is the first time I'm talking to her about any of my work or any of what I've done.
No, but like, I mean, do you remember like back when we talked on the phone, like in like 2020, like I like didn't really know about like the trolley problem. There were just like things
Okay.
that you were like introducing sort
Yeah, I
of
guess.
even like a very basic level.
No, I guess I don't really have conversations where I don't talk about things like that. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then so but it was really just your video, like when you started making videos, you know.
Yeah. So Sarah watched some of my videos, and then I let myself riff, as she said, and she said that was a little bit harder to follow. And I said, but that's what this conversation is about. Me trying to distill some of this stuff and get your guys' help on this stuff. Oh, and now Sarah, you might want to say, oh, I don't know how I'm going to be able to help you. I don't think you should expect me to be able to help you, or something like that.
No, that's the refrain. Yeah.
Okay.
You guys are precious.
Chris also has a similar refrain. I've heard it a couple times. He knows he can help because of his background in computers, but sometimes I think he also doubts. But anyway, so all right, so it theory. Chris, could I put you on the spot and can you two talk about it theory? Can I put both of you on the spot and you two talk about it? And if Chris could start, because I've given him more sort of formal definitions.
Give me a second to pull up the docs.
And then after you pull them up, maybe you want to let yourself, just based on what comes to mind for 30 seconds. Or you can consult the docs, but I think it would be interesting to see what.
What was the one particular part we discussed last time, which is how I like to describe it. Otherwise, I mean, I couldn't really describe it because it's not my theory. I was trying to understand it. With that being said, I can't just.
That makes sense.
Spot off. Incorrect. Why am I not finding the one I want? Unless you changed the overview. Did you update it?
No, I don't think so. You're going to share it with me in your drive?
Not really. I was just looking. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I found it. All right. It theory to me is pretty much a breakdown of the cognitive skills, our understanding of the brain into smaller parts. Let's say, in my understanding, some might have a hierarchy that control, and these will be the basis of thinking. He was trying to explain it to me to put it in easier terms where I could understand it. I swear something must be wrong because I keep scrolling up and down past it. All right, I don't know. I keep we got it down to critical thinking skills. The ones we were putting emphasis on that I really like to describe it were critical recognition, critical research, critical reflection, and critical resolution. We actually went over his documentation and defined each one of those, which I think starts at the top like he did. He justified the critical recognition part and understanding of mental processes, tendencies, errors, and limits. We had examples of that. It's kind of hard to recall so far, but I mean, that's not really the assignment right now. So for me, the it theory, we came down to 4 critical components of them, 2 of which I see could be interchangeable. And we're really trying to get down to, for me, being specific with the terms. We actually looked it up, found out I was challenging on some of it that you can't really, even if you Google it, which is how we look at information now. Oh, just Google it. We literally Googled it in real time and found out that there's no really poor definition of it, more of an understanding. So I was trying to get his understanding, because if I didn't, then what's the point of the rest of the research? So I guess in gist, it theory for me right now, I'm focusing on the basics of its 4 critical components: recognition, research, reflection, and resolution. We didn't get into detail about the resolution because some of them were interchangeable. I hope I didn't go off or crazy with that, but that was my understanding of it.
Which two were interchangeable?
Research, scientific method. You have scientific method plus cognitive recognition. Then you have critical reflection. So we said the recognition has to come first. You have to recognize the problem, right? But I remember I was going with critical research. Was research the word, or information gathered? And when we actually got into the core of it, it is the same thing, and research does overall. But once you get the research, you can reflect, and then you have a resolution. But we came up with a situation where you were describing and it had to go in that order. And I was like, no, well, sometimes maybe you reflect first before you do the research, because the research is already given to you.
Okay,
so you don't have to do
let me pause you. Let me pause you because I keep hearing something, which is wait, can you tell me quickly? Do you know what the 2 things are that might be interchangeable, or is that a little bit?
Yeah, the research and reflection.
Research and reflection. Okay. Yeah, so they're not steps in order. It's sort of, you know how like PEMDAS, it can be division, multiplication, it's whichever one comes first. All right, well, critical recognition has to come first, okay? But research and reflection can happen in either order. All right, let me share another document with you, Chris. I'm gonna share this document with you because this is how I talk to someone.
So that's where we stopped.
All right, very good. Yes, thank you. That's what I asked you. Assignment complete. Well done. Sarah, do you have anything to say to that?
No. Okay, so yes, I've like just been introduced to this theory. And so yes, in response to like those 4, they're like 4 R's, right? The critical recognition. So those 4 R's are like they're like about thinking, and so IT great is that like we is like trying to remind us that we are our brains, and what Eric said it in a way that I can't remember, like separating.
Yeah, he got me too. Don't separate. Talk as if you're the brain.
Talk as if you're the brain.
Yeah. So and then yeah, just it's a way of like understanding how our brain works and how it like fails, and like how evolutionarily it's flawed, you know.
All right. Yes, can I cut you off?
No, that's my understanding and how I can build off of what Chris said. I'm done.
Excellent. Awesome. What does this give you? What does this do? Oh, it does that? What does this do? Nothing. Oh, it's because I'm not using my iPhone. Okay, I got you. Okay.
Does it really do that? If you give a thumbs up, it shows it. Mine
Yeah,
doesn't.
but I think it might be just because it's on the Mac, or maybe. Oh, you know what? I changed the settings, so now it's not letting the native, Mac thing happen. Okay.
Yeah, you don't want to give me that. You get the finger accidentally.
Yeah.
My bad.
Awesome. So okay, so now give me 40 minutes. And I know that's a lot. Give me 40 minutes to introduce.
To just talk at us.
Yeah, to just talk at you. What do you think?
Thumbs up.
Works for you, Chris?
Maybe like 30. Actually, I can give you like 30. I jumped on here because you see, I woke up late and look like a bum, but I'll give you details later about
Your
all
hair looks good,
stuff
man.
Yeah,
thank
you. Handsome, yeah. And also, it's your charm. It's there as soon as you wake up,
It's
apparently.
exuding.
Yeah.
You say that, but man, take
Say
some
it and
toast.
mean
Anyway,
it.
go
Does
ahead.
that convince you to stay on longer?
You can. It is interesting, definitely. And that's why I said, let me shut up and just start talking.
All right. So because you've heard some of this, but I think it's going to be useful to hear it again. And then you can interrupt me with questions. Some questions I'm going to refuse because I think you're going to understand in a second or something like that. And then any question, or if I want to just continue with the thought and I don't want you to ask the question, you can write it in this document, Sarah's notes. Chris, did you see that? I shared that with you just now.
Fresh.
There's notes.
I'll double check. We'll see. Continue.
All right. So we're gonna start at the beginning. Okay. So it's called it theory. And let's look at this. Let's see. What does it say here? What is it? It's a framework to understand and talk about a mind's processes and output. And it's a metaphoric representation of what we understand the mind to be. All right, so the name, it. So it's an acronym for if then. The basic mechanism of processing and association. Yeah, so that's good. But I don't really want to read this to you. Let me just look real quick. No, we are just going to read over this, and then I'm going to talk. All right, so it is an acronym for if then, the basic mechanism of processing and association. The input of a process can be considered its condition, and then its output, the consequent, or the then half of it. So that's one reason it's called it, because it's if then, basic, and then another reason it's called it is because it is a, inanimate thing. And we have to remember that although we are a mind as a sum of all of these its, and so we are animate, but the pieces are themselves are not. So it's not like two wolves competing. It's not, a knowing, seeing heart and a knowing, seeing mind competing. So it's not minds. The mind is not made up of minds, if you will. It's made up of little pieces. Okay. So that's to remind us of the mechanical mindless nature of our components, although an emergent property of the sit stem. Sit stem, that's the system of it. So I use that instead of mind or brain. So the sit stem, although an emergent property of the sit stem is a mind, what just happened? I don't know.
Oh, you heard something?
No, my screen just changed.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Great. So we understand that. Okay. So the mind, the sit stem, is an interconnected mass of if-then processors whose arrangement and relative weights determine the system's output. So the attitudes and behavior of the person. Each it has an if, right? It's an it. It has an if and a then. So that means that it has a particular condition that needs to be met for it to run. And then when it runs, its output might then be the input, or it might meet the condition for another thing. Does that make sense what I'm saying?
I think so.
Huh?
I think so.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. No, I know it makes sense to you, Chris. I didn't want to single out Sarah. Sarah, you feel good about that?
Yeah, so it's like, I don't know, it makes me think of like neurons.
Perfect. Great. So in order for a neuron to fire, what needs to happen?
A thought.
The neuron firing might be the thought, but in order for a neuron to fire physically, what needs to happen is that one of the right kind of neurotransmitter needs to land in one of its receptors, and enough of them need to land so that it depolarizes, blah blah. So you can send, all the chemicals you want. Many of them are just going to bounce off their receptors. Only some of them are sort of the key to that lock. So you can see that as the condition. My specific receptors receiving a neurotransmitter, that's my condition. When that happens, I'm going to fire. I'm going to send my neurotransmitters to my neighbors. And if those neurotransmitters land in their receptors, and they should, and if they get signals from other places, then they will fire. If, then. All right, great. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, really cool. And yeah, it's this internet-connected map. So the unit, if you will, of the brain, you could say is the neuron, or maybe you could say it's the synapse, sort of the, the fundamental unit, sort of. And then of the mind, we can use the it. This pairing of conditions and consequences. Okay, or consequence. Okay. So each it can be formulated as an if-then statement. For instance, if big thing coming fast, then run. That's, for instance, an it that exists in the mind. Now, there's another it. If big thing coming fast, then fight. And sometimes those two its will both run, and they'll conflict, and then we call that fright. You'll freeze, and nothing happens. So from the complex interaction of the myriad, diverse, hierarchical its emerges the mind. Because you also will have, let's say you have those two its run. The fight it and the flight it, they both run. Well, there might be what I call a summit that sort of does the sum that, goes, okay, this is sort of the one that's going to get through. And so that's part of that hierarchy where there are its feeding into other its that are sort of based on how they feed in, only some of them are sort of winning, whatever. Okay. Now, how do these its, what is this arrangement in these weights? It's based on evolution, just whatever survived. We all have a basic understanding of evolution. So then to understand behavior, to understand those outputs, we need to understand the conditions, the inputs. Oh, no, sorry. We need to understand the environment that forged these processors, that chose which processes were good and stuff. That's to understand behavior in general. Look at our evolutionary past. So for instance, gosh, every time I see this thing, I feel this way and I react this way. Now, why would that have been advantageous to my ancestors? Because it's not advantageous to me. It's really frustrating. Of course, because, for instance, anytime I meet someone new, I'm always very, very, very quiet. And I wish I could just get to know people immediately and feel comfortable with them. Now, why would that have been advantageous to my ancestors to not be comfortable with new people? Of course, because those new people could be a threat to your resources, blah, blah, blah. Okay? Does that make sense? I can't hear anybody, but I'm taking that as a yes.
Yeah,
I don't see anybody
I feel like
screaming.
you've explained, like, this is like you in like other videos and maybe just other conversations or whatever, we talked about like the evolutionary basis for the like hierarchical
All right.
IT.
Awesome. Yeah, but you don't say ITs. What do we say?
It's
there you go. Perfect.
sorry.
No. We don't need to apologize for learning.
All right. Okay.
Okay. So, all right. So we can skip some stuff. All right. So, all right. Let me give you a little history first. Let's take a break from the document for a second and hear me rattle on about a little history of the theory. Okay. I was confused. Why do people believe all these things that they believe? And also every time we talk about it, I don't feel like I'm convinced by what they're saying, but they still seem convinced. I'm confused. What's going on? Then I learned about this thing called biases. Oh, so the mind makes errors and has no idea? I see. So then I created a model of the mind composed of, well, two parts that are important now. There's the self, the ego, the consciousness, blah, blah. And then there's the intuition, the unconscious. And that intuition, that's where all the biases are. That was programmed by evolution. That's not us, the soul part. And then we just have to control that bid is what I called it, with a B. We have to control that bid, and everything will be good. And then about a year later, I realized, wait a minute, control that bid with what? And I realized that that ego part actually doesn't even exist, which is kind of a conversation of itself if you're not convinced, but I'm going to kind of skip over it. So I realized there is no ego, that actually we are just the sum of these parts, and it's just an impression that we have. So there's no such thing as like controlling your impulses. It's really just sort of some instincts responding to other instincts. So now my model had to change. And so now we have the its. That's basically it. Okay. This is the most important. This is the the essential component. The most important thing about it theory is the existence of an operation of these its. Now, going back to what Chris was talking about the CRs, recognition, you can also say to save time, search, reflection, resolution. Recognition is having an understanding of it theory. It's knowing what this apparatus is all about before you go trying to, as that apparatus, understand things. So this is the foundation. This is step 0. I need to know what biases are. I need to know some biases so I can have a chance of recognizing them when they, when I see their yield, I can go, oh, maybe I got there through that bias. And also knowing things like the fact that the brain will always come up with an answer. You will always, well, almost always, sometimes you'll get stumped, but often if the problem doesn't seem hard, even if it is, the brain will come up with an answer. That does not mean that the brain came up with a good answer. Part of the way that the brain sort of survives was by always having an answer, not going, hold on, I got to think about this a little more. So we have to know that when we have an answer to something, that doesn't mean that any real thinking was done, or that any nuanced processing was done, because sort of at every point in the process, there will be an answer available to you, because that was important. To have something, it's better than nothing. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, so that's part of critical recognition. You hear a question, you have an answer, you go, whoa, I don't know where that came from. Another piece of critical recognition is knowing, because my brain's always going to have an answer, I can ask it a really, really complicated question. And unless the language is unfamiliar, so it's not complicated because the language is unfamiliar. It's literally intellectually, scientifically, logically, philosophically complicated. The brain will have an answer. Now, if you have critical recognition, I need to break this question down, because no way that I evolved to be able to have an answer to that complicated question. So I need to break this down, and I'll have a better chance of having some reliable thoughts. Okay, great. So this is the goal, this is what I would love to have contributed to in my lifetime, is to people having critical recognition. We already have a method for critical research. It's a scientific method. It's a great way to get information. But it works even better if you have an underlying critical recognition. So things like the sampling bias, data snooping, observer effect, all that stuff, you have some understanding of it. You can't totally trust your interpretations of the data. Critical reflection, I don't think we have a method for that yet. That's Alaris. That's something that I want to invent with you guys. But it's so it's about, once you have information, what you do with that information, how you go from that information to new information. And then critical resolution. So these are the 3 pieces of critical thinking, I guess. And then critical resolution is an interpersonal thing. So it's more of critical communication. If this is critical thinking, then this is critical communication. And it's about resolving it. So I acquired some information. I use that information to realize some other information, draw a conclusion. Now here's my conclusion. Oh, our conclusions are different. Let's resolve this. Let's figure out where my interpretive errors are, yours are, what's good about what I said, what's good about what you said. Let's put it together into something true.
Well, who's doing that?
The participants. The people with that have the answers, that think they have answers.
Okay, multiple people. Okay.
Yeah, critical. It's interpersonal. Yeah. Okay. All right. So there you go. Because that's really important. When you have critical recognition, you know that you can't answer any question really, because you can never know if it's a hallucination, a delusion, just bad interpretation, overconfidence. You can never know that. You have to involve another mind, that to at least give yourself a chance. So that's what critical resolution's for. Okay. Now, in order to have critical recognition, you have to understand it theory. In order to understand it theory, a big part is to understand that the Warsaw illusions are illusions and the Conil concepts are not. Okay, I'm going to stop talking now because I want to roll a joint, and I want to get Chris involved before I lose him. So Chris or Sarah, whoever wants to, can you guys work through these different illusions aloud, have a little conversation about them?
Okay. I haven't, these are like, Chris, have you learned about these?
Oh yeah, you saw me writing. I woke up and picked balance this morning. Are you ready? Okay.
Wait, hold on. What's happening? So you're responding to the stuff I just said?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
This is at you, man. Sarah has nothing to do with this. Sarah, get ready, block yourself. I'm about to get him. So, hearing all of that, going back to my questions, let me say this right offhand. That might be my new project.
Wait, hold on. Sarah, would it be okay if you jotted some of these down in the shared document, in your notes document, or would you not be able to process at the same time?
You know, I feel like I might not. Wait, so wait, what are you going to say, Chris?
Yeah, I'll go through the main points after. You see, I have notes this time instead of going into a incoherent ramble. All right, I'm just trying to see which one I want to start with to make sure I get them in order, because I wrote them down but didn't put them in order.
Some keywords there, please.
All right, okay, I can write down the keywords.
All right, so my thing with it theory is, the more I hear you talk about it, the more I get down to, how should I say this? Basics, real basics. And what I mean by that is DNA, RNA. I have it as your DNA, RNA are instructions given to your receptors, which starts the whole process. So we all, you make a thought. When we really think about it, it's just neurons firing off, but they go everywhere, and the receptors are the ones that stop them, which gives you what you would consider an it, because it's going this way and this way instead of going straight. That is a physical RNA, DNA, at least from my understanding, the basis of us. Because I look at it like a computer. I'm a computer programmer. The body itself is a computer. Pretty efficient, but a pretty shitty one, because we're smart enough to realize we're just flesh and blood, and we're doing what we can. So when it comes down to saying like it theory, I'll get back into the details of why, but to me, it theory could just be an illusion of itself, of the brain trying to make you think you know what you're talking about, to explain the fact that it's just physical itself. Like it theory could be an illusion. Your brain fooling us any more than seeing something we think is in the physical world, because what I've heard is our eyes are only showing us what it needs to show us, because if we really see what the physical world is, our brains would explode. We'd go crazy. So it comes down to that rights and evolution and DNA, RNA for instructors to say, block the receptors in the eyes so they don't see the full color spectrum. Otherwise, when they looked in the sky, you wouldn't just see stars, you would see everything, which would change the whole it theory itself, because what it theory would come to a command. Now, keep in mind, I'm talking about kids too. And I said nature, in that, like a computer program, just like any other animal, if it's it theory, then you have your body. Nature is the programmer in this. I say, how could you do this and separate physical from personality? Because physical, brain. We say you can cut it in half and it does this. One side does sound, one side does visual, blah, blah, blah. Well, yes, that means it's just an inefficient machine. If you cut it in half, just like a computer, you take some of the RAM out, it's going to be slow. We are our system, an ecosystem in ourselves, and the brain is just part of it. It is a controlling system. That doesn't mean it's any important in the heart. But in physical, the brain will control the heart and lungs. Whether your it theories mean anything or not, when the brain is dying, it shuts your heart and lungs down, and it theory goes out the window. Just an illusion to make you think. Yes, when you're dying, I say that because as an EMT, trained fireman, and your it theory means nothing when you're unconscious and your brain physically is sending chemicals out to shut down your heart and lungs so it survives. How do you differentiate that from a personality, which will be more of an it theory, because you would use it theory to get to an output that would just be a personality for food and survival. I don't need a personality to live. I need it to get food and survival. If we were just a brain and we went on physical things, you would be born, sit there, roll over, and eat anything that was appear to you to get physical nourishment just to live. But it evolves because we live in societies and make groups. That's what animals and natures do. So we need to evolve a personality to get food to survive because we can't do it on our own. Now I'm questioning, is that the brain itself giving it illusion because it needs a personality to survive? So our it theories means nothing because it's just the brain actually creating another part. Personality is just like something it needs to survive, like giving the heart more blood when it needs to run, telling the lungs to take in more oxygen, to give you more to the legs when you're running. And we say, you saying this, but this only goes in a society where we have history and we can make bias. Let's go back in the day when we were all living in Africa in the forest, and best thing we had to worry about is an it if you go that's gonna get eaten by a lion. We're not sitting there trying to figure out how to do a village or irrigation system. Our problems are different. So how could you say this comes down to it theory of everybody being the same when truly it could just be an illusion of everything you're referring to? Kind of goes full circle. Like, oh, the it is an input. You see something, you recognize it, input, goes with whatever makes a decision, then you get an output. Well, my thing is almost like everybody's, I don't see how that comes into play if you bring in personality. It could just be another way of just saying instructions from DNA, RNA. Like establish the basis of human, get out to society thing and like us going in groups, even us on this discussion. This Zoom call itself is only relevant because we have the technology to do it. If we were all sitting in the jungle looking at the moons in the sky, this would be a totally different conversation. It would never come up. Would it never come up because you didn't never have a theory, or because we didn't have the technology to improve it? So is it really the physicality of the brain doing what it does, like you said, the it's naturally, or is it partly society making you think that it theory is even relevant altogether? Because it's your personality trying to justify what your brain is doing, because you keep always telling me talk as your brain. Let's break that down. How can you talk as your brain? I'm not my brain. I'm conscious that I have a brain, but am I the brain talking right now, or am I a personality talking right now? We can't answer that because we don't even know how the brain works. So that kind of, exactly, we guess. And as humans, I'll call it out. We Google some stuff and we don't know shit. Even on Google, it doesn't come out. And it makes me think like, we just talking. So can you justify it theory not just being an illusion of your brain self trying to justify what you think is the best way of going through society with people talking? Because I kind of got you on the autism, and we took them out your study. Like for this to even come through, they have to have the cognitive record skills to even have this conversation. But we recognize that autism, people have, because you say you have some type of autism. So even mild to severe, you know, how can you say this goes over around when we can say that even with harsh, like a really bad case of autism, is they're still capable of doing some special things, especially like lip. They just have a different personality when it comes to autism, but they can do some extraordinary things and they will still live. Their heart will still beat, has, you know, kind of my argument on that. So is it coming down to, is it really just DNA, RNA instructions given to receptors and the personality from, I says the brain develops a personality to help it survive in certain societies. If we just went off basic eating every plant, we'd die. But no, we see society evolves and said, you need a personality because sometimes you need help to talk to other humans. You get that.
Interesting. Is there anything you didn't get a chance to mention as far as that's with that stuff?
No, I was saying it comes down to the basis, RNA, DNA, affecting the receptors, and it could be all an illusion from the brain itself if you speak from the brain. That's pretty much the talking points.
All right, let me give a quick response, and then I'm gonna I want to see what Sarah's thoughts are. I'm mostly it's not going to be a direct response to some things. Could it theory be an illusion? Absolutely. That's the whole point. The whole point is that we create stories in our minds to explain things and then believe in them. And so that's why we're having this conversation. Okay, so that I wanted to say that yes, absolutely could be an illusion. Number two, the whole DNA RNA thing. I don't know what was said there. So maybe that would be worth going over again. I understood only the words. Then the other thing, speaking generally, is that this is what I want to invent, a system for us to be able to have this conversation. So because language is hard, and about half of I'm not sure I followed all of it, because you said so many true things, but we're also saying that we were disagreeing about something. I wasn't understanding this. We want to invent, and this is just to give us a teaser of what we're working towards, a system where we can write down the sentences that were said, and we can keep track of the ideas, and we have a way of efficiently seeking clarification or reminding, I don't know. Okay. So we have to invent Alaris. All right, that's all I have to say.
So, okay. So it comes down, I'm always getting you on terms. So with all that being said, you're agreeing, we call it theory. Should it be theory or steps? It sounds more like an instruction because
it is not instructions though. It
is a theory, but everybody has theories. What I'm trying to say is, yes, you're just making me consciously realize that you can have your theory and I can have mine. Who's right or wrong is irrelevant. It's what helps us survive as an individual human being.
Sure.
My reality is
hold on,
my
let me
reality.
respond to that, because in this time, truth has become more and more important for survival, and understanding of things that aren't obvious to us has become more and more necessary for survival. There are wars.
Give me an example.
Israel, Palestine.
I don't think that's a good example.
That's not a good example where there are fundamentally different perspectives on truth and violence because of it.
No, because when you get down to the basis of it, they don't really understand it. It's down to a primal instinct, and it goes down to what I've been taught and really by it. To me, it just comes down to bias and what they've been taught. Because if you unlearn it, you would never have it. So this conflict, like, I don't know the origins of the conflict. It's something to me that's been going on for years and years, and it's so much deeper. It could be a power dynamic because society changes. It could be a religious thing. It could be a family thing.
Right. Okay. Let's suppose that it's a religious thing. Let's just suppose it isn't entirely, but let's suppose that it is. Is religion not about truth? Really,
The concept of
religion's
religion,
not claims to truth.
the concept of religion itself does not correspond to any truth to me. You bring up religion, you've already lost
Right.
the
Not do
argument.
you validate the truth, but does it pretend to be a truth?
Yeah. It does, right?
I'll let her answer that one.
No. The answer is yes, but we want you to say yes.
Because religion does what? Religion does what now?
Religion is a claim to truth. Religion is about a claim to truth, about what is, how it came to be, and what should be.
No, I don't believe that. I don't believe that. I don't believe that at all. The true origins of religion are.
No, we're not talking about the origins of religion.
Well, that's the point. It's funny because you're defining it's like defining a made up stupid term and trying to give it more definition. When you look at the origins, it doesn't make any sense. Because I keep going back to, we say religion. Religion is just air coming out of our vocal cords to say that word of a word that's made up of letters and shapes that really have no content, that really have no meaning, unless you know English language.
No. These sounds go here, go into the temporal lobe. Well, not the sounds themselves, but representations of them, and trigger mental events. That's how language works. It's much more than just
true. All right. So say I know English, we know English. Say I never heard the word religion or knew the definition.
Okay.
Then it's just on y'all two with the communication.
Correct.
And y'all would overturn what y'all would think of me to create a new society that says Chris doesn't really know what it is. He might be dumb or not understand. No. We got to explain it to him. Why is it no? Tell me, why is it no? Give me your justification for just saying this. Because religion itself, when I hear the word, it's an oxymoron. It's stupid. It was only invented for a form of control. So you can't make an argument of something that was invented in a sinister way to even give a justification. So for me, the whole thing of religion is obsolete because it shouldn't even exist. We're only religion because somebody looked up and saw the moon, it was bright, and they thought it winked at them. The whole concept of religion to me is out the box.
It feels
so
like an improv association game.
You can't use it as an example for me because it has no core controlling. My life was never controlled by religion. Religion to me is just a word. Them fighting for religion, I don't even believe that.
I feel like Eris is saying is like, because like, don't you believe that there are like, even if you personally, there are like adherents to religion who like aren't at the top of that.
I think I know what you're talking about, but I think that only applies to gullible-minded people who believes that there's truth in religions. No, there's only truth. Religion is a word associated with truth. No, there's truth.
Who do you think you're talking
to?
You sound like you're talking to religious people right now.
Oh, I know. So I'm saying
I want to pause and I want to backtrack. I want to drop some things because I think we've gotten really far away from it theory.
You were trying to use an example. I thought Palestine. I thought that was a bad example because it comes down to religion when religion is just a human construct.
Okay, religion is
a human construct. Has nothing to do with truth. Give me a better example of how you said the brain interprets something.
What was I trying to give you an example for?
How the brain can lie and interpret something. I actually you was like the war in Iraq, the Palestine thing, and I was like, how's that a good example?
Sorry,
and it came to religion.
To be an example for what? I forgot.
You were giving me a lecture on
it theory.
How we said the brain. It theory can be an illusion. And my truth is my truth, and I believe with, like what's the difference? Oh, it theory, the theory itself. I said it should be like change that. I don't know how we got into it. My point was I underlined it theory. Do we have to use the word theory? Because your theory
is
just your theory.
All right, that's what we're going to go back to. We're going to drop everything from the last 20 minutes for now.
Yeah, because
what is a theory? All right, yeah, I gave it back. What is a theory?
That is a very good question.
It is a good question. We've been talking about theory and analyzing theory, but do we know what is a theory? Sarah, do you know what a theory is?
Because I could be wrong.
Okay, it's an idea that is that is created by people to understand something about the world around us, maybe. I
Yeah,
don't know.
at the beginning, I thought you were reading something because you said, okay, I thought you had pulled it up. And I slowly was realizing that that was not, that you were, okay, yeah.
I did.
All right,
Theory, Oxford.
that was good.
But that was just for my brain. That was just for my brain.
that was good.
And so like I'm trying to like, because they're like mathematical theories. They're like,
Another word for a theory is an explanation. Go on, Chris. What do you find?
Oxford Dictionary, a system of ideas intended to explain something, especially one based on general principles independent of the thing to be explained. That is so confusing.
And it also goes to your point.
Okay, simple definition. An idea or set of ideas that is intended to explain facts or events.
Yeah. Okay, so that's what theory does. It's meant to, it's a
set of ideas.
The set of ideas to make psychology, the reality of psychology, more manageable, to dispel other ideas that were not true. Yeah. Now, you also said some stuff like, I have my truth, you have your truth, that kind of thing. How can we figure it out? But, and of course, you know that that's science. So theory is based on neuroscience and basic general principles, like Occam's razor, for instance. So what's Occam's razor? Is that when you're comparing yeah?
No, you go.
No, please.
Occam's razor is like, okay, comparing two things, the simplest thing wins out is like the best explanation, like simplest
There we go.
explanation.
You're comparing two explanations. Let's say they have equal sort of evidence, or they have the same evidence. The one that is, go with the one that is simpler. But here's what that means. You go with the one that has the least stuff that isn't evidenced. You understand? So if you have a theory of personality and psychology that involves a brain and a personality, maybe a soul, maybe a heart, and these things are interacting, what I can tell you is that only one of those things has been evidenced as playing a role, an important role in psychology. And in fact, only like, two of those things, even the existence has evidence. So if we're going to, and it's also the same thing for like illusions, solipsism, for instance, the idea that I am the only thing existing. All of you are just figments of my imagination. My perception is the only real reality. That's possible. But between that and no, we all have a reality, which one has less added shit, without evidence? Well, I guess you could actually argue solipsism would be the one you would choose with Occam's razor, actually. All right, that was a bad example as well. All right.
Yeah, because wouldn't that be part of your it theory? Wouldn't there be an it theory to say, is it more efficient to take the simplest answer because we're dumb, or more efficient to take the best answer because we're smart? Which one has an effect on the brain physically? Because
all right, go on.
Now, so you said interworking, and they all, yes, the heart, lungs, but the brain controls it. So getting down to your it theory, and you say Occam's razor, that's more philosophical, but that's put it to science. The simplest answer is usually the best answer. All right, well, yeah, if you're stupid. Only stupid people will say that when you truly get down to it, because I want the...
No. I think I didn't explain Occam's razor well. No. It's not, because yes, it's presented that way as the simplest thing. No. It's really the most justified thing is what is better. So for instance, okay. So let's see this lighter here. Watch this.
But you do know.
Wait, hold on, please. Let me do this.
I got to stop you because you're trying to equate science. This was a philosophical conversation. Occam's razor is philosophical. Oh, the simple. It has nothing to do with science. It has not been proven in any kind of scientific method. Occam's razor is a philosophical thing. We would all sit down and talk about.
I think it's kind of inherently proven. But hold on, let me give you an example.
No,
Because I feel like we're just going back. We're going back and boy, we're going back and forth every opportunity.
You keep giving examples I can't justify, and I feel as if the little pushback is kind of getting to you. Occam's razor is philosophical. We always like to put that in science, but no, it's the simplest. What scientific proof to say the simplest answer is usually the best? And in life, I've seen that's the least. We only say that because we're dumbasses that don't know, and no real observation is the simplest answer the best. We only say that because we don't know, because it's so complicated.
All right.
So we cannot use Occam's razor, a philosophical conversation of us all sitting down under a tree when our apple hits us on our head and comes over gravity, compared to science.
I just think that there's so much that I disagree with. That's what's frustrating. So there's so much that I feel like I have to address. But
there at the intermediate, you got to be the breach between, like, if I'm extreme, if he's extreme, what do you think? Two, you gotta come in here, because I want to hear his arguments too, but I want to hear if we're just agreeing to disagree, or what points do you agree with more?
You know he's talking to you, Sarah?
Oh no, shit, I wasn't paying attention. Okay, so
I want to get your opinion on his
Who do I
examples
agree
he keeps giving. That's all it is.
So yeah, I think I agree that, like, usually, like, the like the simplest explanation is like I don't know, supported by the most right, because like if it's like less complicated, I don't know, I think that's what you like. The idea or the explanation that's like supported by the most evidence, but like because we have the most, like, we've done a lot of research on the brain as opposed to like personalities and like souls and stuff. I think that's what is it. I don't know if I'm like understanding this exchange correctly, but that's what I got out of it.
Right, this is gonna all right. This is all right. All right, hold on. I have to do my lighter thing. May I, Chris?
Oh, go ahead.
All right, watch this. Now, I'm going to propose to you two explanations of what just happened. Explanation number one. When I moved my arm and I opened my hand. So first of all, when I moved my arm, that gave a little jolt of electricity to this lighter, and it gave it the motivation that it needed. And also, once my hand opened, I freed it. It jumped up. It missed me. It knew that I was a little bit frustrated, might want a cigarette. So it came back to me. And then maybe something about its pheromones triggered my fingers to crawl back. That's explanation number one, okay? Explanation number two. When I moved my arm like that, it exerted a force on this lighter, which sent it up here. And then the attraction of gravity brought it. Oh, by the way, it was also muscle contractions that opened my fingers. Force of gravity brought it back down here. Okay, now. The evidence available for these two explanations is the same. We know things about gravity. We know things about muscles and Newtonian physics. For both of those explanations, if we want to evaluate those two explanations, we're going to have to use that knowledge. There is no evidence for all the extra shit that was added to it. The motivation of the lighter, the jolt of electricity, the desire to return to me, the knowing of my cognitive state. By Occam's razor, if we're doing science and we're studying things, what we would say is, one principle of thinking is to just stick with what the evidence says and not add a whole bunch of stuff to it. So when I'm being a scientist and let's say I want to research this, I do a couple trials, I measure it, blah, blah, blah. And let's say I go, well, hey, all of that is consistent with the understanding I already have of gravity, etc. So I go with that explanation. I have no reason to continue to work with the second explanation. I can keep it on the back burner. I can keep it somewhere in my office. I can have a grad student look at it, but it isn't necessarily something worth everybody's time. Whereas this, the whole gravity thing, that is worth people's time. Does that make sense? So when there isn't evidence for the extra stuff, we drop the extra stuff. That we shave it off. That's what Occam's razor is.
Yeah, because we're stupid and can't do the explanation. Gravity
No.
Gravity
The
is a
stupid
theory.
thing. No, wait.
Gravity is a theory itself. And right now, the science is getting into things are made of atoms with spaces in so far in between them. And when AI reveals that to us, the whole, cognitive, and it's because we're dumb and we didn't know. If we can get down to the very dot of an atom and find out the motivation for that atom to communicate with another atom,
without neurons,
science
no motivation.
Science says our hands should pass through each other, but they don't. We don't know why, but we're gonna go with Occam's razor and says the magnetism of it and gravity is real. We don't understand gravity. Gravity is a placeholder term. So I'm saying we say the simplest because we're too dumb to know the full explanation. Yes.
Yeah, and that's justified. If you don't have reason to believe in whatever full explanation you've imagined, you would be stupid to believe in it.
No, you wouldn't be stupid. You would be an evolutionary response to the brain not trying to kill itself, because you going any further will cause physical harm. Your stress hormones to go up, your body hormones to go off, cortisone to go up. You're not getting any sleep. You're not be able to run from the line the next day because they're stressing on how that works when you should be concerned about the physicalities of the world around you, because it's all human constructs came up to justify things we do not understand at all. And not only do we not understand them, you're justifying that the eyes fool and lie to you so you can survive.
All right.
We're coming at it.
Here are your two options. You can try to, with the information that we have available to us, use it to have the understanding that it indicates of the mind. Or you can say it's impossible and that we'll wait for AI, but then we'll have a conversation, just the two of us, another time where we shoot the shit and disagree about things. But I really want to try to understand, and I think I have, but I haven't gotten a chance to explain it yet. And I've heard about how it's an illusion and stuff like that, and I don't think it's productive for right now. So if you want to give it a try, but I know you might also be busy, but if you want to give it a try, I want to now talk about the Warsaw illusions.
Okay.
All right. So here are some of the things that we think about the mind. We believe in free will. Basically, all of these things we can drop with because of Occam's razor, and some of them just physically not true. Integration. So free will, for instance. There is no evidence for any kind of a first cause operator in the mind.
Okay,
right?
hold on. Why are they called the Warsaw illusion?
Okay, because the acronym is so, and I was in Warsaw when I came up with them, so I thought instead of calling them the Warsaw illusions, I'll call them the Warsaw illusions. All right. So free will, essentially the idea that without any cause, without any conditions needing to be met, an action can be initiated. So that's a first cause thing. I don't know of any first causes. We don't even understand the Big Bang. So there's no reason to think that there is some first cause in the brain. There's also no reason to no, it's not about reason. It's about so as will is the source of everything. You mentioned about how simpler species, if you will, or species that aren't having this conversation, at least, how it's just about like a plant, for instance, just receiving nutrients, kind of. I mean, we're learning more and more about all the fancy stuff, but basically it's just sitting there receiving nutrients. Okay. Then you have the animal kingdom, which is going out and getting nutrients. Okay. But it was all part of the same sort of trajectory. The whole thing didn't get like rewired in a sense. What I mean is that if you look at like an insect, you look at the neurons of an insect, of a fly, for instance. So fucking simple, okay? there's light over there and it triggers X reaction and that happens. There's no talk of will. There's no desire. There's no need to talk about objectives. You can talk about that from sort of outside, like it needs to eat. So that's why it evolved to automatically go towards the smell of food. But there's no will. So the neuronal system, the sit stem, kept getting more and more complicated to the point where this concept of sort of will came about. Where it's partly about language, being able to express to others what I want, be able to categorize, make a little list of preferences in my mind. And remember, not language like spoken language, but languages in just categorizations and associations with symbols. Or even just categorizations in the mind and associations between thoughts. So will came well after there were brains capable of feeding themselves and so on. So that's why logically it doesn't make sense to me to think that somehow everything emanates from will. Also, we haven't really identified that I know of a structure that would be, we have structures related to motivation and stuff like that, but sort of like as though every cognitive process comes from desire or something. No, we don't have that. All right. Integration. Integration is the idea that all the its are talking to each other. So every event in the brain is known by every other agent in the brain. The neurons are connected, but not every neuron is connected to every other neuron. So we have observed that the mind is not integrated, meaning entirely integrated. And we see this confusion, anytime maybe someone says something and we'll judge their whole personality and character based on it, even though it's very possible that came out of, left field. It came out of an it that the other its don't even agree with. Reason, pure and source. The whole word reason is pretty recent. Most people can't define reason. Well, we laugh at people for not being able to define reason, and then we have to define reason. And we're like, I don't know. Reason is basically following. Reason should be better defined, but one definition is following information to where it leads. And we do not have pure reason. We are not perfectly calibrated to process information. So a piece of information comes in, we know what weight we don't know automatically what weight to give it, what that information should do relative to the other information, so on. In fact, pure reason, I think, is impossible. A system can't be purely reasonable because it always has to be pre-calibrated or learned. You cannot prepare a system for all sort of new information and knows what to do with everything. It needs to be trained. And that training will always be wrong. There will always be a new piece of information and then the artificial neural network or the biological neural network needs to adjust. It realizes that its weights, its calibrations were off. Sarah, did you follow that?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Source, same thing with will. Reason, it's not. Oh, I didn't ask you, Chris, because I'm assuming that you followed that.
No, I'm with you. I'm with you.
And reason is not a source. It's not. A lot of people like to say, you maybe you notice someone's upset or something. You noticed earlier you felt like my energy, it was a negative valence energy. Now I could have stupidly responded, no, why would I be upset? This is good. This is important. And all of that's true. But I'm not reasonable. So it's very possible for me to be bothered, even though it makes, it's of no value to be bothered and it's inconsistent with my own values. So our behavior ideas do not emanate from some reason hub either. And so that's what I call the why would I fallacy. No, why would I be mad that I'm losing this game? It's just a game.
Would that be an it or a bias?
Right. There are some fundamental misunderstandings about it theory, and that's one of them. And a bias is a mallet, is what we call a mallet. It's a bad it. It's a bad association. So for instance, what was the example I just gave?
Why would I be upset?
Yeah, okay. So let's imagine it this way. So I'm playing a game. Those are the conditions. Okay. Now, the way I'm calibrated, the way humans are calibrated, is that we take play kind of seriously. Is that we don't really distinguish between winning and losing a game or winning and losing a battle. So there is an it that processes a loss in a game sort of the same way that you would process a loss in a battle. In fact, there's literal pain processes happening. So, so there's an it that says, if I lost in this game, then pain. If I lost in this game, then I'm in a bad situation. There's another it, so that's two its. Another it, if I lost in this game, then run anger protocols or whatever. Or maybe the anger protocols are secondary to I'm in a bad situation. So it goes, if I lost a game, then I'm in a bad situation. If I'm in a bad situation, then I need to get out of this situation. If I need to get out of this situation, but I'm not getting out of the situation, then I need an emotional boost to get out of this situation. If I need an emotional boost to get out of the situation, then run anger protocols.
So ask the question.
Okay, let me get to the one. Because those were those its. Then someone says to you, hey, what are you, upset? Now you hear that. That's the condition being introduced. Okay, if someone thinks that I am upset, then I risk being socially ostracized. I risk people judging me. If I risk people judging me negatively, then I need to avoid that. Maybe I need to deny that. Okay, so now we have a mission in the brain. How do I deny that I'm upset? All right, so if I need to deny that I'm upset and there is no reason to be upset, then say that. That's the it, basically. And it's a mallet because the assumption is bad that just because something is unreasonable, you wouldn't do it.
Okay, now I get it. That wasn't really, I wasn't the question yet.
Okay.
My question was, verify for me what you think, which I'm kind of hearing. I think I'm going to what you're about to say. So you're saying are you saying it's a combination of it's could create a bias? I'm specifically on bias, or is there a separate bias that control it's?
Drop the word bias. I don't use it. It's a word not based on an understanding of the mechanisms.
Okay.
So we have lots of different words to describe different kinds of cognitive errors. We have fallacy, bias, heuristic, which is like a shortcut, illusion, effect. We have, in the last 30 years, been learning about the brain in ways we had never understood when those words were coming about. So bias is often going to be defined as like something that influences your thinking, which doesn't make any sense because it's not like you have pure reason and then there's a bias that interferes. No, your thinking, it is those interpretive mechanisms. And when they are not good, maybe they were good or they're good in some cases, which is why we evolved with them. But in the current case, it is not an appropriate move. It is not an appropriate association. It's not appropriate if then. It is not a good treatment of the information. Then we say, oh, well, that's not a good it. So that's a mallet. So every bias, every illusion, and everything, they are mallets. And you can formulate them as an if-then statement. For instance, racism, right? In-group, out-group. If they are a member of my in-group, then I will give them the benefit of the doubt. If they are a member of my in-group, then I will share with them my resources. If they are a member of my in-group, if they're a member of the out-group, then I will watch closely what they do. If they're a member of the out-group and they do something that caused me harm, then I will assume that they wanted to cause me harm and I will remove them. Most biases are really a set of its.
All right, so
hold on. Let me think about that, or not think about what I said. Think about what you were gonna say.
I'm gonna bring my dog inside. So I'm also going to take a quick break.
30 years.
All right, let me hear from you guys. Chris, you were gonna say something.
Was I? You ruined it. I forgot.
Sarah ruined it.
Oh, actually, it was a comment. It wasn't, nah, it was a comment. So it was going back to your, I hear what you're saying about the its, and mine is more of which came first, the chicken and the egg. Does the it create a bias or?
Not bias, and it is a bias.
And it is a bias. All right, so to further elaborate on this, I guess I would love, like, I don't know, Sarah, this is what comes in as you use it as an example of saying, I don't know, I came up with the thought of, you say you're unlearning your racism, right? Or at least growing up in it. And I'm trying to see, would that be a bias from growing up? And keep in mind, I'm just talking. Compared to like me, for example, I can't say by definition I couldn't be considered racist, but that's, I mean, like what you said. Would I say something to get in? Would I say this to make you feel better to get into the group? That you say that would be an it. Overall. So in that, Sarah, hearing the story of how you were kind of getting on him, would that be like an it you can unlearn? Because if that's the case, then you say you're unlearning, but you can't unlearn an it because an it takes full total control compared to somebody like me.
Whoa, I gotta stop you. That's important. You can absolutely change an it.
So it's like what I from what Era said about like it's an example of like if it's an out group, then I don't, or you know, and if it's like a marginalized group, if it's a Black person, I'm not going to give them the benefit of the doubt. So that's an it that I like was taught that I had to, you know, realize was like a false, like that's just a false premise or whatever. You know, it's a mallet. And so just like no, like great, that's the critical recognition, like it being able to like recognize the mallet.
So that's kind of what I'm confused about. Is the it something you can learn, unlearn, or is it, are you trying to claim that it's actually programmed into the, like the DNA of the brain? It's something you can't change because it's pre-programmed, because
that's another fundamental misunderstanding. All right, so DNA, those are the instructions about which it's to start the brain off with. Okay, so it assembles the brain. It's are basically sort of neural networks, okay? Pairings of communication between neurons. Okay. So, hey Neo. Come here. Come up here. Come up here. Yeah, up. Get away. Say hi.
Everybody's showing off. My cat would just say, screw all of y'all, I'm going back to sleep.
I guess.
Why are you growling? No growling.
Very good. Yeah, Neo, you
I
get too
see
close to
that.
my dog for too long, and he goes, "Aw."
You do what for too long and he does that?
Just get close.
Yeah, and he does that. No, I force it on him though. He just has to deal with all the love.
So if you can learn to alter an it, add, delete, alter, how would an it be any different from a bias or a thought? Why would it take
Brother, how can you
precedence?
ask me that despite the number of times I have told you that a bias is a kind of it?
I know, but I'm still not. But what I'm confused about, okay, maybe I should get off bias. What I'm confused about is, are you saying that it is a fundamental thing that's always there that we don't know about? Like you should do this or do that.
Right, but it's not
you say
you.
Huh?
It's not you should do this. You should do that. No, it's run this protocol. Do this. Or we're doing this.
So if that's the case, how can you learn it? Because if that sounds like computer programming, the code is already in. What input do you have to change it?
How do you think
Or
AIs
add an it.
learn? How do you think? Do you know how AIs learn?
Yeah.
All right. Well, it's like that, except with cells.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So if you do that, you're reprogramming. Would you call it an it? You're just giving it a name as an it when you can say it is just a thought that you changed. It's your personality. We can say it as so many other things. Why are you calling it it theory? That's my
because
thing.
it's not
What's
just
up
about
with this
personality.
it theory?
Because it's not just about personality. It's about there's a person. There are personality its. There are emotion its. There are memory its. There are morality its. That's why.
So are they core program, or can you add its, change its from the basis?
It can rewrite themselves, sort of.
There we go. It can rewrite themselves. If it can rewrite themselves, do they fall in under your it theory, just to say it? Because me, that comes down to a personality trait, something you ate, some neurons, because that can change your decision too. Is it really a it, or is it the physical world and everything you're doing?
I don't know what you mean by is it really an it? That's the definition of an it.
Oh, your definition of an it, which is my whole point.
Hold on. You understand it means is a third person impersonal pronoun for an object. Okay? We're not talking about that it. I use that sound, that puff of air, to refer to what you're describing. Yes, because I'm a philosopher. I define new words that I think would be useful to our understanding of important things.
Okay, you got to be really strict because of that, I have to refer. I'm really strict on referring to the dictionary term.
I know you are, but you can't, because with philosophy or anything interesting, because we're working on new ideas, and the dictionary follows established ideas, established concepts, and references to concepts.
You know, this is the first time we use that term between us describing. That's why I'm so confused. We never said this was a philosophical question. I thought I was actually going off questioning your paper. If this is more of a philosophical discussion, and I knew that, I would never question your theories. Right now, I'm questioning your theories as if we're trying to take this IT theory to something more of steps and be serious in a book and call it more of trying to connect it with scientific method. We have never, to our conversations, agreed that we were having a philosophical conversation, because if we did, I wouldn't have wrote notes and I would have took it totally different as let me go. And let me just
what do you think philosophy is? Hold on. Do you know the etymology of philosophy, or what philosophy is?
My understanding of it,
it's kind of the most important thing in the world. It's literally, it means the love of knowledge. It's about learning things, about understanding things, about having new tools on that understanding.
Oh no, I totally get that, but I'm not going off.
This is completely real, and it doesn't need to be connected to the scientific method, because we discovered this using the scientific method. All of this stuff we discovered. This is to create real tools to help humanity. Remember last time how excited you were? You said, Harris, you saved the world. Look, I'm not going to repeat that.
Yeah, true. Which is what I said. Which is why it's weird to me that you said philosophical, because philosophical doesn't make the program. Philosophical makes a nice little book of motivation. I was going off.
No. All right, let's use a different word then. So how about the love of knowledge? How about we're having a conversation involving the love of knowledge? So we're trying to learn, we're trying to know things. Let's not use the word philosophical. That can be confusing.
Yes.
So knowledge, the love of knowledge, though, that's not confusing, and also that's just clearly important, right?
No, that makes
taking notes, right?
We literally never use that term, and I'm only saying that because when I hear that term, that's what comes to my mind. I get it. But
there's some bad connotations, some bad associations. I hope to redefine philosophy.
So yeah, that makes sense. All right, moving on.
All right.
Actually, I was going to time check you till 30, so you got way more time. I literally have to run. I'm getting emails saying you should be doing this and doing that and paying this and paying that.
All right, very good.
But this was a fun conversation.
Yes.
This was a fun conversation. And you woke me up and got my blood pumping.
All right.
It is
Grant,
so
you're
good to
gonna-
meet you, Sarah. I swear, I have so many questions for you too. It's not even funny.
All right.
So yeah, send me another message, and she almost has to be on it.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, we'll
next
plan
time.
to meet again, the three of us.
Later, you guys.
See you, buddy. All right, you got a little more time?
I do, yeah. Me and Abby boy.
Hey, Abby, how you doing?
He's gonna learn too.
Hey, you ever make the joke, well, what could you do? You could say, no. Wait a minute. What do people think he's named after?
Oh, Abbott and Costello.
Yeah. So here's what you can say. You can say, no, but he did Costellat. All right. We gotta pick out the pronunciation.
He did post a lot? What?
He cost a lot, but trying to say Costello, but cost a lot. I don't know. I swear there's something there, even if we haven't found it.
All right, we'll figure it out.
All right. But all right. What do you have to say?
That was intense. I wasn't expecting him to have that connotation of philosophy, you know?
Yeah. He said, if I knew we were just doing philosophy. What?
Yeah. No, it's cool that you do this. I feel honored to even be considered to be in a video.
Hey, more than considered, you got messaged, you got rescheduled, you got scheduled, I guess it's more important, several times. So
Wait, what was the last thing you said?
I just that it's not about the rescheduling, it's about the scheduling. That so you should feel honored. All right, what else? And you know what let me say this. What I really appreciate is that, it's not with, one reason I live like this is because it's not with everybody that I'm able to interact sincerely without love lost. And
No, love lost? What do you mean?
like without people getting upset, I guess. Like without intellectual frustration turning into, relationship frustration.
I don't understand what you're saying.
I'm saying that with Chris, I was able to speak frankly, interrupt him, speak with energy coming from the love of knowledge without, maybe he felt a little bit, but mostly he was fine. So that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
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 All right. What do you want to say?
So I want to say that, like, I don't think so. I want to just mention briefly, like, before we get back to the task on hand, that there's a video that you did where you talk about how you were like working at a shoe store in France, and there was like one of your coworkers said something that grammatically like sounded different than what you were used to, and like I don't remember exactly what it was, but that prompted you to be like, "Oh, is that a thing? I didn't know that thing." And they perceive that as like you were being an asshole, or like you were giving them a hard time, or they just like really didn't understand that it was a genuine thing. And yeah, it's always I don't think I could have like I don't think I sort of like understood your like
Hold on, the audio is kind of going in and out. Are you blocking the mic?
I don't know. Am I? Where's the mic?
I don't know, but now it's good.
your brain working that way could cause people to have that sort of reaction that like makes you feel really bad about yourself. And so I always worry about, because my brain doesn't work that way, of like acts, and like it's something that I now sort of understand that I probably have done in our relationship. And if yeah, that's all. I just hope I don't do that, because and I didn't even know, like, the fact that you experienced that is like, it's kind of like hilarious in hindsight, but like I'm sure really frustrating. And yeah, I don't know. That's all.
I'll say this. I don't notice it most of the time. I don't notice it until it becomes an issue. So I don't think I've ever noticed it with you.
Okay, well, all right. Anyway,
You know what? Surely, I feel like some things are coming back to me, but maybe I'm just creating those things
no,
now.
I'm sure I just like, if I can keep those memories at bay, but they'll flood back. You'll be like, oh yeah.
But intellectual insecurity is gonna breed that, and I trigger intellectual insecurity.
No, and I think it's like, no, that's, and like people, I think, like, misunderstand it, but I think, like, yeah, I like I said, I'm like intimidated, but I don't want you to feel bad. It's like the too smart for your own good. Like, you should never feel bad about being
Right.
really smart. I just
Yeah.
like, I gotta acknowledge my own limitations clearly, and that's just sort of the reality
Or
of the
not. You just
situation.
have to be okay with any distance you see.
What?
Maybe it's not about acknowledging limitations, but being okay that there might be some, if that's different.
Yeah. Well, I guess I've sorry. I I guess I would really, I have like a lot of like fondness in my heart for you, and like I would like to be, like a friend that you can communicate with, but I genuinely don't know how much I can like contribute, because
Yeah. I already preempted that.
that whole
I
thing,
already called
that
that.
whole thing. What? You already what?
Yeah, no, that whole thing.
Okay.
Okay. So what about it theory? What do you have to say for that?
So yeah, no, I think that like will is an illusion. Right? Because like that, and that's like the like the basis for like so many like religions, and like the idea of like free will, and how like different sects interpret it, and like some people think, God has like preordained there. Anyway, so but yeah, if we could just like decide as a society that it's just bullshit, you know what I mean? That would get rid of a lot of like if we could just get rid of religion, that would be the best. But I see, here's the thing, Eris. This is what I feel like, this is like a, if we could, I feel like maybe we've had this conversation before, because there's always going to be people who like want to like use those mallets and stuff to
There
like,
will always be people that are more programmed to trust themselves than other people, and likely, unless we figure out something really clever, there will likely always be people who are naive, what we call naive realists, and that they believe that they see the world as it is, and the impressions that they have about the world are true. And so there will be a war between the people pursuing truth and the people maintaining their impressions. And
okay,
unfortunately, that because of access to education, that war is also kind of going to be between classes. But
okay,
we'll be dead.
that will be what?
We'll be dead by
We'll
then.
be dead. We'll be dead. Okay, no, there's a lot of things where it's like we'll be dead, or like the planet will have, set itself on fire before we die.
Yeah,
Who knows?
yeah. Yeah,
But
the species
no, but
probably.
question though, because I feel like, can there ever be a war between truth and the other side, where like I just feel like we've seen so much how like impossible it is to maintain any kind of like basic truth, because it's so easy to create stereotypes about like groups and
Great. Hold on. I gotta stop you because I gotta say something. This will be humans 2.0.
Okay.
A mind that knows about the mind is very different from a mind that doesn't even believe it's a mind. That believes it. I mean, a brain that knows about a brain is very different from a brain that thinks it's a soul.
Yeah.
It's a fundamental difference that, I mean, it's fundamental to perception, to self-perception, to reasoning, to judgment, to interpretation, to everything.
So like that is that what the war is going to be about, kind of?
Yeah, the war will, I imagine, between people who have critical recognition and who therefore have respect for science and less respect for their own impressions. People who are desperate to sort of reduce the effect of their biases in decision making. So they're desperate to learn about those biases, learn how to be able to look at a decision and see what led to it and see whether it was mallets or bonnets.
John,
So they'll care a lot about
recording
science,
started.
about advancing. Oh, it says 24 minutes. Oh no, 26 minutes.
Roll your window up. Let's just get on the road.
I'm too hot, way too hot.
You have the air on.
Ma, he's sitting at a restaurant. He can't find us.
Yeah.
Is this, can I go? No, I guess not.
Okay, you got the air on now.
I can't. I'm too hot, Ma. That's why I put the air on. I'm sorry, that has to be the first time I've ever put hands on someone like that, you know, where they didn't put hands on me first. But since we saw what happened after, the way he kept wanting to charge, I think we can maybe guess one possibility for what happened. And it's that he was drunk and he had a very strong reaction to Neo being down there. And because he was drunk, I don't know whether you saw it, but the way I remember it is I felt like I was about to, well, not that I was about to be attacked, but it's just like I felt like he was squaring up with me. Like the way he stood up after he pulled Neo and then he stood up and he just, I don't know, remind me of the way Dad looks sometimes when he's angry. I am sorry. I am so sorry.
Okay, calm down. I'm fine. You don't have to be sorry.
Well, I do need to be a little bit sorry, and I am sorry.
Okay, don't worry. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm good. Mom's just catching her breath.
Are you still here?
No, we got out as quickly as we could. Mom thought he was gonna come and find us.
With his posse.
With his friends.
He asked me what happened, but I told him what happened. That stupid told you I don't know what.
Hold on, say it again.
The stupid guy, I don't know what he told you.
Yeah. Who asked you what happened, Flor? Who asked you what happened? Ah, okay, vale. The owner of the restaurant.
Okay, don't worry. I just want to make sure that you and your mom are okay.
We are okay.
You're okay?
I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry. Let me have the last apology.
Well, don't worry. Maybe you can call me when you get to Barbate, okay?
Yeah, I'm gonna call you when I get back.
Is your mom okay?
Yeah, she's yeah. Te quiero.
Yo también. Tranquilo.
Tranquilo, gracias. To be honest with you, I don't even know what he said.
Does she know what he said?
No, she just was giving me the benefit of the doubt, assuming he said something rude. I'm not even sure I know what he said.
I didn't think he said anything.
No, he definitely said something, and I assumed it was. I thought he was speaking Spanish, and the way that he was speaking, anyway. But and, honestly, I might have attacked a guy who just said, "Sorry, I panicked."
Yeah, right. Because Neil is an intimidating dog. He's not like an Chihuahua.
Yeah, except Neil wasn't barking. No, that's true, and that's a natural reaction.
Yeah, but the cord was too long, and he was under somebody's dress almost. Under the table.
He was under, and I've met people who are okay, who have little dogs, know their little dog's gonna bark. No, you're right that I should be prepared for that reaction. That's why I am saying I don't know what happened.
Right, and I appreciate you saying that because you had your hand around his throat, and I think he was 2 feet off the ground.
Stop.
Okay, I'm exaggerating a little bit, but your hand was definitely around his throat.
Yeah, I don't.
So anything he did after that.
I thought as soon as he was like falling into the table, I was like, what the hell is happening? My life is over.
I know, I thought you were gonna break his neck or something. It was very bizarre.
Yeah.
And an overreaction.
Yeah.
Him trying to get a giant dog away from the table and the people, that's not, unreasonable. He doesn't know Neo.
Yeah.
So the thing that would happen is shorten the cord, pull Neo back, and say, pardon, sorry, and then we move away.
That's right.
That would have been the end of it.
Yeah, that's true.
But somehow you lift the guy 6 feet off the ground and you're standing, like you're holding up the ground, and I couldn't believe it. Your hand is under his, so anything he did after that
was justified.
Yes, you lift me off the ground. I'm just trying to get your dog and saying, keep your dog, from under our ladies' skirts and from our meal.
Yeah.
Oh, but you don't know if he was a mafia, Russian, Orthodox, or whatever it is. And he had the same face because this man picked him up off the. You were standing there for it seemed like 25 minutes. I'm exaggerating again.
Yeah.
Oh my God! Only thing I was saying, I'm so sorry. Would you trying to take this? So sorry. And then you wanted to go back in.
No, I don't. Oh yeah, maybe.
No.
Well, you mean when he was charging, my first thought was I had to protect you too, and then as soon as you said no, stop, I realized, oh wait, he's coming for me. I have no business going over there. I was thinking, you two get out of there. I'm going to make sure he doesn't get you two.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. Because you don't know what his story is.
Yeah.
I was afraid when he was charging again, they was having a heart attack. That's what I was afraid of. Yeah. That, you had invoked a heart attack. This guy was going to die here, Oh. So Neil's cord needs to be shorter. I was trying to get this picture and didn't appreciate how close, we were to the table.
Well, I had to back up because the car was turning.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Yes, and the car was turning, and that pushed us into the table more.
Yeah.
Ugh. But everybody doesn't know Neil as your son.
That's
They
right.
don't know him. He's intimidating. He's big. He's got claws. He's got teeth. So anybody's gonna want to protect their dog or their people from. He's like a giant wolf.
Yeah.
Now the guy did, he could have been just protecting them too, and not knowing, and up to the he's wait.
Well, what it was that he thought Neo was attacking the dog under the table.
Oh, there was a dog under the table.
Ah, yeah.
too.
So there's a dog under the table. That's what I'm saying. It wasn't Neo barking. It was that dog
I
barking.
didn't hear anybody.
Because little dogs, they bark a lot. And Neo's very good with little dogs. They can bite him. They can do anything.
So he probably thought Neil was gonna pick that little dog up by the neck like you picked him up by the neck
Yeah.
before you picked
So
him
he
up.
thought
he's jumping
he
to
thought
get
Neo was gonna get the dog by the neck. So then he pulled Neo by the neck. So then I got him by the neck.
Right, but you should have just picked
No,
Neo
you're
by
right.
the
Yeah,
neck
yeah.
and say so sorry,
Yeah.
and moved Neo, and we all walked away.
Yeah.
And you wouldn't have grabbed him by the. I hope your fingerprints aren't on his. I mean, oh
Yeah.
my God, talking about overreacting.
Yeah.
Oh.
I don't know what
So
happened.
yeah, like you said, you had some kind of flashback or something or another. But
Yeah.
I am so happy that you were able to hear me. Let's move away. Let's go.
Yeah. I wasn't really seeing red. In that one moment when I went for him, I was. But then I sobered up pretty quickly.
Good. Because I think you might have saw some burgundy.
Yeah,
or
yeah.
something.
I did. No,
Some
I did.
deep
I did.
red at
I was
some
like I was in another world.
Yeah, because you had your hand around his neck like this,
Yeah.
and all the other men around were like, I don't know if people were going to have knives or guns or whatever,
Just old French tourist.
Oh, God.
But not so old that, I mean, what was he in his 60s?
Yeah, heart attack age.
Yeah, I guess.
Yes,
Yeah.
and he had the same face because his man picked him up. I know you didn't literally,
Yeah.
but you had your hand around his throat for a good amount of time.
Yeah.
So that's pretty. He could have lost. He could have had a heart attack at any point.
Yeah.
He could have had a knife and then put it in your gut. All
Yeah.
sorts of terrible things could have happened.
Yeah.
Where the only thing you need to do was grab Neo
And
bring
get
him
out of
back.
there and leave them alone.
Pardon.
Yeah.
My apologies. Because
Yeah.
he's thinking Neo could kill that dog with one bite.
Yeah.
And the cord was so long, So Neo's just sniffing the dog, but he didn't know that. He could have thought that his wife's, daughter, grandchild or whatever, was going to get killed in 2 seconds.
Yeah.
Because it wouldn't take long.
Yeah. I mean, I do have to I would just say one little thing. All of that I accept just one little thing, which is that humans think that that dogs don't belong here, and that we're allowed to get however upset we want if a dog gets near us. And I get that that's the current culture.
Right,
but
they had a dog near them under the table.
Yeah, and so they should be absolutely okay with another dog coming without, if there's no indication of violence, you can't, it's like being afraid of black people. It's just like, oh my God, he's huge, he's black.
Exactly, and he's got teeth. And
No, but you see how racism is bad though, how
I
saying,
understand racism is bad, but still, Neo could have.
and so could a big
Exactly.
black guy. And we have to take that risk
but the black
because
guy
we
is
can't just
thinking-
push off every black person or big
Right.
dog.
But no, the big dogs do fall in a different category.
Okay.
Neo is intimidating.
Ah.
He's huge. He's got black claws as long as, acrylic
That's
nails.
high as I lifted the guy off the ground.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So as far as he's concerned, his little pet Chachawa, whatever,
Yeah.
is under the table. Neil could have been under that table and could have already put his teeth in that
Yeah.
dog's neck. That dog could have already been dead
Yeah.
when he was running around.
Yeah.
And like you said, if he's had a glass of wine or a cocktail or something, he's like, oh no, that dog dog is so close to my dog, I gotta get him off of him. So that's it. So then you bring Neil back. Sorry. That's
You're
it.
right. You're right.
You said, oh, Neil back, let me pick you up. Don't touch my dog. I don't care if there's a 5-pound dog under the table that he could have eaten.
I could have already swallowed.
Right, that he could have already swallowed, the tail sticking out. Oh my God.
Well, anyway, it was an adventure, and I regret it, and I apologize, and I will apologize again, and I don't know what happened.
Well, it means a lot that you can say and verbalize, I don't know what happened, and that you did when I asked you to come on, let's go. Because you were getting ready to go back and pick him up again.
You killed me every time you put that picture in my head.
After you put him down, you were ready to go back. You know, what?
Yeah.
And everybody's not going to understand big dogs. Big dogs are big dogs. Period. They're guard dogs. They kill people. You know, you hear stories all the time about a dog picking up a smaller dog or a baby and some accident happening. So your leash has to be shorter for him because he is huge. He stands up. He's as tall as any of those men.
Yeah. Gosh, good thing you didn't join in, huh? Can you imagine?
Oh my God! Oh my God! Like you did with the waiter. Oh my goodness.
Oh boy.
Lord. He said, "No, Dad's got it."
I'll let Dad handle my
I
lightweight.
think I'm gonna sniff and pee. Oh my God! Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! I just see your hand over his
Yeah,
neck.
me too. I see him going
my
back and me
God.
realizing, what am I doing?
Oh my God, what is this guy? Yeah, and he's like, what? I'm just trying to get your dog so he doesn't kill my little dog, and and you picking me up? Oh, Lord. Whew. Okay, we're gonna scratch Cornelia off the list.
Yeah. Gosh, I hope that they don't go ask Fernanda for a statement, huh?
Oh wait, no, yeah.
No, seriously.
Yeah, I know. I was thinking the same thing because when you said this is her place and she went in there, I was like, oh my goodness. So when did the restaurant owner?
I don't know. I'm
Because he must have
confused about
came in
that.
and
Did she stay outside or what?
I don't know. And don't give me your name because they might want to press charges.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they do.
Right. We would have to call Carlos then.
Okay, I don't get it.
We won't be going to Mallorca.
Oh yeah,
Like that.
yeah, we're not allowed to leave the province.
Right. Yeah, but he was well.
Oh yeah,
within
good
his
thing we're
right.
going to Mallorca, huh?
Yeah, he was well within his right to panic that this big dog was under the table.
I accept that.
I thought it was just the ladies because they could be concerned.
Yeah.
You see how Neil did with the waiter? He turned around. He like,
Well,
that
they were
was
staring at each other a second, but yeah.
Yeah, but you know what? The waiter,
Yeah.
when it's training, it wasn't like don't look a dog straight in the eye.
No, that's right. But it should be a part of human training in the future, right? Also, part of human training for us should probably be don't choke someone because they want to protect their dog.
Right. And the people at that table.
Yeah.
It was like the other people were stunned, as I was, because you had her by the throat. Oh my gosh. So I'm glad that they didn't intervene and whatever.
Yeah. How did I get off of him? What happened?
I asked you to come. I know that was one thing.
No, that's oh okay, yeah.
It's all a blur. I'm just
Yeah.
your hand in his throat, his head.
Yeah.
Burned into my mind. I don't know.
Yeah.
So the restaurant owner must have come to her door because I don't know what else.
Well, she can't go to her apartment door. It's not like that's her house.
Right. I don't know. Did she say else?
I don't know.
She was pretty calm.
Yeah, and she does not seem bothered. But maybe I'll pull a couple of those out for her every once in a while just to keep her interested. No, you don't think so? Did she not see what happened, maybe? Maybe she just thought it was like an argument?
Her Spanish is good. I don't know what she's doing.
No, I was speaking to him in French.
So he was talking in French?
Yeah, well, at first he said, there's a dog underneath. He said that in Spanish. I said, I see the dog.
Oh.
And then he said something to me, and that's what pissed me off.
Okay, well, I see the dog. He was telling you that's why I'm so concerned, because there is a dog under the table.
Yeah.
So
I can't
dog
explain
back.
it. I don't know.
So it could. Okay, got it. I got it.
Yeah, that's right. That would have been the right thing to do.
Everything's good. Everything's good.
Yeah, and then and then he started speaking to me in French. So then I said to him, nothing was happening when you got upset, whatever. But I understand he panicked, and that's reasonable and fair.
Can you imagine if Neil was a baby, right? Just a little pup in your hand, and he was under the table in the basket. And
Well, actually, because when I got Reiki, he was little, and I took him for a walk one time, and there was a Malinois that attacked him. And so at first in the first like 2 seconds, I expected the master to break them up. But the master was, I guess, afraid of his own dog, so he just kind of hitting him with the leash or something. So I broke them up. The master apologized. Ray had run off, but he had run back home. I didn't get mad at the guy. I just pulled his dog off. It's just like, dogs are dogs. But, Ray was still...
You were the guy, though, in that situation.
Yeah.
And the guy apologized.
Huh?
You said the guy apologized.
No, but that was an actual attack, number one. And number two, I wasn't upset.
Right.
So my dog had been attacked. I was not upset. I knew that my dog wasn't going to die. And then the guy apologized.
Right.
Yeah. And I promise you, if I can't promise because I don't really understand what happened, but I can 90%. I feel like I can say that if he had said, whoa, if he had pulled Neo back and then said there's a dog on the table or something, it would have been fine. I swear, there's something he said to me and the way he looked at me.
No.
I'm not saying it justifies it. I'm saying there's another
what
piece.
He said there's a dog under the table.
No, that was after I had grabbed him.
He could
Wait,
talk.
no, I don't know.
No, I don't think he could talk.
No, after I let him go. No, right. No, you're right. So he said there was a dog under the table. I said I see him, and then something happened.
You weren't moving Neil away fast enough. You weren't shortening the leash and getting control of Neil.
Oh, but Neil wasn't under the table anymore. So if that was it, then yeah, maybe the guy still wasn't satisfied, even though the dog was no longer in any danger, and the dog had never been in any danger, but now the dog was definitely not in any danger, and he still squared up with me, it felt like.
I didn't see.
All right, I don't know what happened, but I'm telling you that...
I'm telling you what I saw,
Yeah.
what I think I saw, I'm not even sure. The dog, you said that he put his hands on Neil. He was the one that was physically moving Neil away from the table.
Yeah, he moved Neil out from under the table.
Yeah, because Neil was all under the table by the lady's
Yeah.
legs and her dress and all that.
Yeah, you keep talking about the legs and the dress. It didn't have anything to do with that. Now you know about the dog.
The dog, yeah.
Neil did not care about the ladies.
No, but I'm saying he was that close to under the table.
Oh yeah, he was completely under the table.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And he was probably sniffing the dog. Not going to hurt him, but only
Right.
he knew that.
Right, or anybody with sense that knows that you can't walk a dog around downtown who's going to attack other dogs. Not possible. So if it's a dog out in public without a muzzle, there are certain assumptions that you can make because, well, you can make those assumptions. Now, I've never had a small dog, and I know small dogs have been attacked. So, okay, maybe it's not fair for me to say that.
And you know Neil's size, he could grab the little dog by the neck like he grabbed the man by the neck, and in 2 seconds he could be done.
Yeah, snap it.
Yeah. And he could be playing.
Yeah.
And he's just playing with him. Oh, oops. I guess he broke him.
But I don't think you can take your little dog out in public. I think if you take your little dog out in public, you have some responsibility that you're not going to freak out if a big dog comes near him. No, but that's true. He took him out in public.
He was under the table though.
Yeah, but he wasn't on the table the whole night, right? It's not like they had him sent under the table, then they went in.
Carrying him other times. We don't know.
All right, we don't know.
He was in their domain, in their safe space.
Yeah.
And Neil was in their space.
Yeah.
And Neil just needs to be moved out of their space.
Yeah.
Apology needs to be given, and we need to.
I hear you. Yes.
Because you can have Neil on the table. Nobody else wants Neil on the table when they're eating, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And he was obviously interested in the little puppy, because that's why he was all the way under the table. He wasn't after the ladies.
No. Yeah, and he does scare the little puppy sometimes because he comes in
just like
strong.
He scared
comes
the big
in hot.
waiter.
The big what? The big waiter.
The waiter with that growling bark, like, oh my goodness, you know.
He kind of jumped, didn't he?
Oh, he did jump. And I was thinking that Neil didn't know he was right there, and then before you know it,
No, I think they were.
Nobody knows that when you see a dog, you know, like you said, if he doesn't have a muzzle, people think you can pet him. He's a beautiful dog. You can look at him. You can say, oh, he's so beautiful. Just like the kids are looking and get all excited. That's what people think. They're wrong.
Yeah.
So that guy doesn't know. Oh, I wasn't calling you. Doesn't know what his room plan book is, game book is, and all that sort of stuff. So he was just trying to protect the little dog under the table.
Oh man, we were supposed to go to that lot. Should we do that? Do you want to take a shower tomorrow? In the morning? Or we can sleep here and go tomorrow?
Yeah,
all right.
exactly. I don't want to deal with any more people.
Mm-hmm. You don't want to risk me dealing with any more people.
I don't want you picking up any people. I don't want you picking up any more people today. Thank goodness Neil didn't get involved. Oh my God. Oh, I would have to get on the plane and go back. Cairo, cancel that vacation. I already had enough excitement for everybody in Spain.
Yeah. All of Spain.
Boy. You say all of Spain?
Yeah.
That is amazing that you didn't react. Of course, you weren't saying anything. You were lifting the person up and standing with your legs apart. And you couldn't see the neck. I thought his face was, oh my goodness. I don't know if that was my vision blurring or I was like, oh, Lord, oh, no. Oh, no. I was just taking a picture. So sorry. Just taking a picture. Oh, and then the car turned. I thought, oh, I should just forget the picture. Let's go.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man, let's see if I got the picture.
Mm-hmm. So you didn't get a video then?
Oh, no. Kyra would have to get the video.
Mm-hmm. Well, look, we started with a bang, hey? That's good.